the infinite city of the apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Post-War Summary. Back in the aircraft, everyone fell on the sofa in the lounge in twos and threes. Today's battle really exhausted them. As soon as they relaxed, they didn't even have the heart to talk. The lounge was quiet, with only the heavy breathing of everyone. "What time is it now?" About a quarter of an hour later, Qianxuan asked weakly. Lu Chen looked at his watch. 5:17. "I'm so hungry," Qianxuan muttered, while touching his empty stomach. They stopped this time to have lunch, but they didn't expect to not have lunch, but also fought a difficult battle. At this time, Sasha and Qianxuan walked out of the corridor. Looking at the embarrassed people in the lounge, Sasha frowned. "Look at you, the sofa and carpet are all dirty. Go take a shower quickly and bandage your wounds." Seeing her favorite beige long-wool carpet covered with blood, dirt and green plant pigments, Sasha felt very sad. You know, she usually likes to walk barefoot on that wool carpet. Seeing how horrible it is now, I don't know if it can be cleaned. Hearing her words, everyone was stunned, and then they realized that the entire lounge was stained by them. Then they looked shocked and stood up one after another. "By the way, everyone has been hungry for most of the day. What are we going to eat later?" Zhuang Yuan, who was walking at the end, turned around and asked. Sasha sat down on a sofa that was not stained. "Just eat something. I don't have the energy to cook." As she said, she began to take out bread, instant noodles, rice balls and other food from the space ring. Hearing her answer, Zhuang Yuan's ears drooped, and he turned around and walked towards his room. By the time Sasha finished eating 2 loaves of bread, a box of instant noodles, 2 rice balls and half a bottle of grape juice, everyone had changed their previous embarrassment and returned to the lounge in new clothes. The stained sofas and carpets in the living room were also replaced by Zhi. Looking at Sasha, who was eating her 3rd piece of bread, everyone except Zhuang Yuan knew that they would not be able to eat hot meals today, and they began to take out snacks from the space in disappointment. "By the way, did you find that the illusion we encountered today was a bit strange?" Zhi brushed her slightly wet bangs after washing her hair and looked at Lu Chen beside her. "Well, how do you say it?" Yizhen swallowed the biscuits in her mouth and asked vaguely. Zhi took a sip of peanut milk. "I met my brother in the illusion." Everyone was puzzled and didn't understand what she meant. Sasha was shocked. "You too?" "Zhuang Yuan and I also met." Zhuang Yuan nodded beside him. "Me and Wei Wei too." Lingling, who was coaxing Wei Wei, who didn't want to eat because of the pain of the wound, took the time to look up and interjected. Qianxuan raised his eyebrows. "You mean, you met the person in the mysterious realm, not the illusion?" Zhi and others nodded. Everyone was stunned and then looked surprised. This was too incredible. If that's the case, Zhuang Yuan touched his chin thoughtfully, perhaps this mutant plant can allow people with strong ties to meet in the illusion. Among the 6 people, 2 pairs are twins, and there is a pair of lovers. "No," Qianxuan retorted. "If that's the case, why didn't I meet my brother?" He didn't think that the bond between him and his brother, who depended on each other for life, was not strong enough. Zhi suddenly realized, is there a distance limit? That's the only way it makes sense. Lu Chen sighed. "It would be great if there was no distance limit. In that case, we could contact the second brother and know his safety." Lu Chen's words reminded everyone of the tribe members who were still outside and didn't know whether they were alive or dead, and their expressions dimmed. Qianxuan missed this conversation because she was in a coma. Otherwise, she would definitely realize that the moke she met might not be just an illusion, but the real person. At the same time, she would also realize that the distance between him and him was not far. "By the way," Zhuang Yuan changed the subject and said, "the mutant plant we encountered today is very abnormal. I don't think it would become so bloodthirsty for no reason." Yizhen nodded. "Indeed, looking at those skeletons, this mutant plant has eaten a lot of people and animals. Could it be because of the species?" Zhi made a guess. "Are you talking about carnivorous plants such as pitcher plants?" Carnivorous plants and man-eating plants? As soon as Zhuang Yuan finished speaking, he shook his head and denied it. No, although I can't tell what the original species of this mutant plant is, I know that those carnivorous plants mostly grow in tropical areas, and it is obviously not here. Lu Chen put down the half-eaten bread. I remember Brother Zhuang said before that the brain core is the root of zombies. As long as the brain core is there, the zombies will live. So, can I think that the zombies' thinking and instincts exist in the brain core? And is it possible that the mutant plant ate the zombies' brain cores, and then the habits were affected by the zombies' thinking and instincts in the brain core? Everyone was stunned and began to think that Lu Chen's words were a bit whimsical, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed possible. Moreover, there was no other reasonable reason. In this case, doesn't it mean that mutant plants will also pose a huge threat to us in the future? Sasha said in panic. After all, since the first mutant plant that swallowed the zombie brain core appeared, there will be a second, a third. Today's mutant plants made them suffer a lot, and everyone had wounds of varying sizes. If it weren't for Qianxuan's arrow, it's not certain whether they would be able to sit here safely and make a post-war summary. Even if they had to use fire in the end, regardless of whether it would work, it was still unknown whether they could escape safely. Will they encounter such a thing again in the future? Moreover, the mutant plants advanced too quickly. Looking at the crystal core, it is at least level 4. Lu Chen's words added fuel to the fire, causing everyone to frown. Not only that, Zhuang Yuan rubbed the huge dark green crystal core in his hand. The 4th level one is not so big. It should be the 5th level one. Sasha sighed, reached out to grab the crystal core from Zhuang Yuan, and played with it. If it was before the 4th level, I would definitely be excited to see such a large crystal core. After all, the higher the level, the purer the energy in the crystal core. But now after the 4th level, it is impossible to absorb the energy in the crystal core and brain core at all, so such a large crystal core is useless. Lu Zhi nodded, and these crystal cores and brain cores represent living mutated plants and zombies, which always make people feel creepy. They can't be used up if they are used for advancement, and they can't be broken if they are knocked. It's a waste if they are thrown away, and it's disgusting to keep them. Leave it there. Maybe in addition to being used for advancement, these crystal cores and brain cores will have other uses in the future. Zhuang Yuan glanced at the crystal core in Sasha's hand and ordered, "Give this crystal core to Qianxuan later. Her ability is related to plants, and she might need it." Sasha nodded to show that she understood. In addition, Zhuang Yuan looked at everyone. "My words may be a bit redundant, but I still want to remind you that you must not take it lightly when you encounter mutant plants in the future. Especially in the case of a wasteland like today, but there are no mutant plants. You must be more cautious. After all, we can't guarantee whether there is a terrible mutant plant hidden underground like today." Everyone's heart trembled and secretly warned themselves to be more careful in the future. By the way, Sasha suddenly turned around and asked Zhuang Yuan, "Do you still have the biochemical venom you used today?" "There are still 2 bottles." Seeing the joy on Sasha's face, Zhuang Yuan said in a blow, "Don't think that the biochemical venom is so powerful. In the situation today, if everyone didn't work together to tear open the endless layers of vines of the mutant plants, let alone 1 bottle of biochemical venom, even if there were 100 bottles, it would not be able to do anything to the mutant plants." What he didn't say was that if he didn't have to, he didn't plan to use the biochemical venom again. After all, he was still thinking about the damaged cyst today. "I made up my mind that, if I encounter it next time, I must find a way to get it, and then make a close-fitting weapon for Sasha for self-defense." Then, everyone talked about some random things while eating. When everyone had filled their stomachs, Zhuang Yuan looked at the tiredness on everyone's faces, waved his hand, and asked everyone to go back to their rooms to rest. Sasha, who had just walked to the door of her room, looked at Qianxuan's room next to her, and suddenly remembered the 5th level crystal stone. She turned a corner and entered Qianxuan's room. After looking at Qianxuan, who was still unconscious, she gently put the crystal core on the bedside table, and then left without stopping. When she turned around and left, she didn't see that the huge crystal core flashed a strange light after she closed the door, and it returned to calm in an instant. Chapter 102 Snow. Seeing Qianxuan coming out, the three of them showed joy on their faces. Sasha even pulled Qianxuan to her side and said with a smile, "Xuanxuan, you are awake? Really, you scared me yesterday. How are you? Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" At the end, there was some worry in her tone. "I'm fine." Qianxuan smiled faintly. "It's just that I can't use my internal strength and fighting spirit for the time being. It will be fine after a while. Don't worry." "That's good." Sasha breathed a sigh of relief. "You missed 2 meals yesterday, and you must be hungry now. The kitchen is cooking your favorite fish porridge. Wait a minute, it will be ready soon. I also steamed some steamed buns and pumpkin cakes, and made pigskin jelly. I plan to make your favorite small soup dumplings tomorrow morning." "Thank you," Qianxuan said sincerely. To be honest, she is really hungry now. Sasha was a little embarrassed, her face was slightly red, and she awkwardly changed the subject and started talking about what happened after she fainted yesterday and the conclusion they reached after discussing the abnormality of the mutant plants. After listening, Qianxuan frowned. "In this case, we have to be more careful when walking." At this time, people came out of the room one after another. Seeing Qianxuan talking to Sasha, they all showed joy on their faces and greeted her and asked about her health. Qianxuan did not feel impatient and responded to their concerns with a smile. When everyone sat down, Qianxuan saw Wei Wei, who was listless, and asked Ling Ling with concern, "Why is Wei Wei listless?" Ling Ling leaned sideways to adjust Wei Wei's collar with concern. "The wound hurts, and she didn't sleep well all night." Qianxuan frowned. "Didn't you give her a painkiller injection?" He turned his eyes to Liangshu. Liangshu was stunned, his face slightly red, and coughed uncomfortably. "I was too tired yesterday, and I accidentally forgot. However, painkillers are not good for children, so if you can bear it, you'd better bear it yourself." The last sophistry was too unconfident. Qianxuan was not angry. After all, everyone is careless sometimes, not to mention that everyone was really tired yesterday. Instead, Liangshu's childish excuse made Qianxuan laugh. She didn't expect that this man who always behaved steadily and modestly also had a childish side. Liangshu had no idea that he subconsciously wanted to be perfect in front of his sweetheart, but Qianxuan thought he was childish. If she knew, she would definitely be upset. Qianxuan didn't answer Liangshu's words. She just nodded to show that she knew, then called Wei Wei to her side, uncovered the gauze and cotton pad on her wound, and threw a blessing of light. After a while, the originally hideous wounds were restored to their original state, and Wei Wei's frowning brows also relaxed. She said to Qianxuan in surprise and joy, "Sister Xuan is so amazing, it doesn't hurt at all." Qianxuan smiled and touched her head. "Wei Wei is also amazing. She is a brave and sensible child." "Really?" Hearing the compliment, Wei Wei's eyes lit up and asked happily, and then she became embarrassed again after a while. But Wei Wei couldn't help crying yesterday. The voice was very small, but with obvious frustration. Qianxuan's voice was very gentle. "It's okay, Wei Wei is still a child. Crying is a child's privilege." Although she hopes that children can become as brave and strong as possible in the end times, that does not mean to erase their nature. Like this time, Wei Wei was so seriously injured, except for crying at the beginning, and when the bleeding stopped, she injured it without a word at other times, which is very rare. In comparison, she is more worried about Ling Ling, who has been suppressing herself like a little adult. Everything is too much or too little. As a child, Ling Ling is more self-disciplined than adults, and has high demands on herself. She keeps everything to herself. If she continues like this, she will be depressed sooner or later. Besides, children are likable only when they are willful occasionally. Thinking of this, Qianxuan looked at Ling Ling with extra pity, which made the usually calm Ling Ling feel a little uncomfortable and turned her slightly red face away from her. Ling Ling was not unfamiliar with the pity in Qianxuan's eyes. Before she was 4 years old, she saw it in the eyes of her eldest and second brothers when she was injured. But that was too far away for her. Her eldest and second brothers were no longer there, and she and Wei Wei had become orphans. Thinking of this, Ling Ling's original discomfort in her heart quickly receded, and her face returned to normal. "Breakfast is ready, come and help." At this time, Sasha, who had arrived in the kitchen at some point, poked her head in and shouted, Everyone stopped talking. Qianxuan and Luzzy helped to distribute the bowls and chopsticks, while the men helped to bring out the hot steamer. It's so delicious. Qianxuan didn't care about the burn, and scooped a big mouthful of fish porridge into her mouth, puffing and praising. Sasha's eyes curved. I knew you liked it. Did you make this steamed bun? Qianxuan took a bite of the steamed bun, and said with disdain. Knowing Qianxuan, Sasha didn't get angry at his tone, and still smiled and said, no, I don't have so much time. They are ready made in the supermarket freezer, and the pumpkin cakes are also. Qianxuan raised his eyebrows and stopped talking. He frowned and ate the remaining half of the steamed bun, and then just drank the fish porridge, ignoring the steamed buns and pumpkin cakes on the table. Yuan Chang threw a steamed bun into his mouth, swallowed it in 2 or 3 gulps, and said, 11th brother, you are too picky about food. How did you live before you came back? Qianxuan didn't care. When there are no conditions, you can only make do. If there are conditions, why should I treat myself badly? His tone was so matter of fact. Everyone was speechless. Sure enough, no matter how much Wu Qianxuan learned to restrain himself, he was still the arrogant 11th young master. After breakfast, everyone nestled comfortably on the sofa and drank the mellow chocolate pure syrup. Although a few men didn't like to drink it, they also drank it down in one gulp because they were concerned about the calorie supplement. Okay, we are about to set off. Zhuang Yuan put down the mug in his hand, stretched and said. Qianxuan heard it, just got up, and walked to the driver's seat, and was stopped by Zhuang Yuan. You are still injured, let me drive. As he said, he sat in the driver's seat without any refusal. After hearing it, the others also nodded repeatedly to indicate that Qianxuan should have a good rest. Qianxuan was speechless. She was injured internally, not having a high fever. The manual of the aircraft mentioned that people with intellectual disabilities, drunkenness, and high fever should not fly, and she was definitely not one of the above 3 types. But everyone was determined, and did not give her a chance to explain. They pushed her back to the sofa to rest. The aircraft started, and everyone started to take out the playing cards again, but this time Qianxuan could only be a spectator, because of her injury. Qianxuan was not a very patient person. After watching for a while, she dozed off and fell asleep. When the people playing cards next to her saw this, they subconsciously lowered the volume for fear of waking Qianxuan up. It might be because of the injury. Qianxuan had slept all night, but she was still sleeping soundly. But this time, she didn't have any dreams, and had a rare good sleep. Qianxuan was woken up by the noise. She woke up in a daze, and found that the poker cards were scattered on the table next to her. Everyone gathered in front of Zhuang Yuan, and looked at the big screen, and they unconsciously exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Qianxuan's voice was hoarse and lazy, and her tone was puzzled. Everyone was so excited that they were stunned. When they came to their senses, they saw Qianxuan sitting up with a yawn, obviously woken up by them. Everyone looked at each other, and a look of shame flashed across their faces. Yuan Chang scratched his head. It's snowing outside. We were too excited for a while, so we didn't control the volume. At the end, his tone was full of apology. It doesn't matter, I'm almost asleep anyway. If I sleep anymore, I might suffer from insomnia at night. Qianxuan waved her hand to show that she didn't care, and then asked, you said it's snowing outside? As she said that, Qianxuan had already stood up and walked towards the screen. Everyone made way, and Qianxuan immediately saw the crystal clear snowflakes mixed with the drizzle on the screen. It seems that the snow is not heavy, and it's raining. It will melt when it falls to the ground, and there won't even be snow accumulation. Not necessarily, Sasha retorted. From the beginning to now, the rain is still the same, but the snow is getting heavier, and it may get heavier. Chapter 103 Hot Pot. After yesterday in the tunnel, Sasha once again became a crow's mouth. Just as she said, the snow was getting heavier and heavier, and finally covered the drizzle, adding a layer of white gauze to the colorful scenery on the screen. At noon, everyone had a very special lunch, including the big bone soup cooked by Qianxuan, dry pot baby cabbage, fish flavored pork shreds and twice cooked pork made by Sasha, and the 3 fresh dishes, and Longjing shrimp made by Lusky. In addition, Qianxuan also used the name of injury to grind the cream of mushroom soup and Italian macaroni made by Qianxuo. Although the combination was a bit strange, it also made everyone shout with satisfaction after the meal. At dinner, Qianxuan held hot milk and watched everyone play cards, occasionally giving one or two ideas when Sasha or Lassie were undecided. The temperature outside should be much lower. Looking at the heavy snow falling on the screen, Qianxuan couldn't help but sigh. They are now in the aircraft, and because of the constant temperature system, they don't feel the change in temperature. But not feeling it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Sasha played a pair of fours and turned around to say, and the snow is getting heavier. If it keeps falling like this, there will be a lot of snow. I guess many houses in the capital will collapse. Qianxuan took a sip of milk and sighed softly. Who says it's not true? Not only the houses, but also many people will probably freeze to death on the streets in such weather, especially those in the outer city. By the way, in such weather, will it be more difficult for Brother Qi? Lu Zhr looked up and asked cautiously. Qianxuan paused and said calmly, that's for sure. Unless they have space ability users, it's hard to say without warm clothes. Sasha frowned. I hope nothing will happen to them. Having said that, she still hoped that Kimoki was alive. Not to mention the inheritance of the 8 major clans. If he died, Wu Yuan alone might not be able to accept such bad news. Qianxuan sighed. Although she didn't say anything, her inner thoughts were the same as Sasha's. After drinking the hot milk, Qianxuan went to the kitchen to wash the cups and put them away. When she came out, she happened to see Wee Wee looking at the snow scene on the screen eagerly. After a little thought, she knew that the little girl wanted to play in the snow, but they were in a hurry to get on the road and could not take care of the child's playfulness. Although she felt a little reluctant, she could not delay the journey. Sitting back on the sofa and looking at the cards for a while, Qianxuan felt bored. She just slept for a short time in the morning, and now she couldn't sleep. After thinking about it, Qianxuan casually took out a novel from the space as a pastime. When she saw the cover, wow, it was still Sasha's work. I remember that Sasha sent it to her 2 years ago. It was her second published novel. But she was too busy at that time and never found time to read it, so she kept it aside. As soon as she became interested, Qianxuan turned over the cover and read it with relish. Sasha's writing style is very good, the story is also very innovative, and the plot is interlocking, which makes people want to stop. No wonder her books have always been so popular. But, embarrassing, how could she never know that Sasha wrote a horror novel? As a result, she was so absorbed in reading that, when she came to her senses, she was sweating in this comfortable lounge. Qianxuan poked Sasha's lower back with the spine of the book. Sasha, have you always been a horror writer? Sasha dodged to the side and said nonchalantly, no, I only wrote a horror novel, and I wrote it because of a bet with someone. Bet? Qianxuan was puzzled. She remembered that Sasha's social circle had always been very narrow, and she rarely contacted her old friends after moving to the countryside. It was on the internet. Sasha explained, I was browsing a forum once and saw someone making a big fuss, saying that female writers can't write truly creepy horror novels. I was in a bad mood at the time, so I started arguing with him. We argued for a whole day, but it didn't even make a winner. In the end, when neither of us was convinced by the other, we made this bet. Qianxuan was speechless and complained, so you make me creepy. Sasha didn't understand why, and turned to see the book in Qianxuan's hand, and then she understood. How is it? Isn't it well written? Her tone was very proud. Qianxuan ignored her, and just rolled her eyes at her. The book is well written, but it's too pretentious. Looking at the title and cover, those who don't know would think it's a romance novel. I don't know how many people have been deceived. There is a big difference between reading a horror novel with preparation and reading it without preparation. People with a weak heart will definitely be scared to death. The aircraft kept moving forward quickly and stopped at the foot of a mountain at 5 o'clock in the evening. Hey, let's have hot pot? Sasha put away the playing cards and suggested while looking at the snow outside. No one objected, but Zhuang Yuan, who had just stood up from the driver's seat, spoke up. Zhuang Yuan stretched. Although it's cold outside, the temperature inside the aircraft is like spring. Okay. Have you ever seen anyone eating hot pot in spring? Sasha choked and then shouted, I don't care, I want to eat hot pot anyway. What's wrong with spring? I haven't seen those hot pot restaurants open only in winter. Okay, I can't argue with you, eat whatever you want. Zhuang Yuan raised his hands in surrender. Why did he feel that Sasha's temper became more and more unruly when it came to him? Was it his illusion? Seeing that Zhuang Yuan no longer argued with her, Sasha proudly raised the corners of her lips. Her little look was particularly cute, and Zhuang Yuan on the side was stunned. The people watching the interaction between the couple on the side were even more giggling. Zhuang Yuan probably didn't realize that it was his indulgence that made Sasha more and more presumptuous in front of him, and she was about to climb over his head and make a scene. Well, since you said you want to eat hot pot, the soup base is up to you. I don't know how to make it, Qianxuan said with a smile. Leave it to me. Sasha didn't refuse. Sasha prepared the soup base. Qianxuan and Lu Zhi prepared the dipping sauce, and as for the rest of the people, except Ling Ling and Wei Wei, they all helped to process and cut various raw meats and vegetables. Because of Zhuang Yuan's previous words, Sasha even turned off the constant temperature system and insisted on having a hot pot in winter. Don't say it, when the weather is cold, the hot pot is really enjoyable to eat. Various fresh meats and vegetables are served with fresh and fragrant soup bases and unique dipping sauces, which make everyone enjoy eating. The lamb slices, beef slices, spare ribs, chicken, fish balls and other meats that Qianxuan thought she had taken too much were eaten up, and there was not much left even for the vegetables. Sasha made 2 soup bases, clear soup and spicy soup. Everyone else ate spicy food, but Qianxuan couldn't eat spicy food, so she had the clear soup pot all to herself. After the meal, Qianxuan made a cup of chrysanthemum tea for herself, Sasha, Lu Zhi, Ling Ling, and Wei Wei, and asked the others. Chrysanthemum tea can clear away heat and detoxify, and can prevent getting angry. Do you want some? No, I don't like soft flower tea. I'll just drink a can of Huang Laoji. Yuan Chang hurriedly shook his head and refused. In the end, except for Lu Chen and Qianxuan who asked for a cup, everyone else chose Huang Laoji, and Qianxuan didn't force it. The temperature outside should be below 5 degrees. Yuan Chang said, rubbing his arms. Feeling the temperature rising around her, after turning on the constant temperature system, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief. She has always been the kind of person who is not afraid of heat, but very afraid of cold. I hope the temperature will rise after the snow stops. Zhuang Yuan sighed. However, although he said this, he didn't have much hope in his heart. Everyone was silent, looking at the snow on the screen, that was getting heavier and heavier. Yuan Chang threw the empty can of Huang Laoji into the trash can at the kitchen door, and then complained, we only know that the direction is south. But how long will it take to get there? No one answered him. Everyone present hope to complete this rescue operation as soon as possible and go back early. However, their information was really scarce. They were lucky to have a clear direction and not waste time looking around like headless flies. Qianxuan frowned. What we should worry about now is not how far it is to get there, but whether Kimoki can wait for our rescue alive. We have to think of the worst case scenario in advance. If they are trapped, and there is no space ability user, it means that they may have run out of water and food, and may also be injured. Now the weather has become so cold, the situation can't be any worse. The lounge was silent. It's not that they didn't think about what Qianxuan said, they just didn't want to say it subconsciously. But they didn't expect Qianxuan to point it out without hesitation, which completely eliminated the fluke mentality that everyone had been holding on to. Chapter 104 Zuelan's Superpowers. What did you do to your enemy? Renyu grabbed Zuelan's collar and asked ruthlessly. Chukuang, who was a step slower, stared at Zuelan, who was breathing hard, fiercely, while Renjiang was hurriedly tearing off his sleeves to bandage the wound on Kimoki's wrist. Instead, Kimoki, who was at the center of the incident, stood silently with his head down, as if thinking about some important problem, and was unaware of the tense atmosphere in the basement. The story started a few minutes ago. Due to the sharp drop in temperature, in order not to sit and wait for death, Kimoki decided to implement the original escape plan immediately. At that time, the four of them were standing together listening to Kimoki talk about the specific implementation plan of the plan. Zuelan suddenly stood up from the corner and walked towards them. It's not that they didn't notice it, but they didn't take her seriously, thinking that she was going to start making trouble again. It was this kind of neglect and lack of defense that made Zuelan approach Kimoki, and then a dazzling light burst out from her body, covering both her and Kimoki. When the light disappeared, and Chukuang and the other two regained their vision, they found a hideous wound on Zuelan's chest. Blood was gushing out of the wound, and Kimoki had a wound on his wrist, which was bleeding non-stop. So there was the above confrontation. Zuelan felt that she had never felt so uncomfortable before. The wound on her chest that was still bleeding made her body twitch in pain, and the tightened collar made it difficult for her to breathe. If she hadn't been tortured by Moki for 10 years, she might have fainted. In this case, it seems that she should thank Moki for his tireless torture of her in the past 10 years. She laughed at herself in her heart, but her face was happy, and her smile was as affectionate as a woman in love. Moki, you know, right? She asked Kimoki, who was still lowering his head, in a hoarse voice with obvious tenderness. Seeing Zuelan covered in blood, but smiling gently and complacently, this strange phenomenon made Chukuang and the other two feel uneasy at the same time. Kimoki seemed not to have heard it, and did not even raise his head, still standing still. Zuelan did not care, thinking that Kimoki could not accept it for the time being, and looked at Renu and the other two and said, "Did you see it? The wounds on Moki and I are exactly the same. From now on, we are two bodies with one life, living and dying together, and no one can separate us, including Zhaozuan," she said in her heart. Chukuang and the other two were shocked, and looked back and forth at Kimoki and Zuelan with doubtful eyes. Kimoki still stood there unmoved, as if he did not hear it, and seemed to be trapped by some difficult problem. At this time, Zuelan looked down at Renu. "Are you sure you want to continue holding me like this, and then let me bleed to death?" The tone was provocative and careless. Renu was shocked. Although she still had some doubts about Zuelan's words, she did not dare to gamble with Kimoki's life, and tried to put Zuelan down carefully. When her feet landed on the ground, Zuelan endured the pain, and began to tear off the cloth on her body, to bandage the wound to stop the bleeding. At this point, she didn't want to die no matter what. "When did you get this ability?" Chukuang's face was frighteningly gloomy. Zuelan's face was still normal, not afraid at all. She knew that, as long as her life was connected with Moki, Chukuang would not do anything to her. On the contrary, he would try his best to save her when she was in danger. Chukuang also saw that she was fearless, and his anger rose up. But because of Brother Ki, he really couldn't do anything to her. Zuelan also knew when to stop. "I awakened in country I call it Ta, which means to tie up a bond, which can connect the lives of any two people, and live and die together." What she didn't say was that her ability could make people who originally had no feelings or even hated each other subconsciously protect each other in their hearts, gradually develop feelings, and become lovers. Unfortunately, her ability would allow the person whose ability was used to fully understand the effect of her ability at the moment of activation, and then become defensive. Therefore, she didn't dare to experiment with people in the team before, for fear of being discovered. However, she was not worried that Moki would be able to escape her superpower control. In order to be on the safe side, she secretly collected a lot of brain cores for cultivation. Now her superpower has been advanced to the 5th level, which is not worse than Moki. In fact, she had been very hesitant about whether to use this superpower on Moki. After all, she also understood that the love gained by superpowers was fake after all. In that case, wouldn't she still be inferior to Zhaozuan? However, Moki said before that he would not care about her and would leave her here alone. At this time, her superpower became her last and only lifeline. All hesitations were thrown aside, and she successfully used the superpower on Moki. Even if it was fake, Moki would slowly become hers. Zuelan pulled up a smile at the corner of her mouth, brilliant and with obscure sadness. Hearing Zuelan confess her superpowers, Chukuang and the other two turned pale, and at the same time, they couldn't help but feel a little flustered. However, due to the special nature of Kimoki's superpowers, they had not completely given up hope. They found it unbelievable. How could there be such a superpower that harms others and benefits oneself in the world, and it was used on Kimoki? They silently prayed in their hearts that Kimoki's superpower would have an effect on Zuelan's superpower. Otherwise, they could not imagine that their proud and powerful captain, who made them look up to him like a god, would be restrained by a woman, or a woman he hated. From now on, you actually want to take away my love for Qianxuan? Without any sign, Kimoki's low voice with a smile and sarcasm sounded. Just now, Kimoki had been thinking about the information about Zuelan's superpower that suddenly appeared in his head. What Zuelan didn't know was that Kimoki not only knew the information about Zuelan's superpower, but also knew the greatest desire in her heart that Zuelan conveyed through her superpower. The desire to take away Kimoki's love for Zuelan. Kimoki found it ridiculous. How could Zuelan think that his love for Qianxuan could be taken away by her? For him, his love for Qianxuan had long been integrated into his bones, blood, and soul. His love for her was instinctive, just as natural as a person's need to eat and sleep. Without eating and sleeping, can anyone survive? Where does Zuelan get the confidence to do something that she herself can't do, just relying on her ridiculous superpowers? Because of the special nature of superpowers, he can crack Zuelan's superpowers at any time, but he didn't do it. It is both self-confidence and a mockery of Zuelan. Of course, he would not make a decision blindly, because he was sure that at the moment of Zuelan's death, he would be able to quickly crack her superpowers and not let his life be threatened. So he decided to play with Zuelan. Of course, another important reason is that he had just confirmed the truth of the dream twice before and knew Qianxuan's safety. He was in a good mood and didn't mind playing a trick on Zuelan. Kimoki said so directly that the desire that was hidden deepest in his heart and had never been told to others was subconsciously panicked by Zuelan, and then he thought that she had successfully cast superpowers on Kimoki, and her face immediately calmed down. There has never been such a moment when Zuelan felt her confidence swell, as if everything was under her control. Thinking like this in her heart, her face showed it. She looked at Qianxuan and the other two people, except Kimoki, with a condescending look that she herself didn't know. Qianxuan and the other two naturally saw it, but they were not angry like before. They looked at Zuelan with undisguised pity and irony. From the moment Kimoki spoke, the three Qianxuans who knew him knew that their captain didn't take Zuelan's ability seriously at all. Although he didn't say it, it was obvious that he was confident. Only Zuelan was still immersed in the beautiful fantasy of the future. Renyu, who had no experience in love, sometimes felt very strange. Zuelan's understanding of Kimoki was so poor that she didn't even understand his most basic temperament. How did she fall in love with Kimoki? Just like now, even they could see that Kimoki was obviously in a good mood and didn't seem to worry about her ability at all. But why did Zuelan still look ignorant? How could she know that Zuelan didn't fail to notice it? She just subconsciously attributed Kimoki's mood to being affected by her ability. Ever since she awakened that superpower, she had been imagining the effects it would have. She thought too much, and her desire was too strong, so she naturally exaggerated the effects of the superpower. Moreover, this was her first time using the superpower, and she had no experience to draw on. Chapter 105, Encountering Qianxuan on the road. Is this the place? Sasha stood on tiptoe and looked at the vast pastures in front of her. It should be right. Qianxuan, who was walking at the end, put the aircraft into the space. According to Weiwei's words, the people should be nearby. 2 days have passed since the day when it snowed. Since Qianxuan's words, they have been on the road 24 hours without stopping, and the speed of the aircraft has been driven to the maximum. This morning, the snow that had fallen for 2 days and 2 nights finally stopped gradually. When Weiwei used the words, the chopsticks no longer pointed in the direction. It seemed that they were very close to the rescue target. Therefore, they took the deodorizing potion prepared by Qianxuan on the aircraft, and when the potion took effect, they walked out of the aircraft. That's what I said. Lu Zhi put on his hood and blew a breath, but the range seems to be too large, and it's a bit difficult to find people. It depends on me and Qianxuan. Until now, Sasha still wanted to laugh when she saw Qianxuan's full armor. My perspective and Qianxuan's mental scanning are still very convenient in finding people. Seeing the smile in Sasha's eyes that had not yet faded, Qianxuan was very depressed. There was no way, it was too cold outside, so she put on a scarf and gloves, and wore a thick woolen sweater and cotton padded jacket and trousers under her uniform. Although she didn't look bloated because of the cloak, you could still see clues if you looked carefully. Oh, this road is so difficult to walk on. His whole foot sank into the snow, screaming. The snow looks like it's several dozen centimeters thick. Qianxuan exclaimed. It was indeed snowing heavily this time, and now everything they saw was white. Because of this, the road became very difficult to walk on, and one would sink into the snow if not careful. Fortunately, they were all wearing leather boots, which were not easy to get wet. In the end, Qianxuan had an idea, and took out the skis, which did not affect their speed. Along the way, they tried their best to avoid encountering mutant animals, and ignored animal zombies when they encountered them. During this period, Sasha and Qianxuan took turns using perspective and mental scanning, but after more than an hour, they did not find any trace of living people. Why is there no survivor here? Yizin asked with a frown, looking at the empty houses. Qianxuan curled his lips. Is there any need to ask? Either they escaped, or they became food for mutant animals and animal zombies. Along the way, they began to have the mood to appreciate the snow scenery around them, but no matter how attractive the scenery was, they got tired of it after more than an hour. Wait. Sasha, who was using her special powers to search all the way, suddenly stopped at the door of a farm and shouted. Everyone was shocked. Did you find anyone? Sasha frowned. No, but I saw a tunnel connected to the basement in the farm in front of us. It doesn't look like it was originally there, but rather it looked like it was dug recently, and it was very rough. Then let's go in and take a look. Although a little disappointed, Qianxuan was still unwilling to miss any clues and suggested. Sasha's pupils turned from transparent back to black, but that tunnel has been flooded. Seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes, Sasha continued, the other end of the tunnel is connected to a nearby river. Then let's go and take a look at the intersection of the tunnel. Qianxuan decided. No one objected. Entering the farm, everyone followed Sasha through the front room and came to a dry well. Seeing Sasha's expression, everyone knew that the tunnel should be at the bottom of the well. Because Qianxuan is an earth-type ability user, he was asked to go down first to explore the way. 15 minutes later, just when everyone was a little worried, Qianxuan climbed up from the bottom of the well with a rope with excitement. The tunnel was dug by the earth-type ability. Qianxuan's eyes lit up. Are you sure? Of course. Qianxuan took the rope out of the dry well and put it into the space ring. Looking at the traces, there is no mistake. Qianxuan tightened the scarf around her neck. In that case, someone should have escaped through the tunnel into the river, but it may not be Brother Qi. Should we go to the river to look for him? She turned and asked Qianxuan. Qianxuan pondered for a while and said, let's go and take a look. It won't take much time anyway. If it is really a poisonous leopard, it would be a pity. The river was not far from the farm. After a few minutes walk, they arrived at the river. However, because it had snowed for 2 days, they did not see any special traces. Fortunately, Sasha activated her special abilities all the way. After walking along the river for a while, she found some mutant fish corpses on a boulder. Sure enough, they came ashore from the river. However, except for the corpses of these mutant fish, other traces were covered by the snow, and no one knew which direction they went. Qianxuan frowned as he looked at the surrounding terrain. The terrain near the river is not complicated. There are mountains to the south, and endless pastures in other places. If it were me, I would probably go up the mountain to hide and rest. Qianxuan said hesitantly. At this time, a crackling sound came from nowhere. Everyone was stunned, looked at each other, and walked lightly in the direction of the sound. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was embarrassed. I saw a hand stretched out from the snow in an open space at the foot of the mountain, struggling weakly. If it were just like this, it would definitely be terrifying, but although the snow on the ground was a bit thick, It was not enough to bury people, so they saw the person shivering under a thin layer of snow at a glance, and as his body trembled, most of the person's body, which was not covered tightly, was exposed. The clothes on the exposed body were very thin, and therefore, the person seemed to be frozen and weak, and he did not realize that the snow on his body was not thick. He thought he was buried in the snow, and was still struggling. That scene made people want to laugh. Zhuang Yuan concealed the unkind smile on his lips, walked forward, grabbed the hand, and pulled the person up. However, when he saw the face of the person sitting up, Zhuang Yuan lost his composure and screamed, "Mad Wolf!" Qianxuan, who was confused by the cold, heard his code name, and subconsciously looked up, also surprised. Night Owl. While speaking, he quickly tried to retreat, but failed because of his body's weakness. Zhuang Yuan had recovered from his surprise, and grabbed Qianxuan's hand. "Where is your captain?" His voice was anxious and worried. Seeing Qianxuan alone, Zhuang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, thinking that the poisonous leopard might really be dead. Qianxuan, who was not fully conscious, did not hear the worry in Zhuang Yuan's words, and looked alert. "Why are you asking Brother Qi?" He still remembered that the only time Night Owl and Brother Qi met was not friendly. Seeing the alertness in Qianxuan's eyes, Zhuang Yuan was relieved. Since he was still alert to him, it meant that the person was not dead. After all, if the person was really dead, this kid should be sad instead of alert. "Brother Zhuang, what's wrong?" At this time, Qianxuan, who heard Zhuang Yuan scream, stepped forward and asked. Sasha and others behind her also looked puzzled. "It's a good thing." Zhuang Yuan pointed at Qianxuan, who was still sitting on the snow, and laughed. "This kid is Poison Leopard's teammate." Hearing the conversation between the two, Qianxuan looked up, but happened to see Qianxuan walking over. He was immediately struck by lightning, and his still confused head became more and more clear. "Zhaozuan? Is it Zhaozuan?" He wouldn't be wrong. Although he had only seen the photo in Brother Qi's baby pendant box once, and his hair color and eye color were different, he would definitely not be wrong. Qianxuan felt a little dizzy. The person that Brother Qi had been looking for 10 years actually appeared in front of him like this. "Who are you?" Qianxuan took the initiative to ask. Fortunately, he was shivering with cold at this time, so he concealed the nervousness in his tone. Qianxuan didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to say hello to her. Although she was very resistant to Kimoki, it was difficult for her to have any dislike for the baby-faced boy who was shivering with cold in front of her. "Hello, I'm Wu Qianxuan." Qianxuan bent down and stretched out her hand with a gentle smile on her face. Qianxuan stretched out his hand and shook hands with Qianxuan as if normal, but his heart was in turmoil. "Wu Qianxuan, Wu Qianxuan, Wu Qianxuan." Not Zhaozuan, but Wu Qianxuan. No wonder Brother Qi couldn't find her. It turned out that the name was fake. She actually lied to Brother Qi. The villain in Qianxuan's heart was about to start cursing, but stopped abruptly. He seemed to remember. Brother Qi didn't tell his real name either. What is this? Is this a tacit understanding between lovers? Qianxuan silently complained in his heart. Chapter 106, Qianxuan's conflict. Just when Qianxuan was thinking about all kinds of things and even ignored the biting cold around him, a military coat was put on his head. He was stunned and looked up. Qianxuan smiled back at him. "Put it on, otherwise you will get sick." Hearing this, Qianxuan put on the military coat with trembling hands and feet. Feeling the warmth all over his body, Qianxuan, who has always been protected by Kimoki, although he is a little shrewd, but still a little naive about the ways of the world, couldn't help but sigh in his heart with emotion. She is worthy of being the woman that Brother Qi likes, who is many times stronger than Zualan. When he looked up again, Qianxuan found the dozen or so people behind him. He hesitated for a while. Logically, facing Yiziro, his former enemy and his accomplices, he should find a way to escape from them. However, there is Zhaozuan, who Brother Qi has been thinking about. No, it should be Wu Qianxuan. He wants to bring people to Brother Qi no matter what. Otherwise, take Wu Qianxuan as a hostage and escape. Qianxuan's eyes rolled, and he was thinking about the feasibility of the plan. However, he had not recovered his strength yet, so he needed to think about it carefully. Qianxuan didn't know what Qianxuan was thinking. She was introducing Sasha and others to Qianxuan. Having made up his mind, Chu Kuang smiled shyly. Just call me Chu Kuang. Kuang Lang is just my code name. Before everyone could say a few polite words, Zhuang Yuan on the side became impatient and interrupted. Okay, Kuang Lang, you should tell me the whereabouts of the poisonous leopard first. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly looked at Chu Kuang, waiting for his answer. Chu Kuang was startled, not understanding why Yi Zhao asked so directly. According to his usual cunning mind, shouldn't he have asked him questions without making any noise? Also, what's the matter with these people? He didn't remember that Brother Qi knew them, but it seemed that they wanted to know Brother Qi's whereabouts. Moreover, it seemed that there was no malicious intent. Even Wu Qianxuan was eagerly waiting for his answer. What was going on? Didn't she know that the poison leopard mentioned by Night Owl was Mo-Qi? Or did she know that she had come to find Brother Qi on purpose? For a moment, Chu Kuang's mind was in a mess. Why did you ask? Chu Kuang looked at Zhuang Yuan with a defensive look, but his eyes were always paying attention to Qianxuan's expression. Zhuang Yuan was stunned and suddenly remembered that the other party did not trust him. He paused and said with a serious expression on his face, "We are considered his relatives. We came to find the poison leopard on the orders of the elders in the family." This was all he could say, but it seemed a little hard to believe. Sure enough, the defensiveness on Chu Kuang's face did not decrease because of his words, and he was even more suspicious. Don't think I don't know that Brother Qi doesn't have relatives who are so close to him that they can run around for him. Why would I lie to you? Zhuang Yuan rubbed his eyebrows and pulled Lingling and Wei Wei out of the team. They are the two cousins of the poison leopard. Qi Moke's mother is Lingling and Wei Wei's aunt. Impossible. Chu Kuang retorted without any hesitation. I've never heard Brother Qi say that. He was raised by Brother Qi. Although he didn't know everything about Brother Qi's family, he had a general understanding of it. But he never knew that Brother Qi had a cousin, and he had never even heard of it. Zhuang Yuan sighed. That's because even Di Baozi himself doesn't know. Chu Kuang was a little confused. What does that mean? It's a long story. Anyway, you just need to know that we won't harm Du Baozi. Chu Kuang half believed and half doubted. Are you all Brother Qi's relatives? As he said that, his eyes swept across everyone and stayed on Qianxuan for half a second. At the same time, he nervously muttered to himself, don't answer yes, otherwise, Brother Qi is. That what? No. Before Chu Kuang could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhuang Yuan pointed at Liangshu, Lin Hui and Lin En and said, they are not. As for the others, they are more or less related to Du Baozi by blood. For example, my grandmother is the biological sister of Du Baozi's grandfather. What about her? Chu Kuang swallowed and pointed at Qianxuan tremblingly. Qianxuan didn't know why the other party asked her alone, but she thought about it and said, my great-great-grandmother and great-aunt are both daughters of the Qi family. Chu Kuang carefully calculated in his heart. Fortunately, Brother Qi and Wu Qianxuan were not closely related by blood. He glanced at the expressions of the younger people such as Lingling, Wei Wei, Yi Xin, Yuan Chang, Lu Chen, and Lu Zhi. They were very frank and did not feel guilty. Either they didn't know, or those words were true. Qianxuan didn't think much about it, but Shasha and others were imagining why Chu Kuang specifically asked Qianxuan. Zhuang Yuan even cursed Chu Kuang in his heart for being a pervert at such a young age. He quietly sandwiched between the two of them, separating them. Okay, now you can tell us the whereabouts of the poisonous leopard. Zhuang Yuan's words were filled with anger that was not there before. Brat, you are so brave. You dare to covet his sister at such a young age. Chu Kuang was still hesitant, not knowing whether he should believe the group of people in front of him. Qianxuan and others were a little anxious. The weather was so bad, they wanted to find someone earlier and go back to help earlier. Oh, what are you dawdling about? Yuan Chang couldn't help but yelled madly. Qianxuan sighed and said, you are just afraid that we will harm Brother Qi. But think about it, although Brother Zhuang and Brother Qi have had conflicts, it is not a deep hatred. Now is the end of the world. Do you have food or water? As for us, can we run all the way from the capital to here to harm people? Or, do you think we are like murderers? Hearing Qianxuan calling him Brother Qi, Chu Kuang was very entangled. She didn't seem to know that brother Qi was Mo-Qi. Should he say it out? No, now he doesn't know her attitude towards brother Qi. What if he scares him away? When Qianxuan finished speaking, Chu Kuang carefully calculated that it seemed to be true. In addition, because Qianxuan was Zhao Zuan, that Qi Mo-Qi was looking for, he subconsciously trusted her more. However, Chu Kuang didn't know that the trusting look he thought he saw in Qianxuan was a secret love in the eyes of Zhuang Yuan and others, and he was extremely bold. Seeing that Chu Kuang did not refute Qianxuan's words, Zhuang Yuan quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "Okay, now can you tell me where Du Baozi is?" Chu Kuang said embarrassedly, "Actually, I don't know either. I got separated from brother Qi." "What did you say?" Everyone sang in disbelief. "You don't know? Don't you know that you acted so serious before and that you were just playing a trick on us?" Seeing that everyone's faces were getting uglier and uglier, Chu Kuang was frightened and said anxiously, "But I know brother Qi is on the mountain." Everyone took a few deep breaths of cold air before suppressing the desire to beat people. "Then how did you get separated?" Zhuang Yuan asked stiffly. Chu Kuang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "When we were climbing the mountain, there was too much snow, and I accidentally slipped down the mountain." "Would you slip down the mountain so easily? Didn't Du Baozi come back to find you?" Zhuang Yuan knew that the baby-faced boy in front of him was not bad in skills, and with Du Baozi's usual protectiveness, he would not easily abandon his teammates. "I was carrying a teammate on my back, and I leaned against a tree trunk when I was tired." Who knew that the dead tree trunk was already brittle and broke all of a sudden? "I was caught off guard and only had time to throw my teammate on my back up, but I rolled down." Chu Kuang touched his nose awkwardly. He didn't expect that being lazy for a moment would almost cost him his life. "As for brother Qi not coming back to find me, it's probably because the teammate I was carrying was not in good condition and they couldn't delay. They had to find a place to stay as soon as possible. When they find a temporary place to stay, brother Qi should come down the mountain to find me. So according to you, we just need to wait here?" Sasha, who always loves to be lazy, brightened her eyes. "No." Qianxuan glared at Sasha, looking at Chu Kuang's clothes. "You can tell that they don't have any warm clothes at all. We'd better find someone as soon as possible." Hearing Qianxuan's words, Chu Kuang's eyes lit up. Sure enough, she was his sister-in-law, and she was thoughtful. Fortunately, he only thought about it in his mind and did not say it out loud. Therefore, Zhuang Yuan and others looked at him with more and more ferocious eyes. They felt that this boy was too arrogant. His eyes were so blatant that he simply did not take them seriously. Chapter 107 Mental Strength Damage. On the White Mountain, more than a dozen people were climbing up the mountain. Qianxuan jumped onto a platform lightly, took a breath, and complained, "This mountain is difficult to climb, and with the soft snow, it's hard to find a foothold." "That's right." Sasha kicked the snow at her feet hard, and the snow mixed with mud and rocks fell down the mountain. "Also, it's obviously a mountain, but there's not a single green to be seen. Since the plants began to mutate, they rarely see green. Even if they see it, it's just a few mutated plants, and it's hard to see the lush scenery of the past." At first, they didn't feel it, but after a long time, they began to miss the grass and trees that they used to take for granted. Sasha's kick was casual, but Zhuang Yuan on the side was frightened, fearing that something might happen to Sasha. Seeing that she was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and angrily scolded, "Can't you be more obedient? The snow is fine, why are you kicking it?" His words were too subtle, and Sasha didn't hear any concern. She just felt that his anger came out of nowhere. But seeing Zhuang Yuan's gloomy face, she was still a little scared and didn't dare to be too presumptuous, so she snorted and turned her head away. Looking at the upset Sasha, Zhuang Yuan's face flashed with helplessness, a little annoyed that he had a bad tone before, but he was still a little angry in his heart and didn't immediately coax her like before. Qianxuan and others on the side laughed. "Are they always like this?" Chu Kuang asked curiously. He didn't expect that Yuzhao, who has always been cunning and arrogant, would also be angry with his girlfriend. Qianxuan tilted her head and smiled. "Now that you ask me, I realize that they are indeed developing into a pair of happy enemies recently." Thinking of how Sasha who used to blush and tremble when she saw Zhuang Yuan, could now naturally lose her temper with Zhuang Yuan. Qianxuan was sincerely happy for her friend. Chu Kuang stared blankly at the tenderness enjoying Qianxuan's eyes. Gradually, these eyes overlapped with the wide-open eyes of the girl in the photo of Brother Qi's pendant box. They were obviously different colors and flashed different emotions, but they gave him an indescribable feeling of the sameness. It was like the moonlight penetrating the clouds, and like the blurred and warm lights of thousands of homes in the city. It was not fierce, nor gorgeous, but faintly seemed to be able to see into people's hearts. In an instant, Chu Kuang understood why Kimoki fell in love with Wu Qianxuan. It had nothing to do with appearance or temperament, but it just happened that only Wu Qianxuan caught Kimoki's eye. As for Wu Qianxuan, at first glance, she was just pretty and gentle. After getting to know her for a while, I felt that my previous understanding of her was too superficial, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I always felt that something seemed to be overlooked under her calmness. Except for the hair color and eye color, you look almost exactly like a girl named Zhao Zuan. When Chu Kuang came to his senses, he couldn't take back what he had said. He was nervous, afraid that Qianxuan would be angry or suspicious, but at the same time he was looking forward to Qianxuan's reaction. But he still looked like he would ask this question casually. When she heard the long-lost name, Qianxuan's mind went blank for a moment, but she didn't show anything on her face. She said lightly, "The Zhao Zuan you are talking about should be me. I went to school in S City under this name 10 years ago. Did you see me in the group photo of the school?" She thought about it and realized that she had only taken a group photo during a school social event. Even though she knew that Wu Qianxuan was Zhao Zuan a long time ago, Chu Kuang was still inevitably excited when he heard the other party admitted in person, and his heart beat faster. "Hey, why did you change your name?" Chu Kuang asked with a curious look on his face. He was really curious. At the same time, he deliberately ignored Qianxuan's question. Qianxuan didn't care, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "There is no special reason. It's just that I was young at that time, and I felt that the surname Wu was not very good. It was strange and not smooth. Moreover, I envied those classmates with single names at that time, so I used my mother's surname and changed my name to Zhao Zuan. At that time, I thought it was quite fresh." Thinking of the youthful frivolity at that time, it really makes people miss it. Of course, what she didn't say was that the biggest reason was that she was very resentful of her name. Qianxuan remembered very clearly that the kindergarten she attended when she was a child had a very strange tradition. In addition to teaching children simple arithmetic and singing, the kindergarten at that time did not teach simple English conversations, singing, arithmetic, musical instruments, and new words like the kindergartens now. It just happened that the teachers in that kindergarten liked to let the children go home and ask their parents to teach them to write their own names. After the children learned it, they often assigned them homework to copy their own names, usually writing one page for each character in their name in a grid exercise book. At this time, the children with single names have an advantage, and they have to write 1/3 less homework than the children with double names. It would be fine if it happened occasionally, but they have to do this kind of homework almost every week. In this way, after 2 years, Qianxuan has been very resentful of her name. Fortunately, she did not say this reason, otherwise Chu Kuang would definitely vomit blood. Just the content she said was enough to make Chu Kuang feel embarrassed. Dare you be more unreliable? If Brother Qi knew that this was the culprit that caused him to not be able to find someone for 10 years, he would definitely cry. Really? Qianxuan and Chu Kuang, who were immersed in their own thoughts, did not see Zhuang Yuan in front of them turn around and look at them meaningfully. Zhuang Yuan had never heard of Qianxuan's name change. Of course, he did not think Qianxuan was lying, but he was sensitive enough to find that there seemed to be something important about Qianxuan that he did not know. Especially at this sensitive time 10 years ago, he remembered that Qianxuan's temperament suddenly changed at that time. At that time, if the elders had not spoken, they would not have let it go. Moreover, Zhuang Yuan glanced at Sasha, who was still angry with him. His little fiancé must be an insider. Qianxuan didn't know what Chu Kuang was thinking. Seeing that he stopped talking, He didn't say anything and just tried to climb up. After waiting for a long time, Chu Kuang's cautious voice sounded beside him. Sister Zuan, you are so beautiful, you should be married, or you should have a boyfriend who is ready to get married, right? He followed Lu Zhi and others to call Qianxuan. In fact, he wanted to call her sister-in-law, but he was afraid of scaring people away. This time, the caution on his face was not fake. He was really afraid that Qianxuan would say something powerful again. Hearing what he said, Qianxuan remembered the person they were looking for along the way, Kimoki, who was now on this mountain, and her mood suddenly became a little bad. No, neither married nor boyfriend. But there may be one soon. Qianxuan didn't say the last sentence. Although Chu Kuang could tell that Qianxuan was in a bad mood for some reason, he could not care less. His heart was full of surprises. He felt that God had been playing a trick on Brother Qi for 10 years, and finally planned to give him some sweet treats to show its fairness. After that, the two stopped talking and just kept on going. At almost noon, they finally climbed halfway up the mountain. Zuan, use your mental power to scan it. Zuan Yuan ordered. Mental power scan? What is that? Is it Wu Qianxuan's ability? Chu Kuang on the side looked at Qianxuan curiously. Hearing this, Qianxuan closed her eyes, radiated her mental power, and searched carefully inch by inch. After a long while, Qianxuan saw a hidden gap in the mountains. The gap was not big, and only one person could pass through. What concerned her was that there seemed to be some messy footprints at the mouth of the gap. As soon as she probed her mental power in, she was bounced back by the huge force. In the dim cave, Kimoki, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the crack at the entrance for a while. After a while, seeing no movement, he closed his eyes again. However, for some reason, the peace in his heart seemed to be broken, and he felt a little irritated. With a wow, Qianxuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Her previous internal injuries had not healed, and now her mental strength was damaged. When she was not prepared, the internal strength in her body that had not been fully gathered was diverted, and the half-healed injuries almost returned to the time when she was injured 3 days ago. Everyone was startled by Qianxuan vomiting blood without any warning, and they all surrounded her worriedly. Chapter 108, Devil. Chu Kuang was frightened by the sudden change in front of him. If Brother Qi knew that his beloved had an accident under his nose, he would have to suffer for a while. Ignoring the panic of the crowd, Qianxuan calmed down the blood in her chest, wiped the blood stains from the corners of her mouth, endured the severe pain in her brain, and said weakly, "It's okay, I was careless." The voice was empty and weak. This was the first time in her life that her mental power was damaged. She had a splitting headache and couldn't stop nausea and vomiting in her mouth. She was very uncomfortable. Qianxuan's face was pale and sweaty. The whole person was like being fished out of the water. Her lips were bloodless and her facial features were wrinkled in pain. "What's going on?" Zuan Yuan frowned and asked worriedly. Liang Shu, who was standing next to her, had put his hand on Qianxuan's wrist without saying anything. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "The recuperation of the past few days has been in vain." When everyone heard this, they stared at Qianxuan and waited for her to explain. Qianxuan raised her hand and rubbed her temple with difficulty. "Maybe I encountered a superpower that can restrain my mental power, and I was accidentally bounced back, and I was injured." Qianxuan raised his eyes and said in a grim tone, "Where is the person?" His words were concise, and he was extremely angry. Qianxuan knew that she was asking about the superpower who hurt her, and shook her head with difficulty, saying, "I'm afraid you can't attack the other party. If I'm not mistaken, the superpower is either Brother Qi or his teammate." After saying this, his breathing began to become heavy. When everyone heard this, they felt very suffocated. Suddenly, thinking of another Chu Kuang in their team, their eyes pierced towards him. Facing the unfriendly eyes, Chu Kuang shrank his shoulders. Although he didn't understand all of their previous conversation, he knew the general meaning. At this time, he didn't understand whose superpower hurt his sister-in-law, but the matter was so mysterious, and after thinking about it, it could only be Brother Qi or Ai Lan. Although he knew it shouldn't be the case, Chu Kuang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was like this, otherwise, he would definitely not be able to explain to Brother Qi. At the same time, he kept praying in his heart, hoping that it was Zualan. At this time, Qianxuan took the water that Sasha handed him, rinsed the fishy smell in his mouth, and then said, "There is a very hidden crevice in the rocks on the back of the mountain about 6 kilometers away. Brother Qi should be there." After finally finishing such a long sentence, Qianxuan's consciousness was already a little scattered, and he said weakly, "I can't hold on any longer, let me sleep for a while." Before he finished speaking, he had already lost consciousness and fell backwards. Sasha quickly stepped forward to hug Qianxuan's body, looked at Zhuang Yuan and asked, "How is it? Do you still need to find someone?" There was a lot of dissatisfaction in her tone. "Go, why not?" Zhuang Yuan gritted his teeth. He couldn't go against the old man's words, but he wouldn't let the poisonous leopard go lightly because of this. At this time, he had forgotten that he still needed to persuade the other party to go back with them, and his heart and eyes only wanted to beat him up to vent Qianxuan's anger. After that, Zhuang Yuan took the lead, and Sasha followed behind her, using her supernatural power to explore the gap in the rocks that Qianxuan mentioned. Qianxuan carried Qianxuan on his back, and the others followed behind in a mighty and quiet manner. More than an hour later, after several turns, everyone stood in front of a gap in the rocks that could only accommodate one person. "Is it here?" Yixing confirmed to Sasha. Sasha, who had used her supernatural power a little too much, wiped the sweat from her head and said, "It won't be wrong this time. There is an unknown energy at the mouth of the gap that blocked my perspective supernatural power. Zuan should have been rebounded by that energy before." "That's good, let's go in." Zhuang Yuan took the lead and walked forward. Hearing this, everyone followed him without objection. Just as they reached the mouth of the gap, a black knife light suddenly slashed at Zhuang Yuan, and it looked like it was going to cut Zhuang Yuan in half. "Brother Qi, don't." Chu Kuang immediately saw that it was Qi Moqi who made the move, and shouted loudly. However, his words were too late. Although the momentum of the black longsword slowed down, it could not be stopped. However, Zhuang Yuan was not a pushover. Because of Sasha behind him, although he could not retreat, he quickly pulled out a dagger from his waist and blocked the longsword. With a ding sound, the longsword and the dagger collided. Neither of them gave in. In the stalemate, the two looked up at each other. Night owl. Poison leopard? The former was surprised, while the latter was vicious. Qi Moqi naturally heard the unkindness in Zhuang Yuan's words, and inexplicably, he looked at Chu Kuang who had just spoken. Facing the doubt in Qi Moqi's eyes, Chu Kuang's body stiffened slightly, and he did not speak for a long time. At this time, the people behind Zhuang Yuan began to look at Qi Moqi in front of them curiously, and Sasha looked at him from head to toe like a searchlight. Anyone who was being stared at by more than 10 people would feel uncomfortable, but Qi Moqi was so calm that he didn't even blink, just patiently waiting for Chu Kuang to speak. After several criticisms, Sasha had to admit that the man in front of her was top-notch in both appearance and temperament, and his strength seemed to be not weak either. He was qualified to be with Qianxuan, but unfortunately, at this time, Chu Kuang, who had been stared at by Qi Moqi, could no longer bear it. He turned his eyes and pointed at Qianxuan on Qianxuan's back and asked for credit. "Brother Qi, who do you think that is?" Qi Moqi looked in the direction he pointed casually, and when he saw the half of Qianxuan's face on his shoulder, that made him dream. His eyes suddenly widened. Zuan. The voice was very soft, but full of ecstasy. As soon as the voice fell, the long sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, but he completely ignored it, and the whole person passed Zhuang Yuan and Sasha like lightning. Seeing the man suddenly appearing in front of him, Qianxuan's pupils shrank, and he threw a small invisible bomb at Qi Moqi. But he didn't expect Qi Moqi to not care about his own danger at all, and let the bomb explode a bowl-sized wound in his abdomen without dodging. He seemed to feel no pain and still didn't stop. Qianxuan was stunned, and when he came to his senses, Qianxuan on his back had been snatched into Qi Moqi's arms. "Give my sister back to me," Qianxuan said angrily. Qi Moqi didn't seem to hear it. He trembled and stroked the face of the person in his arms, inch by inch, and the heart in his chest beat faster and faster. In the end, tears flowed from his eyes. It was real, not a dream. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. Zhuang Yuan, who had stumbled and almost fell because of Kimoki's sudden abandonment of the knife, finally stood still. As soon as he looked up, he saw the scene of Kimoki holding Qianxuan and crying, and was shocked. "What's going on?" he asked in a trance. But no one answered him. Here, seeing Kimoki holding Qianxuan tightly, Qianxuan was furious and quickly stepped forward to grab Qianxuan. Kimoki lowered his head, his eyes never leaving Qianxuan in his arms, but he seemed to have seen Qianxuan's movements, and he jumped away a few steps every time he approached. Qianxuan couldn't even touch the corner of Qianxuan's clothes, let alone grab Qianxuan. How old is Qianxuan? When has he ever suffered such a loss? The anger in his heart was getting higher and higher. If he hadn't taken into account that Qianxuan was in the hands of the other party, he would have thrown a bomb long ago. Others were also very angry and wanted to go up to help, but considering Qianxuan's pride, he definitely didn't want them to intervene and was in a dilemma. Poison leopard, what do you mean by this? Zhuang Yuan's voice was gloomy and weird, full of storms. No, Zhuang Yuan is going to go crazy. Lu Zhi and others who knew Zhuang Yuan looked at the increasingly cheerful smile on Zhuang Yuan's face and shuddered. Even Qianxuan, although dissatisfied, stopped chasing Kimoki and stood aside waiting to watch the show. Kimoki, however, still acted on his own, as if he didn't hear Zhuang Yuan's words at all. He just hugged Qianxuan tightly, as if he was possessed by a demon. Zhuang Yuan was furious when he saw this, but he smiled even more happily. Before he could explode, the voice of Sasha, who had been silent since she saw Kimoki hugging Qianxuan and crying, suddenly rang out. "Kimoki, Moki, you are Moki." Sasha's eyes widened, and she looked at Kimoki with disbelief in her eyes. Kimoki still ignored her. Sasha didn't need his answer anymore, as she already had the answer in her heart. She remembered that it was because of meeting this man that Qianxuan had suffered all the pain that she shouldn't have experienced. The reason why Qianxuan was now unconscious and pale was most likely because of him. For a moment, she was furious. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. Qianxuan wakes up. As luck would have it, just when Sasha had nowhere to vent her anger, Kimoki, who was holding Qianxuan, was standing half a meter away from her. She rushed up without thinking. In fact, Kimoki's condition at this time was not very good. He had not really eaten enough since half a month ago. Even after entering this mountain, he left the meat of the mutant animals he killed to Renyu and Renjiang, who were seriously injured. He only ate half full. In addition, he was only wearing a thin shirt in such cold weather. It was a good thing that he didn't get sick from the cold. To make matters worse, he was injured by Qianxuan's explosion without dodging, and he didn't bandage the wound at all. After that, he was still exercising while being chased by Qianxuan. Under the blood circulation, the blood in the wound flowed faster. So, when he saw Sasha rushing over, his head was dizzy, and it was too late to dodge. He subconsciously thought that the other party wanted to snatch Qianxuan away, so he hugged Qianxuan tightly. But she didn't expect. Sasha slapped Kimoki with all her strength. The force was so great that Kimoki took several steps back. His back hit the stone wall before he stopped. A red handprint appeared on his left cheek. Qianxuan, who was standing beside him, was anxious and wanted to step forward, but was held tightly by Yuan Chang, who was standing next to him. This slap made Kimoki wake up from his previous madness. His eyes regained clarity. He didn't care about the burning pain on his left face. He first confirmed that Qianxuan in his arms was fine, then slowly raised his head and shot his sharp eyes at Sasha. The anger in her heart made Sasha not afraid at all at this moment, and she glared back at Kimoki fiercely. Seeing this, Kimoki curled his lips, took a few steps forward, and stretched out his hand to hook Sasha's chin. It's not that Sasha didn't want to dodge, but she couldn't dodge. Obviously, the other party's movements were not fast, and it seemed that he stretched out casually. When she came to her senses, her chin had been pinched. Seeing the obvious hooligan action of the other party, Sasha was completely furious. Damn, this man is really not a good thing. He was affectionate to Qianxuan just now, but he turned around and teased her. This is intolerable. Just when Sasha wanted to slap Kimoki in the face, Qianxuan's eyes shrank. Seeing that Kimoki's wrist seemed to move, he rushed forward and pulled Sasha behind him. Before he could think, Sasha was angry, thinking that Qianxuan was trying to stop her from slapping Kimoki again. Why did you pull me? Didn't you see that he wanted to tease me just now? It's okay if you don't help me, but why are you stopping me? His tone was unprecedentedly bad. Shut up. Qianxuan, who was almost scared to death, was also angry. Which eye of yours saw that he was going to tease you? He was going to break your neck. As he said, he was afraid that she would rush up again, so he held her hand tightly. Seeing Kimoki's action just now, Qianxuan felt terrible in his heart. He knew that the usual way of killing people was to pinch the enemy's chin and use the clever twist of the wrist and the huge wrist strength to break the neck. This way of killing is also very famous in the underworld. Sasha was confused for a long time before she understood what Qianxuan meant. Her body froze, and she looked at Kimoki with fear. Except for Qianxuan, everyone else was horrified when they heard Qianxuan's words, and they looked at Kimoki with vigilance. This man is really terrible. Kimoki didn't care about those looks, raised his eyebrows, and said to Qianxuan, "Get out of here with your woman." Qianxuan was so angry that he almost died, but he suddenly remembered the purpose of their trip and could only hold back his anger. When everyone was in a stalemate, a thinly dressed woman appeared in the gap between the rocks. Her hair was dry and messy, her face was pale and unhealthy, and there was an abrupt red handprint on her left cheek. She was standing there at this moment, pressing the bloody wound on her abdomen with one hand, looking at Qianxuan, who was held in Kimoki's arms with disbelief. Who else could it be, if not Qianxuan? Qianxuan stared at Qianxuan. Impossible. How could she appear here? Shouldn't she? It is often said that lovers are in tune with each other. However, when Kimoki appeared, Qianxuan did not react at all. When Qianxuan appeared, Qianxuan suddenly woke up and looked straight in the direction of Qianxuan. Kimoki had not had time to be happy, and he followed Qianxuan's gaze and saw the woman Qianxuan, and immediately began to regret. If he had known earlier, he would have dealt with Qianxuan at the beginning to save Qianxuan from meeting her. With Qianxuan's protection and trust in her in the past, she would definitely be deceived and used by her again. But now that Qianxuan has seen Qianxuan, it is a bit difficult to deal with. Qianxuan never likes her to say bad things about Qianxuan. If he dealt with Qianxuan now, Qianxuan would definitely stop him. By then, there will definitely be another quarrel. Just when Kimoki was thinking about how to secretly get rid of Qianxuan without being discovered by Qianxuan, he suddenly felt a sticky sensation on his arm. He looked down and was almost scared to death. Qianxuan. His tone was full of fear. Qianxuan was still staring at Qianxuan, not blinking for a moment, but she was spitting blood from her mouth, and it seemed that she would never stop. Hearing Kimoki's cry, everyone else looked over and saw Qianxuan's chest soaked in blood. Qianxuan. Sasha didn't care about being afraid of Kimoki and quickly ran to Qianxuan. The others were a step slower and followed. Qianxuan felt that she couldn't feel anything. Her eyes were full of the woman who she would not mistake, even if she turned into ashes. The tormenting dull pain in her head, the churning in her chest, and the discomfort all over her body were far away from her at this moment. She didn't hear Kimoki and Sasha calling her at all. She had repeatedly thought about how she would feel when she met Qianxuan again. She had guessed excitement, hatred, sadness, pain, madness, but she never thought that she would be so calm after the incident actually happened. She thought she was calm, at least she didn't cry or roar, but in the eyes of Kimoki and other bystanders, it was not the case. In their opinion, Qianxuan was very wrong at this time. She was still the same, but she seemed to have lost her soul. Qianxuan began to struggle in Kimoki's arms, trying to stand on the ground. She didn't have much strength, but Kimoki had to let go because he was afraid of hurting her. After landing on the ground, Qianxuan didn't move. She first took out a painkiller from the space. She unplugged the lid of the crystal bottle, tilted her head back and slowly drank the light red liquid. During this period, her eyes never left Zualan. Feeling all the pain in her body recede like a tide, Qianxuan walked towards Zualan. Her steps were slow, but very steady, with unprecedented firmness and momentum. Qianxuan's mouth curled up into a faint smile. After 10 years, I finally see you again, Zualan. Her voice was very light, and it disappeared without a trace when the wind blew. But the people around her were not ordinary people, so they naturally did not miss that sentence. Others were confused, but Sasha suddenly widened her eyes. That woman is Zualan. As soon as she finished speaking, Sasha suddenly turned her head and looked at Kimoki. How could you be with Zualan? At this time, the anger in her heart had overshadowed her fear of Kimoki. Hearing Sasha's ambiguous words, Kimoki frowned slightly and did not answer. In Sasha's eyes, his silence was a tacit agreement, which was a great blow. So she accused Kimoki. How could you be with the woman who harmed Qianxuan? After saying that, the tears in her eyes fell uncontrollably. Hearing this, even a fool would know what happened that year that he didn't know, not to mention that Kimoki was not only not stupid, but also very smart. Kimoki was just about to question Sasha when he saw that Qianxuan and Zualan were very close in front of him. Zualan looked at Zhaozuan, who was walking towards her step by step, and felt inexplicably frightened. She felt that every step Zhaozuan took was stepping on her breath, and as she got closer and closer, she was almost out of breath. She looked up and saw that Zhaozuan was not much different from 10 years ago. Even though she was pale, she was still so beautiful, attracting the attention of everyone around her, making her damn jealous of everything about her. Unlike the playful smile 10 years ago, she now had a soft smile on her lips, but her eyes were unfathomably deep. Chapter 110. The secret of 10 years ago. No matter how scared and uneasy Zualan was, at this moment, facing Qianxuan, who was already so close, whether it was for her inner unwillingness or pride, she could not, and was willing to retreat a little bit. Zualan calmed down her emotions, put on a gentle smile, and was about to say hello. But Qianxuan didn't give her a chance at all, and stretched out a hand to quickly strangle her neck. Zualan was stunned. It's not her fault. In her memory, except for not giving Emoki to her, Zhaozuan was as good as she could be. She never thought that there would be such a day when Zhaozuan wanted to strangle her to death without saying a word. Why? For no reason. Qianxuan understood the meaning revealed in Zualan's wide eyes, but she wanted to laugh. How can you still act so innocent? Question mark. After killing my child, how can you still act so innocent? Question mark. Zuan Yuan and others behind him looked at each other, not understanding what the woman had done to make the usually gentle Qianxuan want to strangle her to death without saying a word. Sasha watched Qianxuan crying like that, but she didn't want to miss it. She wanted to see her friend walk out of the shadow of 10 years ago, and walk out of the deep hatred that had tortured her for 10 years. Kimoki seemed to think of something, frowned, and glanced at Zualan, who was struggling painfully under Qianxuan's hands with a dark look. His figure flashed and appeared between Qianxuan and Zualan. Looking at Qianxuan, who was still looking at Zualan without blinking, Kimoki reached out and pried open her hand that was pinching Zualan's neck little by little, moving carefully for fear of hurting her at all. After breathing fresh air again, Zualan sat on the ground weakly, and for a long time, she looked up at Kimoki steadily. There was no gratitude or emotion in her eyes, but fear in her bones. 10 years was enough for Zualan to understand how deep and persistent Emoki's love for Zhaozuan was, so much so that at this time she had forgotten her original confidence in her supernatural powers. She clearly understood that Emoki would never go against Zhaozuan's wishes for her. He would only do so because he wanted something from her. As for what he wanted besides Zhaozuan, what means would Emoki use? Just look at the torture she had received in the past 10 years. Zualan could endure all kinds of torture that others could not endure for Emoki, but it did not mean that she was willing to be trampled by Emoki in front of Zhaozuan. In her heart, anyone could see her fall into the mud, only Zhaozuan could not. So, she looked at Kimoki with fear and pleading at this time. She was begging him to leave her the last and only dignity. Unfortunately, Zuelan understood these, but Qianxuan did not. She looked up blankly at the person who stopped her from strangling Zuelan. Seeing the face she had met in a dream not long ago, Qianxuan's mind suffered a huge shock. She felt that her mind was blank, nothing, only Emoki's action of prying her hands apart before was replayed in her mind over and over again. She thought she might never see Emoki again in this life, but now Emoki is standing in front of her. She imagined all kinds of scenes of the two meeting, but she didn't expect that it would be Emoki who stopped her from killing Zuelan. She thought a lot about Emoki, but she didn't expect it to be like this. There was no surprise, no crying, and no hug. Qianxuan just stared at Emoki. Kimoki didn't know what Qianxuan was thinking. He was looking at his own reflection in Zuan's eyes at this moment, full of joy and satisfaction. Qianxuan thought that Emoki would open his mouth to explain his behavior, but she didn't expect that he would just not have the intention to open his mouth. How could she have thought that Kimoki had almost forgotten the existence of Zuelan at this time, and her heart and eyes were all about her? Qianxuan was a human, not a god, so no matter how strong she was, after 10 years of psychological torture, when she suddenly saw Zuelan, and was about to get what she wanted, although she couldn't see it on her face, her emotions were actually stretched to the limit. Kimoki's sudden appearance and his action to stop her from taking revenge were like a knife stabbing into her heart, making her feel miserable. As expected, Qianxuan's emotions collapsed uncontrollably. Big tears fell from Qianxuan's eyes, but she seemed unaware and grabbed Kimoki's shirt on his chest. Anyone can stop me, but how can it be you? How can you stop me from killing the enemy who killed our child? She shouted at the top of her lungs, as mournful as a dying swan. Qianxuan's words were like a blow to the head, leaving Kimoki stunned in place. What child? Our child? His and Zuan's child? Question mark? He suddenly remembered the words Zuan hadn't finished saying in that dream. Arki, the child. Could it be that she was talking about their child? That he and Zuan had a child who was killed by Zuelan? Kimoki's mood at this moment was particularly complicated, with shock, joy, anger, pain, and sorrow. Yuan and others were even more shocked. When did Qianxuan have a child, and how come they never knew about it? Yuan grabbed Sasha's hand. What happened to Qianxuan 10 years ago? Tell me clearly. At this time, he was really angry. Such a big thing happened, but he didn't know anything about it. Did he take him seriously? Sasha cried and messed up, just like Qianxuan said. It was her and Kimoki's child. She was beaten by street thugs instigated by Zuelan less than 4 weeks into the pregnancy, causing miscarriage. As soon as Sasha finished speaking, everyone cast their angry eyes on Zuelan, who was slumped on the ground. Kimoki's eyes were like knives, stabbing Zuelan's heart. What child? At this time, it was Zuelan who raised her head in a daze, with a blank look in her eyes, not like she was lying. Everyone was stunned and looked at Sasha, but saw that she shook her head to indicate that she didn't know, so she turned to look at Qianxuan. Qianxuan smiled softly. Indeed, I didn't even know I was pregnant at the time, so you couldn't have known, or maybe you just wanted those thugs to teach me a lesson? The gentle words were full of sarcasm. Hearing her words, Zuelan frowned slightly, as if she suddenly remembered something. Her eyes suddenly widened. Could it be? How is it? Did you remember? Qianxuan's words were gentle, but they made people feel cold. I didn't mean it. Zuelan cried out. I didn't expect it. I didn't know. I have already made an agreement with him. I was going to let you go. At the end, she was already incoherent. Zuelan likes to calculate people, but it doesn't mean that she is a complete villain. At least she wasn't 10 years ago. Her friendship with Zuan was not pure from the beginning. She had used and envied Zuan in various ways, but she was not unmoved by Zuan's heartfelt kindness and unconditional trust in her. She had originally made up her mind to destroy Zuan, and then slowly snatch Emoki from Zuan bit by bit. But when someone suddenly appeared and told her that they could cooperate and separate her and Emoki without hurting Zuan, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and changed her original plan without hesitation. Those street thugs were actually her sincere gift to the man, giving him a chance to be a hero and save a beautiful girl, but she didn't expect She remembered that the man called her later and warned her sternly not to appear in front of Zhao Zuan again. She didn't take it seriously at the time, thinking that he wanted to cut off contact with her in order not to reveal his true intentions after getting what he wanted. Now think about it. In Zuelan's original idea, she had done her best for Zhao Zuan and had nothing to do with her, but in the end, Qi pulled Zuelan up from the ground. Him? Who are you talking about? As he guessed in his heart, with Qianxuan's personality, she would not get to the bottom of anything too much, and it was easy for fish to slip through the net. Everyone looked at Zuelan with confusion. According to what she said, it seemed that there was another accomplice. Zuelan let Qi pull her collar without struggling, and did not hide anything after hearing it, and said truthfully, Rang Ruoqian. The man's name is Rang Ruoqian. He came to me on his own, and we agreed that Zhao Zuan would be his, and Emoki would be mine. He said that he would stop Zhao Zuan from appearing in front of Emoki, and I would hold Emoki back from looking for Zhao Zuan. So, she always thought that Zhao Zuan should have been with that man all these years. So, although she hated Zhao Zuan's position in Emoki's heart, she had long since stopped considering her as a threat. If it weren't for Emoki's various ruthless tortures for Zhao Zuan, she would have probably forgotten about her long ago, and would not have been obsessed with wanting to take revenge on Zhao Zuan for the torture Emoki had inflicted on her. Zuelan loved Emoki, so no matter how badly Emoki treated her, she couldn't hate Emoki, but she was a human being, and she would want to vent, so she could only transfer all her hatred to Zhao Zuan. Hearing the name Rang Ruoqian, Kimoki's eyes flashed with astonishment, and then he was furious, which made his dark and deep eyes clearer, but made people who saw him feel suffocated for no reason. Does Rang Ruoqian like Qianxuan? Shasha asked Zuelan. Hearing this question, Zuelan smiled. No, not like, but love. Rang Ruoqian's feelings for Zhao Zuan can only be described in 2 words, crazy. After a pause, she looked at Qianxuan, her eyes full of unwillingness and jealousy. So I'm jealous. What is so good about you that can make 2 such excellent men crazy about you? Why do you get all the good things? Qianxuan ignored her words, looked at her and said lightly, what's the use of you saying these? I don't care whether Rang Ruoqian participated in killing my child. I will check it myself later. But one thing is not wrong, whether it is intentional or not, you must be one of the murderers. Then, you must die. As she said, Qianxuan stretched out her hand to Zuelan again, but was stopped by a hand. Qianxuan turned her head and her heart sank. She said to Kimoki coldly, at this point, you still want to stop me? Chapter 111. Death of Zuelan. Facing Qianxuan's questioning, Kimoki frowned, grabbed her wrist, and with a little force, pulled her into his arms. Qianxuan was stunned, and was about to struggle, but Kimoki had already held her arm, lowered his head, and kissed her forehead without rejection, and stayed for a long time. After they separated, Kimoki's low voice rang in her ears. With me here, why would I ask you to do it while speaking? Kimoki had already swallowed up all the supernatural energy that Zuelan had left on him. Zuelan seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly stared at him in disbelief with her eyes wide open. Fear rose in her heart uncontrollably, and she wanted to retreat in panic. But it was too late. Kimoki's hand was as fast as lightning, and his index finger and thumb lightly pinched Zuelan's chin. His wrist shook slightly and twisted lightly. With a click, Zuelan's breath disappeared, and with a bang, her body fell backwards to the ground without any obstruction. Zuelan's eyes were wide open, filled with fear and unwillingness. Her head was bent at 90 degrees, to align with her shoulders, and her entire neck was in a very twisted posture. Everyone around was stunned. Although she had heard Zhuang Yuan say before that Kimoki pinched Sasha's chin in order to break her neck, it was another matter to see it with her own eyes. Isn't it too cruel? Qianxuan's body was stiff, staring at Zuelan's body motionlessly. Zuelan died. Just died that easily? She felt like the whole day was like a dream, with Zuelan suddenly appearing, Emoki suddenly appearing, and Zuelan suddenly being killed by Emoki. Qianxuan moved the corners of her mouth, trying to force a smile, but tears fell like rain. Zuelan died. The murderer who killed her child died. She should be happy, but she realized more that, no matter what she did, the child she had never seen would never come back. She had lost him long ago. For a moment, Qianxuan's heart was filled with mixed feelings of sadness and joy, and her body, which had been holding on, had reached its limit. Her eyes went dark and her body fell limp. Kimoki was shocked and hurriedly caught her. It was not until this time that he realized what he had overlooked because of his excess of joy. Night Owl. Why does Xuan look so bad, and why did she suddenly faint? His sharp eyes suddenly shot at Xuan, his tone full of reproach. Xuan was angry. Isn't this the thief crying catch the thief? Chu Kuang saw that it was not good and hurriedly spoke before Xuan. Brother Qi, sister-in-law was injured when she was exploring this gap before she came. He didn't know that Qianxuan had internal injuries before and thought that her injuries were all caused by that exploration. Hearing Chu Kuang calling Qianxuan sister-in-law, Kimoki looked at him with appreciation while Shasha and others glared at him. However, when Chu Kuang finished speaking, Kimoki was stunned, remembering that every time he practiced, there would be an aura around him that he could faintly feel, but could not see. Before, he seemed to have felt something approaching the gap twice, but he did not hear any movement, so he just thought he was too sensitive. Could it be he actually hurt Xuan? For a moment, Kimoki's heart was full of regret. If he had known this, he would not practice today. What's Xuan's situation now? This time, Kimoki asked Xuan in a good voice. Xuan, who was very angry today, wanted to show off and let him out to make him anxious, but he was also very worried about Qianxuan's current situation. After all, Qianxuan had just vomited a lot of blood. He glared at Kimoki unwillingly and then winked at Liangshu, asking him to go and take a look at Qianxuan. Liangshu did not dare to delay and walked to Qianxuan's side in 3 or 2 steps and began to feel her pulse. After a long while, he frowned and took his hand away, looking at Qianxuan's pale face with eyes full of tenderness and heartache. Ever since Liangshu started to feel Qianxuan's pulse, Kimoki had been staring at the expression on his face, fearing that something was wrong with Qianxuan, and naturally did not miss the tenderness in Liangshu's eyes at this time. Kimoki narrowed his eyes slightly, examined Liangshu, and then looked away without caring. He did it so blatantly, how could Liangshu not feel it? His eyes darkened, and a bitterness filled his heart. What's wrong? Seeing that Liangshu was reluctant to speak, after feeling the pulse, Sasha asked anxiously. Kimoki also stared at Liangshu, waiting for his diagnosis. Liangshu wiped away the sadness in his eyes and sighed. She had too much emotional fluctuations before, but she kept it in her heart and didn't express it completely. Her injuries worsened, and the situation was even more serious than last time. It's still the same. She can only rely on herself to recover slowly. Will there be any sequelae? Shasha asked worriedly. That won't happen, but if the situation like today happens again, I can't guarantee it. Hearing Liangshu's words, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Boss. At this time, a strange voice sounded. Everyone looked over and found a man with thin clothes and a handsome face standing not far away, rubbing his hands and shaking, looking at them with a puzzled and wary face. Seeing him, Chu Kuang's face was happy and asked, Renjiang, how did you come from outside? Renjiang's position happened to be the path leading to the gap. Seeing Chu Kuang, Renjiang's face relaxed and walked forward. I went out to look for you, but I didn't expect you to be back. At this time, he had already seen Zuelan's body, which was originally hidden by everyone, and cast a puzzled look at Chu Kuang beside him. Chu Kuang gestured to him to talk later, so Renjiang let it go for the time being. Seeing Renjiang coming back, Kimoki looked up at Xuan and said, okay, go back to where you came from. I'm sorry I won't entertain you. As he said that, he picked up Qianxuan and walked towards the crevice of the rocks. Since the doctor didn't help Xuan's injury, he naturally didn't want to keep them. Xuan and others were dumbfounded. When Kimoki had already walked to the crevice, Xuan suddenly came to his senses and quickly blocked Kimoki. Wait. Kimoki raised his eyebrows. What? Thinking of the purpose of their trip, Xuan felt awkward. Don't you want to invite us in to sit down? He even felt uncomfortable saying this. Sure enough, Kimoki's eyes twitched slightly, wondering if the man opposite him, whom he had admired in the past, had taken the wrong medicine today, and that's why he said such unreliable things. Here, Qianxuan couldn't hold back his temper anymore. He walked to Zhuang Yuan in 2 or 3 steps and said, I don't care about anything else, just give my sister back to me first. He looked at Kimoki opposite him with all kinds of dislike. Hearing this, Kimoki was stunned. He looked at Qianxuan in his arms, and then looked at Qianxuan opposite him. Are you Zhuangxuan's brother? It turned out that he had ignored Qianxuan's words before. Qianxuan raised his chin and said, is it fake? In normal times, Qianxuan would raise his chin as arrogantly as he wanted. But standing in front of Kimoki, who was over 190 centimeters tall, even though Qianxuan was 180 centimeters tall, he didn't show his original arrogance. Because of his outstanding facial features, he looked like a proud cat. Very funny. No, Sasha and others all had smiles in their eyes. At this time, Kimoki began to look at Sasha and others with his eyes. He thought that these people were Zhuangxuan's temporary companions before, but it seems that they are not. Qianxuan walked to Kimoki with a tactful look and said, Brother Qi, they told me before that they are your relatives. Kimoki was stunned and asked, are you from the 8 major clans? The temperature in his tone dropped sharply compared to before. Seeing his attitude, Zhuang Yuan was stunned and then nodded. Seeing him nod, Kimoki's face became even colder, and it could almost freeze into ice. You guys go back. I don't plan to be a member of the 8 major clans. There was no room for maneuver in his words. Seeing his attitude towards the 8 major clans, Zhuang Yuan and others inevitably became angry. Wait, this time it was Sasha who stopped Kimoki. Kimoki glanced at her. What's the matter again? There was impatience in his tone. It's okay if you don't want to go back with us. But, Sasha turned to look at Qianxuan in his arms. You can't take Zhuangxuan away. She is also from the 8 clans. Impossible. Kimoki raised his head suddenly. Zhuangxuan's surname is Zhao, and she doesn't belong to any of the 8 clans. You are wrong. Zhuangxuan's surname is Wu. Her full name is Wu Qianxuan. She is the only eldest daughter of the Wu family of the 8 clans, and Zhao is her mother's surname. Kimoki was stunned and looked at the face of Qianxuan in his arms. So that's it. No wonder he couldn't find her for 10 years. After a long silence, Kimoki said, I only want Zhuangxuan. Everyone was stunned, and it took a bit longer to react to the meaning of his words. You want to take Zhuangxuan away like this? Sasha shouted in disbelief. You actually want Zhuangxuan to abandon all her family members and just follow you like this? At the end, her voice was already sharp. Kimoki's face did not change, and he was unmoved by Sasha's accusations. Sasha walked up to Kimoki with murderous intent. Why? Who do you think you are? You haven't explained clearly why you left without saying goodbye 10 years ago. Where were you when Zhuangxuan was in the most pain? Where were you when Zhuangxuan entered the military like a self-abuse and numbed herself with various trainings? When Zhuangxuan was suffering from the pain of losing her child, you didn't even know that child existed. This time, Kimoki could no longer remain calm and composed. With every word Sasha said, his face turned paler. You know nothing. Seeing Kimoki accepting Sasha's accusations silently, Qianxuan on the side couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to argue, but was stopped by Kimoki. Looking at Kimoki's pale face, Sasha felt a little reluctant and regretted that her words were too hurtful. But at this point, she felt that it would be better to say the whole thing instead of saying half of it. 10 years have passed. Why do you think Zhuangxuan still loves you? Although Sasha could see clearly that Qianxuan still loved Kimoki, she didn't want Kimoki to get her so easily. Although she felt a little sorry for Kimoki, everyone has selfish desires. It was Qianxuan who grew up with her, so she would naturally favor her. Kimoki stood there stiffly, as if struck by lightning. Yes, why did he think Zhuangxuan still loved him? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Kimoki felt, and the tighter he hugged Qianxuan. Chapter 112 Persuasion. Even though Zhuang Yuan and the others had not had a good impression of Kimoki all day, they felt sorry for him when they saw him holding on to Qianxuan like a drowning man grasping at the last straw, not to mention Sasha, the instigator. She felt guilty, but she had to control her facial expression and not show her guilt, which was very hard. These people were like this, not to mention Chukuang and Renjiang. Chukuang cautiously suggested to Kimoki, "Brother Ki, let's go in and talk." Renjiang on the side quickly nodded in agreement. Kimoki was stunned for a while, then he looked up at Chukuang a little late, and without saying anything, he walked into the crevice of the rocks with Qianxuan in his arms. Not speaking meant tacit consent. Chukuang breathed a sigh of relief and followed. The others looked at each other and followed silently. After entering the gap, everyone found that there was a cave hidden inside. The space was much larger than they imagined, and it was a different world. The size was basically the same as a 3-bedroom apartment of 120 square meters in the city. There were more than a dozen people in them. Although the space seemed not very spacious, it was not crowded. Boss, with so many people going in, the noise was really loud. Renyu, who had been sleeping unsteadily because of the aching wounds on her body, opened her eyes in a daze. Renjiang hurried forward to help her up and let her lean on his chest. "It's okay. I found Zhaozuan. These people are with Zhaozuan. I have something to talk to them." Renyu looked up curiously at the woman in Kimoki's arms. However, the woman's condition seemed to be as bad as hers, and the timing was not right. She had to suppress her curiosity. Zhuang Yuan saw the woman half lying in the cave with wounds of all sizes all over her body. After a little thought, he knew that this should be the teammate that Chukuang had mentioned before. Seeing that the wound on her body was bandaged very simply, and it was obvious that no medicine was even applied, Zhuang Yuan immediately gave a look to Liangshu beside him. Liangshu understood and walked forward to treat Renyu's wound. At this time, Kimoki had already carefully sat on a stone platform with Qianxuan in his arms. At this moment, Sasha suddenly realized that Kimoki and the others were in a very bad state. They were wearing single clothes that could not keep warm at all. Their faces were pale and blue from the cold. They were also very sloppy, and it was obvious that they had not taken a shower for many days. Strangely, the first thought that came to Sasha's mind was not sympathy, but if Qianxuan knew that the person holding her was so dirty, would she scream? She was embarrassed by her own thoughts. Out of the guilt of having hit the other party hard with words before, Sasha took out 3 down jackets from the space and gave them to Kimoki, Renjiang and Renyu respectively. Seeing Sasha take out something out of thin air, Renjiang and Renyu flashed with surprise, but did not explore too much. They looked up and looked at Sasha gratefully. Kimoki's expression did not change, and he put on his down jacket without any hesitation. He did not look embarrassed at all. Sasha choked and felt very tight in her chest. At the same time, she complained in her heart how Qianxuan could like such a man. Zhuang Yuan looked around at the people sitting or standing around him. Seeing Chukuang, Liangshu and others, he hesitated for a while, thinking that it was not the end of the world, and it would not be a big deal if Kimoki's life experience was known to others. He straightened his face and looked at Qianxuan, who put on her down jacket and hugged Qianxuan again. "Before we talk, there are some things I must tell you first." Zhuang Yuan's words were serious, but Kimoki just looked up and glanced at him casually, motioning him to continue. Unlike Kimoki, Sasha and others who knew about it, including Qianxuan, all looked solemn, and the expressions in their eyes became solemn. Facing Kimoki's careless attitude, Zhuang Yuan did not care. He cleared his throat and began to tell the brief family history that Wu Yuan had once said, and Kimoki's true life experience. As Zhuang Yuan spoke, some flashes of respect, pride, or sadness and pain flashed in the eyes of Sasha and others. When Zhuang Yuan finished speaking, the unaware Chukuang and others were already dumbfounded. The strange thing was that Kimoki, who should have been the most excited, did not change his expression from beginning to end, as if the person with a bizarre life experience mentioned by Zhuang Yuan was not him. They expected Kimoki to be incredulous or to curse at them, but they never thought he would be so calm. Kimoki's unusual behavior made Zhuang Yuan's original consolation and persuasion useless, and he didn't know what to say. Sure enough, after a long while, Kimoki spoke softly. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what he was up to. Kimoki was immersed in his own thoughts and began to recall the past. How could he not notice anything for so many years? Even if he didn't suspect it, when he was a child, he would always find clues after careful recollection when he grew up. The tutors hired by his grandfather, who seemed to ignore him and let him fend for himself, seemed to be of low reputation, but were all of real talent. At that time, the couple, whom he should have called uncle and aunt, had a cold and forbearing expression every time they saw him. When he was young, he thought that forbearance was disgust and impatience towards him. When he grew up and recalled it, he found that forbearance was more like trying to control himself from losing control of his emotions. However, no matter what, no matter how well intentioned they were, it was a fact that he had not lived well. He didn't understand, since they were relatives, how could they bear to watch him struggling to survive in the smoke of war? Since they were relatives, what could they not face together? He had been on the battlefield for so many years, and had escaped death so many times, and he always believed that his fate was in his own hands. However, he was a free and easy person after all, and he would not resent it, but he had never thought about returning to the 8 major clans. He did not want to take on the responsibility of a family, not because he was afraid, but because he did not care. For him, apart from Qianxuan, who occupies the most important position in his life, there are probably only a few teammates who have been through thick and thin with him that he can care about. Kimoki thought so and said so. After hearing his words, everyone was silent. You think too simply about the enemies who want to kill the 8 clans. After a while, Shasha sighed and said. Kimoki raised his eyebrows and did not comment. As long as I want to live, no one can let me die. His words were extremely plain, but contained a confidence that made people look sideways. Just as everyone was impressed by the confidence in his words, Lingling's face flushed, and she rushed forward in a few steps, staring at Kimoki and said, "What you said about my fate being in my own hands is simply ridiculous. You are talking without any pain in your waist. Do you know how many people from our 8 clans died in that disaster? 34 people, a full 34 people. You can defeat the enemy and the beasts, but can you defeat nature? For more than 20 years, Ping Jiangli and Jiangzong have been planning for more than 20 years, and planned that man-made mudslide. My father, mother, uncle, aunt, and 4 brothers are all dead." Lingling's voice was sharp and sharp, like the cry of a young animal. No one expected that Lingling, who was always precocious and calm, would suddenly explode, and they were stunned on the spot. When they heard what she said, they couldn't help but think of those relatives who died tragically, and their eyes were red. Kimoki looked at the little girl who should be his cousin. She was tender and cute, with baby fat on her face, but her eyebrows showed determination, and her eyes were full of hatred and grief. He was not unmoved by her words, but he was only moved, not enough to shake his decision. There was silence in the cave, and the atmosphere was depressing. After a long while, Zhuang Yuan said calmly, "The reason why you can say my life is in my own hands so easily is simply because it is you who is threatened with your life. But don't forget that in a person's life, there will be many things that are more important than their own life, just like Shasha to me, and Zhuangxuan to you. And for Grandpa Qi and your uncle and aunt, you are more important to them than their lives. It's not that they can't bear to see you suffer, but they dare not gamble, dare not bet on your life, and dare not have any fluke mentality. The more you cherish and value, the more you dare not take it lightly. Put yourself in their shoes, and think about it. If you were them, and Zhuangxuan was you, would you dare to gamble in a similar situation?" Zhuang Yuan's words were very light, but they burned into Kimoki's heart like fire, making him feel shocked. Does he dare to gamble? Does he dare to bet on Zhuangxuan's life? Kimoki buried his head in Qianxuan's neck. He had to admit that he didn't dare. Not to mention doing it, he didn't even dare to think about it. At this moment, with empathy, Kimoki truly recognized that his grandfather and biological parents loved him. He was completely relieved of the hardships he had encountered in the past 20 years. Just because he was alive, carrying all their hopes and love, he lived well. Seeing Kimoki's appearance, it seemed that he had taken his words to heart. Zhuang Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was room for maneuver. Kimoki was mature in his heart. Although he had lost his composure before, in less than a moment, his face had regained its composure. Zhuang Yuan stood in front of him solemnly and stretched out his hand. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhuang Yuan, and I'm here as a representative of the Zhuang family of the 8 major clans. Because Qianxuan was unconscious, Qianxuan and Yizin stood up. I'm Wu Qianxio / Wu Yixin, and I'm here as a representative of the Wu family of the 8 major clans. Then, everyone stood up one after another. I'm Yuan Chang, and I'm here as a representative of the Yuan family of the 8 major clans. I'm Zhu Shasha, and I'm here as a representative of the Zhu family of the 8 major clans. I'm Lu Chen / Lu Zhi, and I'm here as a representative of the Lu family of the 8 major clans. I'm Mo Lingling / Mo Weiwei, and I'm here as a representative of the Mo family of the 8 major clans. After all the clan members were introduced, Zhuang Yuan added, the people of the Shi family haven't returned to their clan yet, so they didn't come. Here, we sincerely hope that the last bloodline of the Qi family will return to the clan. Chapter 113 Corn Soup and Pancakes. Qi just looked at the 9 people standing in front of him. Regardless of gender, age or young, they all looked solemn, with a calm look in their eyes, and the purest and most sincere emotions. At this moment, something seemed to be touched in his heart. Really, are you going back? Qi looked down at Qianxuan in his arms. He remembered that when the two first met, what he heard most was Zuan talking about how good her 6th brother was to her. It seemed that she had a very good relationship with her family. Yes, if Zuan had not been cared for and loved by her family since she was a child, how could she be so innocent and cute back then? Well, let it be like that. The 8 major clans didn't seem to be as boring as he had imagined. After making the decision, Qi smiled. Then, please give me more advice in the future. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with Zhuang Yuan. Zhuang Yuan's eyes lit up, and the big stone in his heart was finally put down, and the others also smiled with relief. The biggest task was completed, and Zhuang Yuan mentioned to Qi about letting Chu Kuang and the other 2 sign a magic contract. He explained the pros and cons of the magic contract very clearly, without hiding anything. At the end, he also mentioned that the reason for signing it so early was for Qianxuan. After hearing this, Qi did not make a decision on his own, but turned to ask Chu Kuang and the other 2 for their opinions. The 3 were very straightforward. Since Qi was going back to the 8 major clans, they would naturally follow him. Moreover, they were also very curious about the so-called unique cultivation method, so they agreed without saying anything. Seeing the golden light of the magic contract penetrate into the bodies of Chu Kuang and the other 2, Zhuang Yuan was really relieved. Then when do you plan to leave? Qi adjusted Qianxuan's body in his arms and asked Zhuang Yuan. Zhuang Yuan smiled. There's no rush for this. Let's talk about it after Zuan wakes up. Qi looked at Zhuang Yuan suspiciously, not knowing what he was up to. Seeing that Shasha and the others did not object, he did not ask any more questions, and waited and watched. This wait lasted until the next day. During this time, everyone only ate some dry food to fill their stomachs, and slept by the fire at night. As soon as Qianxuan made a little movement, Qi, who was holding her, noticed it and lowered his head to stare at her trembling eyelids. Qianxuan woke up vaguely, and before she opened her eyes, she smelled an unpleasant odor. She sniffed uncomfortably, and found that the odor came from the person holding her. Before she had time to think about who was holding her, Qianxuan's hand had subconsciously pushed the person holding her. Qi did not expect Qianxuan's sudden movement, and he was not prepared for a moment, and was pushed away by him. He happened to be sitting on the stone platform holding Qianxuan. When Qianxuan pushed, Qi was fine, but she fell to the ground. Qianxuan was stunned by the pain and tears began to well up in her eyes. Qi was startled by her appearance and quickly got up and wanted to pick her up. Qianxuan, with tearful eyes, didn't realize it was him. She just felt that the odor that had been far away seemed to be closer to her again. Without thinking, she supported herself on the ground and moved backwards, trying to escape the odor that tortured her nose. Qi stared blankly at his empty hand, and then looked at Qianxuan, who avoided him like a snake and scorpion. He felt a pain in his heart and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. At this time, Qianxuan's consciousness came back. When she looked up, she saw Qi bending over and standing stiffly. She also froze with her eyes wide open. Pucci Sasha on the side couldn't help laughing, and Zhuang Yuan and others who knew the same thing also smiled. After a while, Seeing that Kimoki still looked lost, Sasha felt guilty and teased Kimoki, "Can't you smell the smell on your body?" Hearing this, Kimoki was stunned, and thinking of Qianxuan's usual cleanliness, his eyes lit up, his expression relaxed, and he showed a relieved smile, without any embarrassment at all. However, he did not dare to approach Qianxuan, because of the smell on his body. Sasha curled her lips in boredom, turned away from looking at him, and went forward to pull Qianxuan up. "How is it? Is your injury serious?" Qianxuan turned her head, and looked at Qianxuan blankly. It took a long time for her to react to the question she asked. She closed her eyes, and used her mental power, to check her physical condition. After opening her eyes, she said dejectedly, "Not very good. This time it will take at least half a month to recover. Moreover, because of the damage to my mental power, I can't even use magic and supernatural powers. Now I have no self-protection ability at all." The more Qianxuan spoke, the lower his head drooped. "I don't know what happened this time. I have been unlucky again and again." At this time, Zhuang Yuan came over. "Let's not talk about these first. Zhuangxun, you quickly take out the aircraft. We will set off quickly, and we can go back earlier." As he said, he had already taken the lead to walk out of the cave. Qianxuan and others followed. After Qianxuan took out the aircraft, everyone entered one after another. Chu Kuang and the other two touched the items in the lounge, with a look of surprise that could not be concealed. Only Kimoki was indifferent. He asked the location of the bathroom, and hurried to take a shower. Chu Kuang and the other two, who were a bit slower, also felt uncomfortable all over their bodies after hearing this. They also asked the location of the bathroom, and took a shower. When the aircraft started, Qianxuan and the others sat on the sofa in the lounge. Qianxuan still felt a little dizzy. I don't know if it was because the mental injury had not been repaired. After a long while, Qianxuan turned around and asked Sasha blankly, "I think I saw Emoki just now." That look was as stupid as it could be. Sasha held her forehead. What did she say? How did this girl calm down so quickly just now? It turned out that she had been deceiving herself before. "I say, are you kidding? Someone killed Zualan in front of you yesterday, and you have been held by him for a day and a night. You only come to ask me now. Isn't it too late?" Sasha collapsed on the sofa weakly. "By the way, where is Zualan's body?" Sasha was speechless. "Please, isn't your focus too strange? It was burned by a fire. Why are you asking?" Qianxuan was stunned. Yes, why did she ask? Maybe she was confused for a moment. By the way, Sasha looked at her. "You may not know that Emoki is Kimoki." As she spoke, her eyes were always focused on the expression on Qianxuan's face. Qianxuan's expression was blank. She really didn't know what to say. She just squeezed out a dry sentence. "Really?" After a long while, Qianxuan seemed to suddenly react. "You just said that Brother Qi held it for a day and a night." The voice was a little sharp. Sasha nodded stupidly. "Yes, what's wrong? What's going on again? I'm going to take a shower." After saying that, the person had already run several meters away. Sasha nodded stupidly and said to herself, "You are so startled." As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to suddenly think of something and was stunned. Brother Qi, huh? When Kimoki came out with half-wet hair, he found that Qianxuan was not in the lounge. "Where's Zhuangxuan?" he asked Sasha. Sasha looked at Kimoki deeply and said, "She went to take a shower." Meanwhile, Qianxuan sat in the bathtub naked, letting the showerhead soak her whole body with warm water. Feeling the warmth of the water, the scenes before she fainted yesterday replayed in her mind bit by bit. It was true. Zualan was dead. Qianxuan touched the corners of her eyes, without tears, but she was not happy in her heart. It was just that she seemed to feel a little relieved, and a little empty in her heart. Oh, and there was Emoki. No, it should be Kimoki. On the way to Province X, she decided to find Emoki with Qianxuan's encouragement, but now Emoki appeared in front of her, or in another identity, that was beyond her expectation. She admitted that, when Sasha said Emoki is Kimoki, she felt happy for a moment, but then she felt more at a loss. They haven't seen each other for 10 years. In these 10 years, people can't remain unchanged. She will change, and he will change naturally. Originally, they had been dating for less than half a year, and they didn't know each other very well, let alone now. At the same time, after what happened that year, she was finally a little afraid of love. Shaking her head, she stopped thinking about Kimoki. Instead, she thought of Ranruoki and mentioned by Zualan. To be honest, she felt very confused, because she didn't know anyone named Ranruoki at all, and had never even heard of him before. However, her intuition told her that this man should not have participated in killing her child, just like she intuitively knew that the street thugs who beat her were instructed by Zualan. Just when she was stunned, water suddenly splashed into her eyes. She rubbed her eyes with her hands in discomfort, and then she remembered that she was taking a bath. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in her mind, Qianxuan retracted her scattered attention, picked up the bath flower, and started to take a bath. She took a very slow bath, and soaked for a while after the bath. She also washed her hair. When she wiped her hair, and walked into the lounge, everyone was there except her. She gave an apologetic smile, and sat down next to Sasha. From beginning to end, Qianxuan's eyes passed over Kimoki, which made Kimoki, who had been waiting for her gaze, very upset. At this time, Kimoki stood up suddenly, and looked straight at Qianxuan. Qianxuan's body stiffened when she was stared at, but she still lowered her head, and didn't look at him. After a while, just when she thought Kimoki was going to have a tantrum, he turned and walked into the kitchen. Then, Qianxuan's body relaxed, and she breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, everyone held hands, and brought up breakfast. Qianxuan touched her flat stomach, and when she was about to get up to get the porridge, a bowl of corn sweet soup and 2 pancakes appeared in front of her. Without looking up, Qianxuan knew that it was Kimoki who handed it over, and the corn sweet soup and pancakes were also made by him. Qianxuan swallowed hard. She wanted to eat it so much. You know, the corn sweet soup and pancakes made by Kimoki have always been her favorites, and she never gets tired of them. After struggling for a while, Qianxuan finally surrendered to the long-missed delicacy. She scooped a spoonful of golden corn sweet soup into her mouth. Her taste buds felt a wonderful taste, and she squinted her eyes in enjoyment. Halfway through the meal, Qianxuan suddenly looked up and glanced at Kimoki quickly. "Thank you, brother Ki." In an instant, Kimoki's face with a doting smile suddenly froze and turned completely black. Chapter 114 Abyss System. At the table, Sasha and others were watching the show happily, but Chukuang, Renjiang and Renyu were almost staring out of their eyes, suspecting that their captain had been replaced. Especially Chukuang, he was in a sad and angry mood. It is said that Chukuang, who was born in a wealthy family, was excluded and framed by his stepmother at the age of 10. After quarreling with his father again and again, and breaking up unhappily, he left home in anger, and was later picked up by Kimoki, and raised at home. For 9 years, he was not unaware that Kimoki's cooking skills were very good. But Kimoki, although a first-class cook, is actually a person who does not pay much attention to eating. Moreover, his performance in this regard is very outrageous. In the 9 years he has been with Kimoki, Kimoki has always adhered to the principle of how to cook simply. In order to save trouble, Kimoki makes a lot of kimchi and pickles every year to eat with porridge. His skills are indeed good, and the kimchi and pickles he makes are also unique, but he can't stand eating them every day and every month. But every time Chukuan was about to vomit from eating, Kimoki remained calm as before. Moreover, Kimoki was never impatient to cook slightly complicated dishes, and was always keen to buy a lot of fast food from the supermarket and store it at home to save trouble. Now, he actually saw Kimoki personally making corn sweet soup and pancakes, which were very troublesome dishes in his eyes. For a while, the atmosphere in the lounge became very strange. Sasha and others looked at Kimoki's dark face, and tried to hold back their laughter. Chukuang and the other two were stunned by Kimoki, who broke their previous cognition. After a long while, everyone seemed to come back to their senses, and started to eat breakfast. Seeing the long-lost steaming porridge and buns, Chukuang and the other two immediately threw away their previous surprise, and began to devour them. No one saw that Qianxuan, who lowered her head, had a bit of entanglement on her face. She just saw Kimoki's face change drastically with her peripheral vision, and she actually felt a little happy with a bad heart. After pondering over it, she felt that she was too mean to build her happiness on the suffering of others. She began to loathe herself and felt a little depressed. Poor Qianxuan, this emotional idiot, didn't know the origin of her mood at all. She just thought that she was in a bad mood. If Kimoki knew Qianxuan's mood, he would definitely be ecstatic. Unfortunately, he didn't know, so at this moment, he finished his breakfast in a few seconds and sat there with a gloomy face, looking at Qianxuan from time to time, with some subtle uneasiness in his eyes. Seeing Qianxuan a little listless, Kimoki was even more worried about whether his skills were rusty. After a while, he was worried about whether Qianxuan's injuries were not good, so she looked listless. After breakfast was finished and the dishes were cleaned up, Zhuang Yuan invited everyone to sit in the lounge. Because it was a return flight, the aircraft only needed to be set up and no longer needed to be driven, which brought them great convenience. This time, Zhuang Yuan's purpose was to test the talents of Kimoki and others. As soon as he finished speaking, except for Kimoki who was unmoved, Chu Kuang and the other two all had their eyes brightened and were eager to try. They already knew about the existence of the magic box Dao Key, so they were naturally looking forward to their talents. Without Zhuang Yuan's words, Qianxuan took out the crystal ball for testing. The final test results showed that Chu Kuang had a high-level Dao Key talent of wind attribute, Ren Jiang had a medium Dao Key talent of water attribute, and Ren Yu had a medium Dao Key talent of wind attribute. The mental power of the three was green medium, and none of them had magic talent. These were not surprising. After all, magic talent was rare, but when Kimoki's test results came out, everyone was stunned. Especially Qianxuan. Before, the members of the 8 major clans were more or less good in one aspect of magic and Dao Key, but how could Kimoki have neither magic talent nor Dao Key talent? It's not that she had never seen such a useless body in Sadia, but such people usually didn't have a very good body, and they were lucky to reach the level of ordinary people. But Kimoki was obviously not in this range. He had been rolling on the battlefield for so many years, and she didn't think his body would only reach the level of ordinary people. How is it possible? It's clear that the talents of the people from the 8 major clans were all good. Yuan Chang shouted bluntly. He was actually just pure surprise, but that statement sounded a little wrong in the eyes of others. Not to mention that Shasha and others looked at him disapprovingly. Chu Kuang and the other two glared at him. On the contrary, Kimoki didn't change his face and just said lightly, "Maybe I'm not from the 8 major clans. You made a mistake." At this moment, Yuan Chang, who was originally confused about the blame of everyone, also realized the inappropriateness of his words. However, he was originally generous and straightforward. After realizing his mistake, he apologized very straightforwardly. "Sorry, I'm just a little surprised, and I don't mean to question it." His tone was sincere and frank. Kimoki was stunned and nodded to show that he accepted his apology, and he had a better impression of the people from the 8 major clans in his heart. Qianxuan didn't notice what was happening over there. She was thinking about something. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Just as she was about to do something, she froze for a moment and said to everyone, "Wait a minute." After that, she ran to her room. Her mental power was damaged now. She couldn't use her mental power to directly enter the warehouse of the inheritance world to find things. She could only go into the warehouse to look for things herself. Because Chu Kuang and others were there, she naturally couldn't disappear in front of them. When she came out again, she was a little out of breath, holding a handful of colored beads in her hand. Facing everyone's doubts, she didn't explain and stuffed those colored beads into Kimoki's hands without saying anything. Then, under the gaze of everyone, those colored beads became transparent in Kimoki's hands at a speed visible to the naked eye, then shattered, and finally turned into powder. "I didn't do anything." Kimoki frowned and said. Everyone was surprised, but Qianxuan looked as if it was just as expected. "What's going on?" Shasha asked first. Qianxuan pointed at a pile of powder on the ground and said, "Those beads that have turned into powder are called Mokayuan. They contain a large amount of nearly solid magic energy, but even the god of magic cannot absorb it. And there is only one kind of person who can absorb the magic energy of Mokayuan." After saying that, he stopped and kept it a secret. "What kind of person?" Shasha asked urgently. Qianxuan's mouth curled up a smile. Abyss system. Her eyes were bright, as if she had discovered a huge treasure. What is the Abyss system? Sasha didn't understand, and the others were also full of doubts. People with the Abyss system usually have the top level dark magic talent and fighting spirit talent. But unfortunately, as long as the Abyss system starts to practice, those talents will be swallowed up by the devouring power in the body. Are you saying that Brother Qi is an Abyss system? Sasha was shocked. No way. Brother Qi has never practiced. Chukuang said anxiously. The others also looked anxious. On the contrary, Kimoki, the person involved, was still calm and composed, looking at Qianxuan with a hint of tenderness. When he heard Sasha call him Brother Qi so naturally, and the others also looked, as if it was natural, he was a little surprised, and then he felt a little warm in his heart. However, he immediately remembered Qianxuan's Brother Qi before, and his mood became gloomy again. Okay, didn't you see the smile on Sister Xuan's face? She must have something else to say. Lu Zhi's words calmed everyone down, and they turned their eyes to Qianxuan, and waited for her explanation. Qianxuan didn't keep the secret any longer, and simply said, Brother Qi should have awakened the supernatural power related to the Abyss system, so the test showed that he had neither magic talent nor fighting spirit talent. For people with the Abyss system, compared with the magic and fighting spirit talents, the power of swallowing in the body is actually more important and more powerful. Although his talent was swallowed, the top level talent is the final supplement for the swallowing power in his body, which can greatly enhance his supernatural power. Glancing at Kimoki, who looked a little unhappy after hearing her address, she paused and said, in fact, the Abyss system originally has a special training method that can enhance control and swallowing ability. In Sadia, because the Abyss system has not been seen for 10,000 years, that special training method has been lost, but in the warehouse of the inheritance world, there are secrets that the ancestors of the Zuofan family stored in the earliest time. Xuanxun, do you have it there? Sasha asked expectantly. No matter what, in her eyes, Kimoki is a member of the 8 major clans, one of her own, and she naturally hopes that her own people are as strong as possible. Qianxuan would not let her down, nodded, took out the pre-prepared secret book from the space ring, and handed it to Kimoki. Kimoki did not refuse. For him, no matter how powerful he was, he would not miss the opportunity to become stronger. Moreover, he glanced at Qianxuan. If he did not become stronger, how could he protect the important people in the end times? Oh, so scary. Sasha exclaimed at the black secret book in Kimoki's hand. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, there was a pitch black word on the secret book in Kimoki's hand. Obviously, the cover was pitch black and the font was pitch black, so the word should not be visible, but the strong and powerful word exuded an aggressive momentum, and there was a faint murderous aura lingering around, which could not be ignored. Qianxuan explained, this secret book was created by a talented and stunning Abyss system god world strongman. He is also the first master to create a secret book suitable for Abyss system cultivation. This secret book was written by him after he reached the god level with his own momentum. If it weren't for his open-minded nature, hoping that the Abyss system after him could achieve something, and Zuofan's family had an ancestor who was his close friend, this secret book would not have entered the warehouse of the inheritance world. Seeing Kimoki holding the secret book in his hand, Qianxuan suddenly realized, took out the silver box, asked him to choose a space ring, and put the secret book in, after dripping blood to recognize the master. Chu Jiang and the other 3 on the side were envious, but Liang Shu next to them told them that, as long as they had enough contribution points, they could exchange space props in the logistics group. Before this, they had already listened to Zhuang Yuan and others' detailed explanation of the various systems of the Silver Star Air Force Corps, while waiting for Qianxuan to fall into a coma, and knew what contribution points were. After hearing this, he was excited and eager to earn enough contribution points to exchange for space props as soon as possible. Chapter 115 Kimoki's Superpowers. By the way, Brother Qi, what is your ability? Sasha suddenly asked curiously. Kimoki glanced at the curious people, paused for a second on Qianxuan who was obviously curious to death but looked indifferent, and then said lightly, it's devouring in time. Everyone was shocked. You actually have two abilities? Time. Sasha and Qianxuan exclaimed almost at the same time, and then turned their heads to look at each other. At this time, Qianxuan didn't care so much, stared at Kimoki and asked, "Tell me about the specific effect of your time ability." You know, although her fifth brother's ability is related to time, it cannot be called a time ability. As soon as she finished speaking, Qianxuan realized that she was so anxious that her eyes met Kimoki's. Her body stiffened, and she turned her face away. Looking at Qianxuan's seen something bad expression, Kimoki smiled bitterly. Does she dislike him so much now? In fact, Kimoki was completely misled by Sasha. He could naturally see that Qianxuan and Sasha had a good relationship, so although those words came from Sasha's mouth, he thought Sasha just conveyed Qianxuan's thoughts. So the previous sentence 10 years have passed, why do you think Qianxuan still loves you? Was directly translated by him into 10 years have passed, Qianxuan no longer loves you. In addition, since Qianxuan woke up, he has been adopting an evasive strategy towards him. What was originally just Qianxuan's subconscious cowardice became all kinds of evidence in his eyes that Qianxuan no longer loves him. Even Sasha probably didn't expect such an effect. Kimoki sorted out the waves in his heart and explained to Qianxuan, although it is a time power, it is actually related to devouring. Specifically, it should be the power to devour time. The look he gave Qianxuan was so gentle that it could drown people. Even Sasha and others beside him felt goosebumps, but Qianxuan had been trying her best to avoid looking at him, unconsciously. Chukuang and the other two were already a little panicked when they saw Kimoki like this. They almost rushed up to him and shouted, "The monster has appeared." It's a pity that they didn't have the courage. Here, Qianxuan was still the same and asked thoughtfully, "Can you tell me more about it?" At this moment, she had completely ignored who she was talking to, and her heart was full of exploration and curiosity about the time power. For example, a person has 20 years left. I can devour the time he has, and then the person will quickly age and die. If you devour the time of an object, the object will wither and disappear. Of course, there are some other uses. Moreover, he paused and said hesitantly, "The time I devoured seems to be able to be used by me." Qianxuan jumped up excitedly. "It's the realm of God." Sasha was puzzled. What is the realm of God? Qianxuan grabbed her shoulders. In the eyes of ordinary people, the strong in the divine world are gods. The so-called realm of God refers to the magical powers that only gods have. Using other people's time for yourself without cost is one of them. I have never seen a situation like him. Do you know what this means? What does it mean? Sasha asked confusedly. Qianxuan opened her hands, her eyes sparkling. That means that, as long as he is given enough time, he will definitely become a god-level strongman. Qianxuan was extremely excited and felt as if she had seen the birth of a powerful god. When she came to her senses, she found that everyone was looking at her with a smile, especially Kimoki, whose eyes were full of doting. She was stunned, and then she realized that she was too excited just now. For a moment, Qianxuan was embarrassed. Her face was covered with red clouds, and she didn't know where to look. In that way, the charm of a cute little girl was fully revealed. Qianxuan like this seemed to have returned to 10 years ago, which made Kimoki simply infatuated, and the heart in his chest beat faster, as if it was not his own. In the end, Qianxuan fled back to the room with a red face due to everyone's teasing eyes. Kimoki behind him looked at Qianxuan, who was running away like a frightened little rabbit, with a thoughtful look on his face. Looking at Qianxuan's back, he deeply realized that it was not 10 years ago now, and Qianxuan was no longer the Qianxuan of 10 years ago. For example, Qianxuan used to always jump and jump when she walked, without any stability, like a happy little magpie. But now, even in panic, he still saw the firmness of a soldier in her steps. He thought for a moment, and was about to catch up, but was stopped by Qianxuan. Something? He raised his eyebrows, and asked with some displeasure. Qianxuan pulled him to his side. "I think before we go back, I should introduce you to the people of the 8 major clans." Although he didn't want to see Qianxuan for a moment at the moment, Kimoki decided to be patient and listen. "Then tell me about Qianxuan's relatives first." He was now eager to know about things related to Qianxuan. "I know." Zhuang Yuan rolled his eyes and then said, Zhuangxuan's grandparents and parents are all alive, and her 5 uncles are all married and have children. She is the only daughter of the Wu family. She has 9 older brothers and 2 younger brothers. 4 of her brothers are married and have 6 nephews. In addition, her grandfather is the head of the Wu family and the patriarch of our 8 major clans. By the way, among her brothers, only the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 9th brothers are at home. The others have not come back yet, but her 2 younger brothers are here. By the way, this is the oldest brother, Qianxuan, and this is her oldest nephew, Yixin. He pointed at Qianxuan and Yixin and introduced them. Qianxuan snorted at the 2 people he pointed at, and Yixin gave a polite smile in return. Kimoki nodded at Yixin, then asked in confusion, it seems that everyone in the Wu family is alive and well. He was a little hesitant when he said it. Zhuang Yuan didn't mind his slightly offensive question. The old man's elder brother and 3 nephews were killed in their early years, and Zhuangxuan's 2nd uncle and 3rd uncle are the old man's nephews. As for that disaster, his expression was mocking. Earlier, Ping Jiangwei and Jiangzhang did not dare to act rashly because of the power in the hands of the old man. But they judged others by themselves, thinking that as long as they didn't touch the people of the Wu family, the old man would turn a blind eye. They don't know that the members of our 8 clans have always grown up together like brothers and sisters, with good feelings and good protection for each other, so we won't tolerate others bullying us. Later, when the incident happened, the old man was furious, and he used the gun that he hadn't used for decades, and personally came to the door to kill General Ping, his only son and Jiangzhang's most precious grandson. Kimoki raised his eyebrows. Crippled? Is that what he thought? Zhuang Yuan smiled creepily, pointing a pistol gesture at Kimoki's lower body. Just like this, with a bang, it rotted there. Kimoki was unmoved by his bad taste, and at the same time, he also noticed the undisguised pleasure on the faces of Sasha and others around him. Will those 2 old guys just let it go? As far as he knew, none of the 2 had a big heart. That would be a bargain for them. Zhuang Yuan said with a cruel look, how many people from our 8 clans died? If it weren't for the old man taking the overall situation into consideration and not making a big fuss, how could he let them go so easily? However, now is the end of the world, and those 2 old guys will pay us back with blood for what they owe us. His tone was resolute. Kimoki turned around and saw that Sasha and the others had deep hatred in their eyes, with a determination to never give up. Kimoki was shocked by the unswerving and united aspiration for revenge. He didn't understand that, even if relatives were killed, even young children wouldn't show such an expression. As if he understood his doubts, Zhuang Yuan began to tell the stories of the people who died in the disaster and those who were betrayed. From the beginning, everything, sadness, pain, unwillingness, despair, these were the personal feelings of the deceased relatives before they died. That's why they can't forget the hatred. At least, let the deceased relatives rest in peace. This is their belief and their persistence. When Zhuang Yuan finished speaking, Kimoki still couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Never before has he respected the 8 major clans, a term that he originally disdained. Zhuang Yuan and others were also immersed in various memories. Different from Kimoki, who was just a bystander, for them these were indelible nightmares in their lives, and they felt breathless whenever they thought of them. They couldn't forget them, but they wouldn't escape from them either. Therefore, although they were sad and in pain at this moment, they were sober and waiting for the day of revenge. Okay, I've said everything I should say, and you've understood everything you should understand. I won't keep you anymore, and you can go find Zhuangxuan. Zhuang Yuan waved his hand and said to Kimoki. Kimoki looked at a group of people who were in a low mood, and he didn't refuse, so he turned around and left. Standing in front of Qianxuan's room, he knocked on the door with his fingers, and soon, the door was opened from the inside. Qianxuan looked at Kimoki, who was looking at her leisurely across from her. Her body stiffened, and she said hesitantly, "Is there something you need?" Kimoki sighed, lowered his voice, and said gently, "Zhuangxuan, I think we should talk." Qianxuan was silent. Talk? Talk about what? Now, she didn't know how to face this man. She couldn't treat him as a lover, like she did 10 years ago, nor could she treat him as a stranger. After all, they were members of the same maid clans, and friends were even less possible. This man was the father of her lost child. Facing Qianxuan, who said nothing, Kimoki was not in a hurry and waited patiently for her reply. Come in. After a while, Qianxuan let the person in. It's not that she didn't want to escape, but she knew she couldn't escape. Some things had to be made clear after all. When Qianxuan closed the door, Kimoki had already taken a look at the layout of the room. It was no different from his room, with a wardrobe, a bed, and a set of sofas and low tables for entertaining guests. In a moment, the two sat face to face on the sofa, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. Sorry. Because they were in their own room, Qianxuan did not put her hair up, but let it spread out naturally, covering her upper body, making her, who was already slender, look even more petite. At this moment, she thought she was hiding her hands under the low table, but she didn't know that the transparent glass low table had already betrayed her. Kimoki's eyes rested on Qianxuan's delicate and beautiful face without any disguise, causing Qianxuan, who had her eyelids drooped, to tremble nervously like a small fan. Have you been well these years? Kimoki's voice was very light, as if he was afraid of scaring her. Qianxuan was stunned, and it took her a long time to recall his words, revealing a faint smile. Not bad. I joined the army when I was 16, and in 9 years I was promoted to major, and I retired last year. Kimoki frowned. I'm asking if you're doing well, not about your work. Qianxuan was a little confused, not knowing why he suddenly got angry. Seeing Qianxuan's confused face, Kimoki sighed, leaned forward forcefully, and pulled Qianxuan's hand up from under the low table. Regardless of her resistance, he closed his eyes and kissed her almost devoutly. I'm sorry, I left without saying goodbye. I'm sorry, I wasn't by your side when you were in pain. I'm sorry, I didn't know I almost became a father. Every word he said carried his overflowing pity and apology from the bottom of his heart. After every word, he kissed Qianxuan's hand. Qianxuan listened to those words stupidly, and tears fell from her eyes without knowing when. She thought she didn't care, she thought she had never blamed him, but it turned out that she was just deceiving herself. Until now, hearing those sorry words in person, the resentment that had been hidden in her heart suddenly burst out. Why were you not by my side at that time? Obviously I needed you so much. How could you not know anything when I was in the most pain? Obviously I lost our child. Questions that were not asked aloud appeared in his heart. Kimoki opened his eyes and looked up to see Qianxuan crying silently. With her eyes wide open, tears flowed silently from her eyes, as if she was extremely sad, which made him feel heartbroken and panic. He was in a panic and didn't know what to do, so he simply sat down beside her and hugged her in his arms. It would have been better if he didn't hug her. As soon as he hugged her, all the fragility in Qianxuan's heart came up, and her tears flowed more fiercely. In the end, she cried like a child with grievance. Gradually, Kimoki was no longer so panicked, and he just held her like a child, without saying a word, and gently patted her back again and again. Qianxuan's cry was earth-shattering, and it was not until half an hour later that she slowly stopped sobbing. After coming back to her senses from the emotional outburst, Qianxuan suddenly found herself buried in Kimoki's arms, and her tears had wet his entire collar. Her body stiffened, her face flushed, and she was in embarrassment and shyness. Kimoki looked at Qianxuan in his arms, refusing to look up like an ostrich, with a faint smile in his eyes. It's not that he didn't feel the hardness of the person in his arms just now, and he also saw her ears, that were red as blood between her silver hair, but he still pretended not to know, greedy for the rare hug. After a few minutes, Qianxuan slowly recovered from the embarrassment and gently struggled to move out of Kimoki's arms, and sat next to him. Although Kimoki regretted that she recovered too quickly, he didn't dare to force her to break free from his arms, for fear that she would be scared and hide when she saw him in the future. With his understanding of her, that was very likely. By the way, you seem to understand Qianxuan's escapist mentality very well, so why didn't you see that she had started to avoid you? After a while, Qianxuan's muffled voice sounded. What about you? Kimoki made a questioning nasal sound. Qianxuan pursed her lips and said hesitantly, are you doing well? Not well. Kimoki answered decisively without any hesitation. Qianxuan was stunned by his straightforward answer. After a while, she realized that the other party had been either on the battlefield or on various dangerous missions, which was indeed not good. But she heard Kimoki say, I miss you so much that I'm going crazy. Listening to his almost love-like narration, Qianxuan's face was covered with blushes. I have been looking for you, but I have never found you. Now I know that it is because Qianxuan is not your real name. I didn't think you were from the 8 major clans. If he had known earlier, he would not have turned a blind eye to his grandfather's last words and would have visited the head of the Wu family long ago. Kimoki said it calmly, but Qianxuan inexplicably heard the bitterness, which made her believe without doubt that he had indeed been looking for her. But then why did you leave without saying goodbye? This is what she has always been worried about. Hearing her question, Kimoki looked helpless. Why did you think I left without saying goodbye? Isn't it? Qianxuan was puzzled. You didn't tell me any reason at that time and wanted me to leave with you. As a result, I just decided to go back to the capital to tell my family before leaving with you, and you disappeared after receiving the letter. Isn't it because you wanted to break up with me, so you just left without saying goodbye? Letter? What letter? My name is Zualan. Qianxuan stopped halfway and looked at Kimoki inquiringly. Didn't she give you the letter? Kimoki frowned. As far as I can remember, I have never received a letter from you. Qianxuan leaned weakly on the sofa. But even so, why did you disappear without saying a word? Kimoki poured a glass of water from the kettle and handed it to her. At that time, didn't I send you a text message telling you that I had something to do and would be away for a while? It's not like this has happened before. Why did you think I left without saying goodbye? What text message? Why don't I remember receiving such a text message? Qianxuan was surprised. Hearing this, Kimoki sat up straight, frowned and asked, could it be that you missed it or mistakenly deleted it as a push message? Impossible. Qianxuan answered without hesitation. You know that I like to save a lot of messages in the message box at that time and then delete them all at once. After you left, I didn't delete a single message at all. Kimoki frowned even deeper. Then I called you later, but I only heard the electronic tone that the mobile phone number was not in use. When did you call? The day after you left. At that time, I kept staring at my phone waiting for your call, but I never got it. What is this situation? It's so weird. For a moment, the two looked at each other. Since it's not your fault, why did you say sorry for something that was not necessary just now? Qianxuan asked dryly. But you thought I left without saying goodbye, didn't you? You were really sad at that time. Kimoki answered seriously. Qianxuan lowered her head with mixed feelings. No, please don't be so nice to me. I'm afraid my heart will waver. After a long while, Qianxuan changed the subject and asked, why were you so anxious before you left? Kimoki organized his words and said, you know my adoptive father, my grandfather's illegitimate son Qiqing, right? Seeing Qianxuan nod, he continued, Qiqing doesn't have much ability, but he is mean and cruel, a complete villain. At that time, my grandfather had just passed away and no one suppressed him. Qiqing loved his illegitimate children very much. At that time, for their sake, he called me and asked me to give half of the dowry left to me by my adoptive mother to them. I was not prepared before, so he knew about your existence and threatened me with your safety. Although I'm confident that I can protect you, I always have to go on a mission, and when the time comes, I will be out of reach, and there will always be omissions. Qianxuan was shocked. How could there be such a father in the world? Although Kimoki is not his biological son, he couldn't know that he actually threatened his legitimate son for his illegitimate children. Also, this Qiqing is too extreme. He actually wants to give half of his original wife's dowry to his illegitimate children. It's amazing that he can say that. Don't mention that she has a son. Even if she doesn't, she would rather donate him for free than let her husband's illegitimate children be used as a gift. Isn't he afraid that his original wife will die in peace? However, it makes sense why Kimoki wanted to take her away at that time. He probably wanted to hide her in a place where Kiking couldn't find her. Did you leave to solve this matter at that time? Kimoki nodded. I didn't want to embarrass you, so I planned to go back to the capital to solve the problem first. Of course, he didn't say how he solved it. He didn't want her to know about those things that were too dark. For a while, Qianxuan felt a little bitter in her heart, not knowing how to face the man who always cared about her. Kimoki was a little disappointed and said lightly, after I came back, I found that I couldn't find you. At that time, Zuelan found me and said that she knew your whereabouts, but no matter what method I used, she would not let go. Therefore, she has been with me, and I didn't drive her away. It's not that I haven't guessed that she might not know at all, but I dare not bet. For the past 10 years, I have been living in the original apartment in S City. I have been waiting for you to come back. However, he did not say the last sentence. However, Qianxuan understood, and then she was speechless. At that time, her heart was too tired. Because of Zuelan, she did not even think about going back to take a look, nor did she dare to go back, for fear of being saddened by the scene. She never thought that between him and Kimoki, it might not be her who was abandoned. It was her cowardice and escape that caused their 10-year separation, and made their love end in vain. I'm sorry. Apart from this sentence, she really didn't know what to say. I don't need your apology. Kimoki looked directly at Qianxuan, his eyes domineering and gentle. If you really feel sorry for me, then let me walk into your heart. I hope that I will give you happiness in your life. This time, I will never repeat the same mistakes no matter what. No matter what obstacles or conspiracies I encounter, they will no longer be able to take you away from me. Chapter 117 Kiss. Qianxuan looked at the man in front of her quietly, powerfully, staring at her gentle and focused eyes that would not allow her to escape, and his tense body revealed his inattention. It was the same, just like when he confessed to her 10 years ago. She thought she had forgotten it, but it turned out that she actually remembered it very clearly, but she just hid it in the corner of her memory and didn't want to open it. At that time, she was stunned by his confession and didn't notice his nervousness at all, nor did she notice the extremely aggressive charm exuded by Kimoki when he confessed. That kind of aggressive beauty. It may be inappropriate to use beauty to describe a good-looking man, but looking at Kimoki at this time, she really couldn't think of other adjectives. Kimoki's appearance is very outstanding. He inherited Qianxuan's firm outline and Emozuan's delicate and soft. The first impression he gives people is handsome and elegant. It is amazing at first glance, but it always feels too bland after looking at it for a long time. But his own unruly temperament with a bit of coldness makes up for this well. At this moment, Kimoki stared at her eyes, which were as dark as ink, with restrained tenderness, bright and dazzling, and instantly lit up his facial features. 10 years ago, she was young and ignorant, and ignored his charm, and ran away in a panic. But now, she was attracted uncontrollably, and her eyes were blurred for a moment. Feeling her heartbeat uncontrollably accelerating, Qianxuan quickly closed her eyes, covering the obsession and tears in her eyes. She wanted to cry for her uncontrollable heart, but she didn't want to be discovered by the man in front of her. After a while, Qianxuan calmed down her inner emotions, and then she opened her eyes and said calmly, I'm sorry, I can't give you what you want. She watched the other person's eyes dim a little bit without blinking, and her heart ached faintly, and she hurriedly lowered her head and stopped looking at him. Zuan, have you liked anyone else in the past 10 years? Kimoki suddenly asked in silence. Qianxuan didn't know why the topic suddenly turned to this, but she still answered honestly, no. He has always been the only one who made her heart move. Qianxuan looked up and found that Kimoki's mouth corners were slightly raised, and he looked in a good mood. Kimoki grabbed Qianxuan's shoulders. Look, we have been apart for 10 years, but you still haven't liked anyone else. How can I let go? As he said, his forehead touched hers. Feeling the breath close at hand, Qianxuan swallowed nervously. Maybe I will never fall in love with anyone again in this life, she said. Self-deception. You are lying. Kimoki said firmly. Qianxuan said stubbornly, I didn't. Oh, really? Kimoki raised his eyebrows and did not comment. In that case, then, as he said, he actually kissed Qianxuan. Feeling the cold and soft touch on her lips, Qianxuan was stunned, her eyes wide open, wanting to escape, but Kimoki held the back of her head tightly. She subconsciously wanted to speak, and as soon as her lips opened a little, Kimoki's tongue took the opportunity to sneak into her mouth, scraping across her lips inch by inch, and then found her small tongue, entwining and sucking. Listening to the tsk sound of saliva exchange between the two people's lips and teeth, and the strong masculine scent between their mouths and tongues, Qianxuan's face flushed with shame. For a moment, her mind was blank, her heartbeat accelerated, and her body became weaker and weaker. This kiss lasted for a long time, until Qianxuan was almost out of breath. Kimoki reluctantly withdrew. Qianxuan collapsed in his arms like a puddle of water, took a little breath, and then looked up and glared at the instigator. However, her eyes were sparkling and affectionate because of the emotion just now. That glare directly turned into a seductive look in Kimoki's eyes, making him lick his lips with lingering satisfaction, as if he was savoring the taste just now. That look, damn sexy. Qianxuan was upset and simply didn't look at her. At this moment, she especially admired herself 10 years ago. At that time, they had just started dating, and she was very curious about kissing between lovers. With a test subject, she naturally tirelessly pulled Kimoki to practice various theoretical knowledge she had seen in books. Although she finally found that Kimoki's kissing skills were improving by leaps and bounds, she herself had been standing still and had never given up. At that time, she had no idea how to write the word shy, and she discussed various kissing techniques with the other party as frankly as if she was doing academic research. The current situation is that she has reaped the consequences of her own actions. After a long while, she felt her breathing calm down. She looked up and was about to open her mouth to reprimand, but before she could say anything, Kimoki blocked her mouth again. When she couldn't breathe, he let her go. This cycle continued until Kimoki was about to come for the 5th time. Qianxuan was annoyed. Kimoki, I'll be angry if you do this again. Hearing this, a trace of regret flashed in Kimoki's eyes, and he kissed her on the face. Just now was a punishment. What punishment? Kimoki hugged Qianxuan tightly in his arms, and sighed with satisfaction. Punish you for lying to me. Qianxuan said angrily, when did I lie to you? I kissed you, and you were angry, but not disgusted. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she seemed to see a flash of pride in his eyes. Qianxuan was speechless, not knowing how to refute, and could only remain speechless. Back then, it was for the same reason that she was sure of her feelings. I don't want a boyfriend. After a long while, Qianxuan said sullenly, okay, I won't be your boyfriend. Kimoki followed suit. What he wanted was never just the title of a boyfriend. He wanted her to be his wife and the mother of his children. I don't want to get married either. I don't want to have children in the future. So, let's not be together. Kimoki looked at her with a dark face. I don't know what you are worried about, but I will wait. Wait for you to tell me your concerns. Wait for you to be with me. Qianxuan was silent. Worry? Even she herself didn't know what she was worried about. She was just subconsciously afraid and wanted to escape. However, she would never say it out otherwise. Although Kimoki would not hit her when he was angry, he would definitely suffocate her with a kiss. Looking at Qianxuan, who was silent, Kimoki sighed, his heart full of helplessness. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Qianxuan was stunned and suddenly realized that she was in Kimoki's arms and hurriedly struggled to escape to open the door. Kimoki behind him pouted helplessly and stood up, looking at her back with tenderness. Shasha, do you have something to do with me? Qianxuan looked at Shasha outside the door and asked. Sasha looked at her swollen lips, then looked at Kimoki, who was standing behind her, and looking at her with eyes so gentle that they could drown people, blinked, and showed an ambiguous smile. I'm here to call you to eat. Oh. Qianxuan looked at her suspiciously, not understanding why she was smiling so strangely. However, seeing her innocent face, after meeting her eyes, she didn't think much about it. Walking into the lounge, Qianxuan greeted them, and everyone turned their heads to respond, naturally noticing her swollen lips, and then looked at Kimoki behind her. Unlike Sasha and others who were happy to see the two of them, Zhuangyuan, Liangshu, Qianzhao, Yizhen and others felt very uncomfortable. During this meal, the atmosphere at the table was very strange. Some people were happy, some were disappointed, some didn't care, and some seemed to be unaware. Kimoki ate very quickly. When he finished, the others had just eaten half of it. He looked at Qianxuan who was chewing on the lion's head, served her a bowl of fresh bamboo shoots and chicken soup, then asked Chukuang, what happens when the phone number is not in use when making a call? Hearing his question, Qianxuan, who was eating, paused for a moment, then recovered in an instant, but her ears perked up quietly. Chukuang swallowed the egg custard in his mouth in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, and said, either it is really not in use, or you have been blacklisted by the other party. I see, you eat. Kimoki glanced at Qianxuan. Qianxuan's body stiffened when he looked at her, but her thoughts were on what Chukuang said. Blacklisted? She didn't remember that she had blacklisted Kimoki's number, so the only person who did this was Zualan, who often borrowed her phone to play games. Qianxuan's expression darkened, and she scooped the chicken soup in the porcelain bowl from time to time. Looking at her expression, Kimoki understood. It was indeed the woman Zualan. Everyone was confused about their conversation, but soon their attention turned to their own bowls. After dinner, Qianxuan went to the kitchen to help Shasha and Lu Zhi wash the dishes. Hey, how is it going between you and Kimoki? Suddenly, Shasha beside her poked her waist and asked in a low voice. Qianxuan was startled and subconsciously looked up at Kimoki who was leaning against the wall at the kitchen door and staring at her. When she met his eyes, she turned her head quickly. Shasha naturally noticed her little action and laughed twice, looking very cunning. Qianxuan didn't care and asked in confusion, Shasha, isn't it good to be alone all the time? Shasha was stunned, the smile in her eyes faded. She reached out to wash the foam on her hands, frowned and said to her seriously, why do you have such an idea? Qianxuan lowered her head, maybe, it's because of fear. What are you afraid of? Shasha was puzzled. A lot. Qianxuan wiped the last plate dry. I'm afraid that the feelings will fade. I'm afraid of being betrayed. I'm afraid of life and death, and even afraid of this end of the world. Shasha was silent. Could she say Qianxuan was worrying too much? No. Even she herself was secretly afraid of the uncertain future. But she was not like Qianxuan, who was afraid of losing, and dared not have. Qianxuan's own personality, coupled with the examples she saw around her, and what happened 10 years ago, all made her have an indelible pessimism about love. The two people standing in silence did not notice that Kimoki at the door had a deep gaze, looking at Qianxuan thoughtfully, with a hint of pity and tenderness in his eyes. Chapter 118 Half-Day Suspension. Lu Zhi rinsed the foam in the pool clean, turned around, and saw the two people standing still. She asked in confusion, what's wrong with you? Wait. Shasha didn't have time to pay attention to her. She grabbed Qianxuan's sleeve and screamed, you forgot something. What? Qianxuan was confused by her nonsense. Shasha widened her eyes. You forgot. You said before that Grandpa Wu intended to arrange a marriage between you and Brother Qi. Her voice was not small. Kimoki, who was about to return to the lounge to wait for Qianxuan to come out at the kitchen door, paused, and a strange light flashed in his narrowed eyes. When Shasha reminded her, Qianxuan suddenly remembered the thing she was about to forget. She was dumbfounded for a while and didn't know what to say. After a while, seeing that she was still at a loss, Lu Zhi and Shasha looked at her with some concern. After a while, Qianxuan's face returned to calm. I'm fine. But it was not very convincing. Shasha took her arm and said, you should think positively. At least Kimoki is Moki. Hearing this, Qianxuan remained silent and followed the two out of the kitchen. At this time, in the lounge, everyone was sitting on the sofa drinking tea after eating and drinking. Just as Qianxuan was distracted and walked towards a sofa, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and pulled her over. With her center of gravity unstable, Qianxuan's body staggered and fell into a strong and powerful embrace. Qianxuan was stunned for a moment and looked up. Who else could it be, if not Kimoki? Just as she was about to struggle, she felt that everyone's eyes were looking at her, her ears turned red, and her body stiffened. Kimoki's eyes showed a hint of smile, but he also knew when to stop. He did not continue to hug Qianxuan, but let her sit next to him. Leaving the hot embrace, Qianxuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, uncomfortably moved to the side, a little further away from Kimoki. Kimoki saw it, but pretended not to see it. After all, it was not good to annoy her. When can we get home? Qianxuan suddenly asked, while drinking green tea. Zhuang Yuan pondered for a moment. At the current speed, we will be there in a week at most. Shasha smiled and said, that's great. Although riding in an aircraft is very comfortable, I still want to go home. Most of the people present showed agreement on their faces. Kimoki looked down at the expectation on Qianxuan's face and felt a little uncomfortable for some reason. Yuan Chang lay down on the sofa with his whole body in a baguette shape and complained, although riding in an aircraft is very comfortable and nice, there is nothing else to do except practicing. It's boring. Do you want to play cards? Lu Zhi took out a stack of playing cards and asked. No. Yuan Chang shook his head like a rattle. It's boring. I'm tired of it. Hey, cousin, you guys escaped back from country Yi, right? Is it fun there? We asked curiously. Everyone was stunned, and it took them a long time to realize that the cousin she was talking about was Kimoki. She was too natural and familiar. What fun is this? Without waiting for Kimoki to answer, Chu Kuang yelled, we were chased like dogs by zombies all the way, and we couldn't sleep well at night. And the people of country E look enthusiastic, but they are actually quite xenophobic. When you meet them, they treat you as brothers when nothing is wrong, but when something goes wrong, they want to push us outsiders out to die. They are so hypocritical. If it weren't for Brother Key's cleverness, we don't know how many times we would have been sold out. Even so, many teammates lost their lives because of this. Is there no shelter in country Yi? Sasha asked curiously. Chu Kuan frowned. Yes, there is. But the population of E country is very small. But the area is very large. I don't know about other places, but the shelters we passed by were very small and private. The system is unfair, and there are many disputes and conflicts in daily life. Death is common. Once, we went to a shelter to rest. That shelter was very short of water, and there was not even a water-related psychic. We didn't know what was going on, and as soon as we entered, we exposed the water-related psychic in the team, and later the whole team almost died there. In E country, many psychics only regard shelters as a place to rest, and most of the time they would rather wander outside, because those shelters are too exploitative and the benefits limited. Everyone listened in silence. In this comparison, the situation in Z country is still good. After a while, Yuan Chang suddenly turned his eyes and asked, have you ever eaten the meat of mutant animals? Chu Kuang subconsciously thought of the days of hunger and cold trapped by mutant animals, and his heart was in tears. He answered listlessly, I ate it 2 days ago. Yuan Chang's eyes lit up. What does it taste like? Meat. Seeing Yuan Chang's dissatisfaction, Chu Kuang said tangled,ly, we were starving to death at that time, and everything tasted delicious. Besides, there were no seasonings at that time, and other than the taste of meat, we couldn't really taste anything else. Yuan Chang was a little disappointed, but after a while, he suggested excitedly, hey, I haven't eaten the meat of mutant animals, let's go grab some and try it. Several younger ones were interested in his words, and their eyes were sparkling. Not so good. Lu Chen hesitated. We don't lack food, do we need to delay the journey back for this? Lu Zhi and Shasha echoed beside him. Wait, Qianxuan suddenly said, we almost forgot to collect cotton and coal. Everyone thought, isn't that right? If they don't collect now, they will have to leave Province X in 2 days. In this case, let's prepare and spend half a day today to collect these winter supplies. Seeing Yuan Chang and the others winking at him, Zhuang Yuan added unhappily, by the way, get some mutant animals for dinner. Great. Yuan Chang cheered. Everyone nodded, indicating that they had no objection, and turned back to the room to change into down coats, gloves and other equipment suitable for going out. The aircraft stopped, and everyone drank the deodorizing potion and split into 3 groups, one to collect cotton, one to collect coal, and another to kill mutant animals. Before they separated, Qianxuan tilted her head and said to Zhuang Yuan, "Brother Zhuang, the cotton is still on the branches. We don't have much time to pick it bit by bit, so we might as well pull it up by the roots and put it in the space ring first, and then let the logistics team deal with it when we go back." Zhuang Yuan agreed, and by the way, he cleared the things in his space ring to Qianxuan so that it would be convenient to put more cotton later. The others saw it and followed suit. After they separated, Qianxuan took a group of people to a coal mine with a very large output in Province X. They were considered relaxed. Qianxuan took out the mining robot. They didn't have to do anything, just wait for the mining robot to come back with a full load of coal and put the coal into the space ring. During this period, Kimoki's eyes kept looking at Qianxuan, as if he was afraid that she would suddenly disappear, which made Qianxuan feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the mining robots dug more and more ores, and she became busier and busier, and she didn't have the energy to pay attention to whether Kimoki was looking at her. In the evening, everyone returned with a full load. Qianxuan and his team were the second to come back. Before they came back, the team led by Zhuang Yuan had already returned. Not long after, Yuan Chang and his team came back laughing and joking. Everyone returned to the aircraft, set the return command, and went back to their rooms to take a shower and change clothes. Gathering in the lounge again, Yuan Chang was the first to eagerly show off their half-day harvest. He began to take out their prey one by one from the space ring. When he was done, he pointed at the various mutant animals that occupied a large area and said proudly, "How is it?" Qianxuan counted them: 6 mutant sheep, 4 mutant cows, 9 mutant pigs, 21 mutant chickens, and even a mutant deer. "Why do you get so many? We can't eat them all." Shasha frowned. Yuan Chang didn't care at all, waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Anyway, they won't go bad if they are kept in the space ring." Qianxuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who among you knows how to deal with these mutant animals?" Everyone was dumbfounded. They had never thought about this. "Sister Xuan, don't you know how to deal with it?" Yuan Chang asked blankly. "Don't even think about it." Qianxuan looked alert and looked at the prey on the ground with disdain. "It's too disgusting." If his mental power was not damaged, he could still take it to the inheritance realm and use his mental power to deal with it. As for now, she didn't even want to think about the scene of her hands touching those internal organs. Seeing her like this, Yuan Chang looked at Shasha again. Shasha took a step back. "I can't." "But don't you know how to cook?" Yuan Chang felt that she was deceiving him. Lu Zhi, who was standing by, held her forehead with her hand. "Please have some brains, okay? The meat we use for cooking is processed. It's already very remarkable that we can kill a chicken. We can't do anything else. Besides, shouldn't men do this kind of thing?" As she said that, she glared at Yuan Chang. Yuan Chang didn't feel embarrassed at all when he heard it, and just turned his eyes to Zhuang Yuan and others. Zhuang Yuan turned his face away. "Well, I have done human dissection. How about letting me try?" Liang Shu hesitated. Everyone shook their heads vigorously. "You are a black-bellied person, absolutely a black-bellied person. If you say that, how dare we ask you to do it?" Yuan Chang cast his eyes on Qianxuan again. Qianxuan glared at him with a threatening look. Yuan Chang turned his eyes away silently with tears on his face. Finally, he looked at Kimoki hesitantly, his eyes full of hope. Kimoki glanced at him indifferently, hesitated, and said, "Let me do it." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Kimoki was really good at it. In less than half an hour, he processed all the prey, leaving only what was needed for dinner, and let Yuan Chang collect the rest. Although it was just dealing with game, it showed his superb knife skills. Zhuang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he was full of admiration in his heart, but he didn't spare anyone's words. "I didn't realize that you, Dubeo, are quite suitable to be a butcher." Kimoki glanced at him indifferently. "If you have the ability, don't eat the meat processed by the butcher later." Zhuang Yuan choked, touched his nose embarrassedly, and didn't say anything. Everyone laughed secretly, and Shasha laughed at him for what he deserved. Chapter 119 Intuitive Warning. After processing the meat of the mutant animals, everyone began to show their skills and prepare dinner. Qianxuan used shrimp and chicken to grind delicious barbecue sauce, spread it on the thin slices of meat and the vegetables she took out from the space, and then skewered the meat slices with bamboo sticks and put them on the grill. Qianzhao and Yizin helped her skewer the meat. In addition, she also selected 2 mutant pheasants and boiled a large pot of delicious chicken soup. Kimoki, who saw her series of actions clearly, was surprised. "When did you learn these?" In his memory, Zuan has always been a delicate lady who has never touched the water. Qianxuan was putting a few slices of ginger into the soup pot. Hearing this, she said, "I don't know much, only barbecue and soup. Every year, the army has to survive in the wild. Over time, I slowly learned it." Her barbecue skills were indeed practiced in this way, but soup making was not. In the previous life, for the sake of the teacher's health, Nonado took great pains to find all kinds of rare and warm ingredients for the teacher to make soup. After decades, even if she no longer has talent, practice makes perfect, and her skill in making soup has reached the master level. Kimoki paused and continued to chop the venison on the chopping board. Qianxuan doesn't like to eat meat with a strong smell of mutton, such as lamb and dog meat. The smell of venison is also not small, and she probably doesn't like it. But today's venison is rare, and it is good for the body, so he plans to find a way to remove the smell and make a bowl of venison for Qianxuan. Here, Sasha is making preserved vegetables and pork. Lu Zhi is frying celery and Lily. Zhuang Yuan is sitting next to her and making cold jellyfish. Liang Shu is helping Sasha watch the potatoes stewed with beef. For a while, the kitchen was in full swing. Of course, Yuan Chang, Lin Hui, Lin En, and Wei Wei helped while drooling. Because the preparations were quite rich, it took a long time, and it was almost 7 o'clock when dinner time came. Qianxuan was drinking freshly squeezed apple juice and eating a string of chicken wings, responding to what Sasha said from time to time. "I tell you, Chu Kuang's ability is amazing," Yuan Chang said while gnawing on a roasted chicken leg. After eating a string of lamb skewers, Sasha threw the bamboo sticks in her hand into the trash can. "Really? What is his ability?" "It's gravity," Yuan Chang said happily. Maybe it was because the gravity user of Fire Dragon had tricked Jiang Xiaowang last time. Although he knew that the other party was not a good person, Yuan Chang still had a good impression of gravity users. Everyone understood. Yuan Chang thought they didn't believe it and said anxiously, "Really, Chu Kuang's ability is now at the 5th level." Everyone was surprised. You know, among them, only Lin Hui and Lin En's abilities have reached the 5th level, and the others are still hovering at the 3rd and 4th levels. Qianxuan subconsciously looked at Kimoki. "I'm now at the peak of the late 5th level." Seeing the question she didn't say, Kimoki answered. Everyone gasped. "What about Ren Jiang and Ren Yu?" Yizin asked curiously. Ren Yu wiped the oil stains from his mouth. "We are also level 5, but we are in the early stage like Chu Kuang." As soon as the voice fell, most people felt uncomfortable. Especially Zhuang Yuan. Although he had lost to Kimoki before, he always thought that the gap between the two should not be big, but now he was hit by reality. "I think it's normal." Qianxuan didn't care. Actual combat is the best way to train people's combat effectiveness. The strength they have now is proportional to the hardships they have suffered. Hearing this, the people who were greatly stimulated felt a little balanced in their hearts. Qianxuan drank half a bowl of chicken soup, and Kimoki put a bowl of venison in front of Qianxuan. He paid special attention to the fact that with Zuan's current appetite, she would be just 8/10 full after eating this bowl of venison, which is good for health. However, Qianxuan had no resistance or disgust towards the bowl of venison, and refused to compromise. "Try it, I promise there is no smell of mutton." Kimoki's voice was unprecedentedly gentle. Qianxuan pursed her lips and shook her head vigorously. Kimoki stopped talking and just looked at her quietly with his deep eyes. After a long time, Qianxuan's patience was not as good as Kimoki's. Under his persistent gaze, she gradually couldn't bear it anymore. She closed her eyes and said to him generously, "Just one bite." Kimoki's face relaxed slightly. "Okay, just one bite." Under Kimoki's gaze, Qianxuan scooped a small half spoonful of venison paste with a spoon and slowly put it into her mouth. After a while, the taste buds did not have the expected smell of mutton, but instead had a light and fresh fragrance that melted in the mouth. Qianxuan's eyes lit up, and without Kimoki urging her, she had already scooped another spoonful into her mouth. Kimoki, who was standing aside, supported his head with one hand, and looked at Qianxuan with a doting look as she finished the bowl of venison paste with enjoyment. In the next few days, the days on the aircraft returned to peace and boredom. However, perhaps because of the stimulation from Kimoki and the others, everyone practiced harder than before, and several people made breakthroughs. At the same time, Qianxuan's injuries had healed a little bit. Although she still couldn't use magic and supernatural powers, at least her physical strength was not as poor as before, barely equal to that of ordinary people. However, for some reason, as they got closer to the capital, Qianxuan became more and more uneasy. On the 6th day, when they were only 2 hours away from the capital, Qianxuan was already reluctant to leave. At first, Shasha thought she was afraid that Wu Yuan would ask her to get engaged to Kimoki after she returned. Later, when she found that Qianxuan was getting more and more abnormal, she felt that something was wrong. Zhuang Yuan and others were even more worried. When they arrived outside the capital, Qianxuan's face was already pale. After putting away the aircraft and replacing it with 3 Land Rovers, everyone's excitement about going home turned into worry about Qianxuan. The closer they got to the capital, the paler Qianxuan's face became, and in the end, she was even more frightened. Zhuangxun, don't scare me, what's wrong with you? Kimoki hugged Qianxuan in his arms and asked with a trembling voice. At this time, Qianxuan no longer had the strength to struggle. She was scared and huddled in Kimoki's arms, trying to gain more sense of security. No, the feeling of the capital is wrong. Her voice trembled, but her eyes were wide open, looking at the city gate that was getting closer and closer. All her intuition came from Nonado, but in Nonado's life, she had never felt so strong. That kind of deep and terrifying, strong sense of crisis that could make people shudder. At this moment, the gate of the capital was like the huge mouth of a ferocious beast in front of her, as if waiting for enough prey to fall into the trap. He would chew and swallow the prey into his stomach. What's wrong? Kimoki asked anxiously. Qianxuan's eyes were empty. Danger. Can't go in, we'll die. Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Okay, we won't go in, we'll leave immediately. Kimoki couldn't care so much. He didn't care whether he entered the capital or not. However, since Qianxuan was afraid, she would not go in. As he said that, he actually asked Ren Jiang to drive back. Before Zhuang Yuan and others could stop him, Qianxuan grabbed Kimoki's shoulders and said, no, go back. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom and the others are still inside. Kimoki frowned and hesitated for a moment. After all, in his heart, Qianxuan was more important than anyone else. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Qianxuan got anxious and grabbed his shoulders tightly, digging her nails into his shoulders. Hurry up. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Okay. Kimoki couldn't do anything about her, so he could only tell Ren Jiang to continue driving to the capital. Zhuang Yuan and others breathed a sigh of relief. As the car drove along, Qianxuan's condition became worse and worse. Her face was covered with cold sweat, and her body was shaking constantly. After entering the city, 3 Land Rovers drove at full speed, and arrived at the gate of the base in less than 20 minutes. After stopping the car, Kimoki carefully carried Qianxuan out, and the others surrounded him worriedly. Go find Uncle Wu. Qianxuan said hurriedly. Kimoki did not dare to delay. Where are you going? Follow me. Zhuang Yuan hurried forward to lead the way. Along the way, many Silver Star soldiers saw them and ran to inform them. In less than 5 minutes, everyone came to Wu Wance's office in a mighty manner. Wu Wance, who opened the door, first saw Qianxuan, who was pale in Kimoki's arms, and frowned. Zuan, what's wrong with you? Qianxuan looked up. Uncle Wu, we must leave the city immediately. Why? Qianxuan's face was full of panic. I feel that the capital is like a beast's den now. Something is going to happen. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Wu once pondered. He knew his niece, and she was not a person who shot without purpose. Although it was just a feeling, it was better to believe it than not to believe it. At this time, a noisy voice came from outside. "Fifth brother, I heard that Zuan is back." The voice was seen before the person. With a bang, the half-closed door was knocked open, and Wu Wanhao strode in. He saw his precious niece being held by a strange man, and his eyes glared. "Where did you come from, you stinky boy? Do you think you can take advantage of my niece?" As he said that, he stepped forward to take Qianxuan away from Qimoki's arms. Qimoki was unwilling to let Qianxuan go, and he failed to do it after several attempts. Zhuang Yuan saw that it was not good and hurried forward to stop Wu Wanhao. "Uncle Wu Liu, it is Qimoki who is holding Zhuangxuan. I don't care who he is." He stopped halfway through his words, stared at Qimoki with wide eyes. "Dongjin son?" Zhuang Yuan nodded and wiped the sweat secretly. Wu Wanhao looked Qimoki up and down and was about to say a few polite words to the elders, but suddenly froze and shouted, "No, even Dongjin's son can't hold Zhuangxuan." "Okay, Lao Liu, stop it." Wu Wan scolded. Wu Wanhao was also a smart guy. Hearing the rare irritation in his tone, he didn't dare to act rashly. Wu Wan rubbed his brows and said, "Sixth brother, go out and issue an order to gather all the people who are out on missions. Tell them not to go into the city, but to gather outside the city. Also, have the people in the base of Silver Star register all the useful materials and put them into the space props, and then gather on the big lawn." Although Wu Wanhao didn't understand, seeing Wu Wan's serious face, he didn't dare to delay and hurried out to do his job. Chapter 120 Unknown Danger. After Wu Wanhao left, Wu Wan immediately led everyone to the Wu residence. Along the way, they also met several family members who came after hearing the news that Qianxuan and others had returned, making the team even stronger. After returning home, Wu Wan did not stop and directly led the clansmen of the 8 major clans into the study, where Wu Yuan was, while Liangshu and others were left outside. When they entered the study, Wu Yuan saw Qimoki holding Qianxuan at first sight. His eyes turned red, and he kept saying, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. In this way, I can be regarded as worthy of Qihan and the inheritance of the 8 major clans." Looking at the emotional old man in front of him, Qimoki felt a little disappointed. The patriarch of the 8 major clans was very similar to his grandfather, not in appearance or personality, but in that kind of momentum, that kind of reliable as a mountain, calm and calm aura, that can make people feel at ease. Under normal circumstances, Wu Wants would definitely be happy to see Wu Yuan happy for once, but at this moment, he had to interrupt. "Dad, let's put this aside for now, I have something important to do." Hearing this, Wu Yuan calmed down and looked at him. Wu Wants organized his words and repeated what Qianxuan had said before. Wu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Just when Wu Wants thought he didn't believe it and was about to persuade him, he nodded and said, "Okay." Wu Wants was stunned, and it was hard to believe that his father believed it without any doubt. As if knowing his doubts, Wu Yuan sighed and said, "These few days, your mother and I have felt a little panicked, just like the feeling before encountering a surprise attack on the battlefield in the early years." Wu Wan suddenly realized. He forgot that people like his father who have been on the battlefield for a long time have more or less some sense of danger. In this way, he trusted Qianxuan's words a little more. At this time, Wu Yuan turned around and moved a painting on the wall against the desk, then reached out and quickly pressed a few times on the bare wall. With a mechanical click sound, a password safe embedded in the wall was revealed. After pressing a series of passwords, the safe opened, revealing a large number of keys inside. Wu Yuan took out all the keys, held them in his hand, and looked at them for a long time, paused, and then raised his head. Just as he was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. Lu Chen, who was nearby, stepped forward to open the door, and Wu Wanli, Zhaolin, Qian Ming, Qian Kong, Qian Ian, Qian Qiu and Qian Iu came in one after another. Qianxuan looked out and saw these relatives and felt relieved. She stretched out her hands to Wu Wanli. "Dad," there was a hint of grievance in her voice. Wu Wanli was shocked. You know, since joining the army, his daughter has never acted like a spoiled child to him, let alone the childish behavior of reaching out for him to hug her. Without caring about the question that was about to come out of his mouth, When he saw his daughter being hugged by a strange man, he quickly stepped forward to take Qianxuan from Qimoki's hands. Xuanxuan, daddy is here, tell daddy, who bullied you? As he said that, he also glanced at Qimoki who was standing beside him. No, I just missed daddy. Leaning in Wu Wanli's arms, Qianxuan smiled lightly and said softly. Wu Wanli was overjoyed to hear this, and his daughter's rare dependence made him very soft-hearted. Looking at the light smile on Qianxuan's face, Qimoki felt bad. Although he knew that the man in front of him was Qianxuan's father, he couldn't help but feel jealous when he thought of Qianxuan smiling in the arms of another man. Seeing Qimoki's facial features that vaguely resembled Qi Dongjin and Mo Zuan, Zhaolin had already guessed the other party's identity and looked him up and down without leaving a trace. Qianming and his brothers looked at Qimoki with hostility. Boss, you've come just in time. Wu Yuan handed one of the keys to Wu Wanli. Take the key and go to the basement to put all the collections of the Wu family into the space ring. Wu Wanli was surprised. Dad, why do you want me to go? Let's not talk about why he had to do this. Even if he had to do it, it should be done by Wu Yuan, the head of the Wu family. I'm going to collect the family tree. There are quite a few family trees of the 8 major clans. Wu Wanli nodded to show that he knew. Next, Wu Yuan gave a bunch of keys to Zhuang Yuan, Shasha, Lu Chen, Yuan Chang, Lingling and Qimoki, and told them to go back to their own basements to put their family collections into the space ring. Since Qimoki might not know the location of the basement, he asked Yixin to lead him the way. Seeing that Wu Wanli was busy, Qianxuan obediently stopped him from hugging her and leaned on Zhaolin's shoulder. Looking at the last bunch of keys, Wu Yuan glanced at everyone in embarrassment and then handed the keys to Qianming. You go and keep the Shi family's collection and return it to Minmin or Shilei and Shiquan when you see them later. Before leaving, everyone tacitly transferred all the things in the space ring to Qianxuan in order to make room for the collection. For a while, everyone was busy, except for those who went to collect the collections in the basement and Wu Yuan who went to collect the family tree. Everyone else was busy putting away the important items in the house. This busyness took half a day, and after it was done, everyone gathered on the big lawn. The order was passed down, and nearly 10,000 people boarded military trucks and various cars in an orderly manner. At this time, it was already evening. Yinzing Khan's sudden big move naturally caused all kinds of speculations from other forces in the city, and a large number of people were sent to watch. In the end, it was found that they just left the city, but did not do anything else. After leaving the city, they met up with those who were on missions outside the city. Wu once didn't say anything, just ordered to spend the night outside the city. However, for the sake of caution, and in order not to weaken the garrison, no one could set up tents, but could only rest in the open air and light a fire to keep warm. At this point, Qianxuan was finally not as trembling as before. Although she was still a little flustered, and her face was a little pale, she was no longer as panic-stricken as before. Qimoki, who had been worried, breathed a sigh of relief. That night, the Silver Star Sky Warriors who were completely unaware of the situation slept soundly, but the higher level officials who knew about it did not sleep well. In the second half of the night, the camp was quiet, with only the crackling of the fire. Qianxuan, who was sleeping in the military card, suddenly got a start and woke up. As soon as she moved, Qimoki next to her immediately opened his eyes. What's wrong? Qianxuan grabbed his hand. Something happened. Her voice was loud, and Zhuang Yuan and Shasha, who were standing next to her, were also awakened by her voice. One after another, people nearby who were already sleeping uneasy woke up one after another. Qianxuan looked panicked. Something happened in the city. Hearing this, the people who were still a little confused suddenly woke up. Qianxuan opened the car door, jumped off the military truck, looked up at the capital not far away, and the others stood behind her. In the night, the capital not far away was quiet, as if it was no different from every night before. Qianxuan did not feel at ease at all, but a chill rose in her heart. Feeling more and more uneasy in her heart, Qianxuan grabbed Wu Wance's hand. Uncle Wu, retreat a little further, it's too dangerous here. Seeing Qianxuan's pleading face, Wu Wance didn't ask any more questions and directly ordered to retreat outside the city. Everyone was awakened from their sleep and the team was ready to retreat outside the city. Wu once asked Qianxuan several times, and all he got was retreat a little further, until they retreated dozens of kilometers outside the city. Qianxuan reluctantly nodded to indicate that they didn't need to retreat any further. At this time, more than 20,000 people had lost their sleepiness and just stood there looking at the capital in the distance. After an unknown amount of time, they seemed to hear a noisy cry of surprise and pain, which was vague and not very clear. Everyone's face was solemn. Wu Wanse waved his hand to call a boy with the supernatural power of hearing and asked him to listen carefully to the sounds in the city. The boy nodded, closed his eyes, and began to use his supernatural power. Under the gaze of everyone, his ears began to tremble slightly. In a moment, he seemed to hear something. His face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out. After a long while, he opened his eyes full of fear. Chief of Staff, the capital city is now full of exclamations and screams. Did those people say anything? The boy frowned. It seems that I heard people shouting it's all the government's fault. What is this? There are too many voices, and the others are either meaningless, or can't be heard clearly. Could it be that something similar to zombies has appeared again? Shasha murmured. Fifth uncle, Qianxuan's mood was mostly calm at this time. Has the government made any moves recently? Wu Wan's frowned. A lot, including calling on scientists to study zombies and methods to purify water sources, and calling on civilians with special abilities. I can't count them all. That's right. Qian Kang suddenly said. After the earthquake, most of the houses in the city collapsed, and various building materials were in serious shortage. The government proposed to use the meteorites that fell at the beginning of the doomsday as building materials. Those meteorites can still be used as building materials? Shasha was surprised. Qian Kang smiled. It's not like before. People's requirements have been lowered a lot. As long as there is a place to shelter from the wind and rain, it's good enough. Anyway, those meteorites are picked up for free. If nothing else, it's better than using paper or inferior wood. No wonder I said there was something strange. It turns out that we didn't see the meteorites that were everywhere when we came out of the city. Qian Kang nodded. They were all picked up by people in the city. Even if they didn't use so many, they were hoarded. They planned to keep them and see if they could sell them for a good price in the future. After listening to their words, Qianxuan fell into the two people's contemplation. She remembered that since the apocalypse, she had been somewhat afraid of the meteorites on the roadside. She had always thought that these meteorites were carriers of the zombie virus. Now it seemed that there was more to it than that. Although she had a guess in her mind, she did not intend to speak it out without any evidence. At this moment, someone shouted, "Someone is coming out of the city." Qianxuan looked up and saw that the city gate was opened and vehicles with dazzling headlights came out one after another. Chapter 121 Home is gone. There seemed to be a lot of people escaping, and vehicles continued to drive out of the city for more than 10 minutes. A clairvoyant in the Legion came forward to report. Chief of Staff, the leading ones are all government convoys, and the others are relatively powerful forces. I also saw people from Huzhou. Wu once nodded to show that he knew. When they drove out of the city for a distance, the convoys seemed to have discussed, and each chose a direction to escape. At this time, the clairvoyant suddenly shouted in horror, So many insects? Insects? Everyone looked intently, but it was too dark, and they could only vaguely see something chasing after the convoys. Oh no, there is a convoy coming towards us. Qian Ming suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Wu once said without hesitation, "Everyone get in the car, we will leave immediately." Hundreds of cars drove on the road, and everyone sat in the car in silence. What is behind it? Qianxuan looked out the window anxiously, trying to see something, but it was in vain. Kimoki held her and comforted her. "It's okay, there are so many of us, nothing will happen." At this time, Qianxuan didn't want to argue with him, and let him hold his hand around her waist. "Do you know which side the convoy following us belongs to?" Zhuang Yuan frowned and asked. "Wait a minute, let me take a look." As she spoke, Sasha's pupils had become transparent, and after a while, they returned to their original color, and she said with resentment, "It's those bastards from the government." Zhuang Yuan's expression turned cold, and a faint murderous aura emanated from him. Qianxuan bit her lip with her teeth. Why are they involved in everything? Seeing this, Kimoki quickly reached out and pinched her chin, carefully pinching her mouth open, letting her teeth spare the bleeding lips. Qianxuan slapped his hand away and asked Sasha, "Can you see what's chasing us now?" Sasha shook her head. "No, it's too far away." Qianxuan was discouraged. "What exactly is it?" "I don't believe that ordinary things can force the government to abandon the capital and escape. Just now, the clairvoyant in the Legion said that he saw a lot of bugs," Sasha said uncertainly. Qianxuan raised her eyebrows. "I can't imagine what kind of bugs can force so many convoys into that state." The few people were silent. After a long while, Qianxuan suddenly asked worriedly, "Which car are grandpa and grandma in?" "Don't worry." Zhuang Yuan looked out the window and said, "Grandpa and the others are on the military truck in the front, and Uncle Wu and Uncle Wuxi are following to take care of them." "That's good." Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief. After that, the few people remained silent. Gradually, the sky brightened, and the government and the unidentified objects behind were still chasing after them. Zhuang Yuan took out a long-range telescope, opened the car window, and leaned half of his body out. Qianxuan and the others were stunned at first, and then they immediately understood his purpose. A few minutes later, Zhuang Yuan shrank his body back, not bothering to straighten his hair that was messed up by the wind, and panted, "It is indeed a bug that is chasing us from behind, but it is not an ordinary bug." "Not ordinary bugs? What does that mean?" "Rather than saying they are bugs, it's better to say they are a sea of bugs, a black sea of bugs that stretches as far as the eye can see." Qianxuan and Sasha widened their eyes, horrified. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, just hearing Zhuang Yuan's description was enough to give people the chills. Even Kimoki's face became solemn at this moment. The car kept moving forward, and Qianxuan and the others all looked listless. At 9 o'clock, a gurgling sound rang out in the cab. Everyone was stunned, only to find that the sound actually came from their own stomachs. After counting, they actually missed 2 meals, and Qianxuan quickly took out various breads, biscuits and other dry food to distribute to everyone. After eating hurriedly, Zhuang Yuan swapped seats with the driver to give him time to eat. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, several people were already beginning to feel anxious. "Are we going to keep driving like this? Even if we want to, the car will run out of gas sooner or later," Sasha said as she looked at the scenery outside the car window. No one answered her question. Qianxuan's mood has been in a state of emptiness and uncertainty. It was similar to when she was cursed by Orina in her previous life, and she felt insecure. At this moment, she regretted very much that she had reluctantly used the 7-star life-chasing arrow on the mutant plant a few days ago. At that time, even if she used fire, it would be better than her current situation, where she had lost her ability to protect herself and had to rely on others for protection. Otherwise she could only sit and wait for death. In the cab, everyone was immersed in their own thoughts, and the atmosphere was depressing until a rumble was heard and a military truck stopped. "What's going on?" Qianxuan asked belatedly. The driver scratched his head and smiled honestly. The order to stop was issued in front. At this time, Zhuang Yuan had already opened the car door, and Kimoki quickly pulled Qianxuan to follow him out. After they gathered with Wu Wans and others, they learned that they had just crossed a bridge, and Qianxuan used his supernatural power to blow up the bridge. The government convoy behind immediately changed direction and left, and the bugs stopped on the other side and couldn't get over. "Are those government people so lucky?" Yuan Chang said angrily. Anger and unwillingness flashed in everyone's eyes. Wu Wangxing rubbed his eyebrows and said, "At present, the most important thing for us is to get rid of those bugs, and we will talk about other things later. Letting them go now does not mean letting them go in the future. When the time comes, we will settle the new and old accounts together." "Can that river stop the bugs?" Qianxuan said doubtfully. "No." Wu once pressed his temple and said, "But it's always possible to stop them for a while." Qianxuan looked up, and at this time, those insects that she had only heard of before appeared in her eyes. They covered a large area with a black mass, and there was no end in sight, which made her heart heavy. It was almost evening at this time. After everyone quickly filled their stomachs, they set off again at the order of Wu Wansen. However, this time they collected all the cars and used their feet to escape. There was no other way. The fuel consumption of more than 600 cars was too high, and they could not afford it. However, after the ability evolved to the second stage, the speed was basically on par with that of the car. As for those ordinary people, they could be carried by the soldiers, and the weight of more than 100 pounds was insignificant to them. Wu Yuan and Liu Yan had both cultivated to the third stage. Originally, they planned to run by themselves, but the younger generations were really worried. In the end, the two of them still couldn't resist the persuasion of the crowd, and Wu Wanhao carried Wu Yuan and Kan Ruofei carried Liu Yan. The four armies, 5 blessings and 6 shuns, who were just over 1 year old, were held by Kan Ming, Kan Kan and Kan Yun respectively. Wu Wangxing wanted to carry Zhang Huhu on his back, but was rejected by the stubborn Zhang Huhu. She was missing an arm, not a leg. As for Qianxuan, Kimoki carried her on his back without even saying hello, and refused to put her down no matter how she made a fuss. In this way, more than 20,000 people set off in a mighty procession. In the first half an hour, the bugs did not catch up, but after half an hour, some rustling sounds came slowly from behind. At first, Qianxuan was still a little uneasy, but later she found that their team always left the bugs hundreds of meters away, and she gradually felt relieved. Not long after, Qianxuan looked back curiously at Kimoki, and suddenly her eyes widened, and she covered her mouth. Before, he only saw the motionless bugs, but he didn't expect how terrible they would be when they moved. The stones that the bugs passed by disappeared in a few seconds at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it was just once, she might think she was seeing things wrong, but when she saw a bungalow disappearing quickly under her gaze, she couldn't think so. Those things that disappeared were clearly eaten by those bugs. It's so scary. No wonder those people in the government simply gave up the capital and fled. Shasha, look behind you, Qianxuan said with a trembling voice. Hearing this, not only Shasha, but also Zhuang Yuan, Kimoki, Kan Ming, Kan Yun and others looked back while running. What a coincidence, they just saw the group of bugs digesting a small house. Even stones can be digested so easily, if it is flesh and blood. Everyone shuddered fiercely and walked faster. One after another, more and more people saw the terrible digestion ability of those bugs, and the speed of the whole team increased by 10%. However, Qianxuan didn't think of these. Shasha, do you think that the houses of the 8 major clans in the city will also be dismantled and eaten by these bugs? There was already a cry in her words. Hearing this, except Kimoki, Zhuang Yuan and others paused, and then continued to run. Shasha cried, no, that's a home. The eyes of Zhuang Yuan and others also suddenly turned red. Qianxuan turned her head to look, as if she wanted to see through all the obstacles to see if their home was still there. However, even if her eyes were sore, she could not see the scene hundreds of kilometers away. Although it was just a guess, she knew that in 9 out of 10 cases, the fate of their home would not be much different from those houses she had seen before, and the possibility of being intact was very small. Thinking that she would never see the home that accompanied her beautiful memories of childhood and youth again, Qianxuan's eyes turned red and tears began to fall. Shasha, Lu Zhi, Lu Chen, Yuan Chang, Yixin, Lingling, Wei Wei and others were in the same situation as her. As the tears fell, Wei Wei burst into tears. As soon as she started crying, Qianxuan, Shasha and others couldn't help but start crying. For a while, the noise from their side became louder and louder. Before long, more than 20,000 people knew the reason why they were crying. Not to mention the people from the 8 major clans. Even the members of the Silver Starry Sky had sore eyes, and the more emotional people also started crying loudly. Our home is gone. Shasha's choking voice was not loud, but it hit everyone's heart like a huge hammer, making people feel heartbroken. Kimoki turned his head slightly, and saw Qianxuan crying and hiccuping on her back, her eyes swollen like peaches. He felt a dull pain in his heart, and felt pity for her. He wanted to say a few words of comfort, but found that, no matter what he said, he would be suspected of being none of his business, so he could only remain silent. Chapter 122 Boarding. If one person is sad, you may not sympathize with him, or participate in his or her sadness, but when more than 20,000 people are sad, even the most cold-hearted person will feel heavy-hearted. Kimoki was in such a state at this time. Behind him was a tide of insects chasing him relentlessly, and around him were people running and crying sadly. It must be said that this was a very strange experience for Kimoki, if his beloved was not among the crying people. Woo woo. We will all be homeless in the future, Shasha said while wiping her tears with her sleeves, and her pace could not be slowed down. Qianxuan and sniffed. What should we do? Our home is gone. Can Min Min and the others find us? Yes. Shasha burped. Besides, where are we going in the future? No one answered, only low sobbing. After a long time, Lu Zhi said sullenly, I can't bear to leave our home. I can't bear to leave it either. Me too. I'm starting to miss home now. For 2 consecutive days, everyone's mood has been in a downturn. During these 2 days, they never stopped running. When they were hungry, they just ate some dry food to fill their stomachs, not to mention sleeping. Although, after becoming stronger, physical strength and energy will be greatly improved, not to mention not sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights. Even 4 days and 4 nights is nothing. But the premise is that they are not always running. Qianxuan looked at Kimoki who was carrying him. The running rhythm was not disordered, and the breathing did not become heavy, but he was just an exception. After all, his strength level was much higher than others. She looked far away, and sure enough, many soldiers in the legion had begun to pant, and their steps became heavy, and they were about to give up. However, it is fortunate that the number of insects following them has decreased significantly. Originally, there was no end in sight, but now it can be seen that the black sea of insects formed by these insects is only a few thousand meters long. However, even so, they have to find a way to get out of the current situation as soon as possible. After all, compared to them, the number of those insects is more than enough to deal with their 20,000 people. Obviously, it is not only Qianxuan who discovered this. Wu Wansen also has a plan in mind. At this time, their team just ran through a rural area, surrounded by withered wheat stalks. When they passed through the wheat fields, Wu Wansen's order came from the communicator. Everyone listen carefully. The fire type superpowers will light the wheat stalks in the field. The wind type superpowers will assist, and the others will act according to the situation. The words were concise, but everyone understood his intention at once. Everyone's eyes lit up, and the fire type superpowers couldn't wait to start throwing fireballs at the wheat field behind them, one after another, forming a natural flame barrier behind them. Then a stream of wind was thrown from the hands of the wind type superpowers, and the wind helped the fire, and the fire suddenly became several times larger. Even so, everyone did not dare to slow down, just running while turning their heads, and watching the insects intersecting with the sea of fire. In an instant, everyone's eyes were full of thick red and black. A few minutes later, the insects finally all fell into the raging fire and disappeared. It's alright, Shasha said with some surprise. Qianxuan shook her head. It's not that simple. Sure enough, when they ran nearly 1,000 meters away, the bugs swarmed out of the fire again. However, it was obvious that a large number of bugs were burned to death by the fire, and the number of bugs chasing after them was less than 1/3 of the original number. By this time, all kinds of heavy panting sounds had been heard in the entire team. It was obvious that many people's physical strength had reached the limit. At this time, Wu Wanheo's inspiring words came from the communicator. Boys, hold on a little longer. We will soon reach Yangjiang River. As long as we cross Yangjiang River, we can get rid of these bugs. His voice was loud and seemed to give people the courage to move forward. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and those who had already begun to despair began to show hope in their eyes, gritted their teeth, and ran forward with their last strength. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the Changnan port of Yangjiang. Without caring about anything else, Wu Wan's quickly organized everyone to board more than a dozen large ships and dozens of medium-sized ships at the port. Fortunately, because of the prior arrangements, the discipline of Qianxuan has always been good. Before the bugs caught up, the last ship finally weighed anchor and set sail. Looking at the sea of bugs separated by the riverbank, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the deck without damage. Kimoki put Qianxuan down from his back, leaned against the railing himself, and let her lean on his chest instead. Although Qianxuan had been carried all the way and had not exerted any effort, she had cried before, and then she was so nervous that she dared not sleep. Now she only felt weak all over and had no energy to care about his actions. Wait, let us get on the boat. At this time, a shout came from somewhere. Everyone looked up weakly and finally found that the sound came from the house by the port. But are they crazy? They didn't speak up earlier and waited until they set sail and the bugs reached the other side before asking to get on the boat. Could it be that they were asked to drive the boat back? Unless they are stupid. Moreover, if they had some brains, they would not have spoken at this time. Were they afraid that they would die too slowly? Sure enough, the voices of those people attracted the attention of those insects. The insects that had been hesitating to move forward towards their boat on the riverbank suddenly rushed towards the house where those people were. They were too far away, so they could not see the scene inside the house clearly. They only knew what happened to them by hearing the screams. Plop, plop. Suddenly, several people jumped directly into the river from the window to survive. Everyone shivered when they saw it. Those people were really brave. You have to know that the weather was freezing cold. It's freezing. Let us get on the boat. Yes, put the rope ladder and pull us on the boat. At this time, those people swam towards their boat, and two of them shouted at them in a bossy and unceremonious manner. The other few people didn't say a word, but swam towards them hard. Everyone on the boat looked at each other. Where did this weirdo come from? He's clearly asking for help, but he still uses such an arrogant tone. Shasha spoke out everyone's thoughts. No, I don't want to die. Just when everyone on the boat was speechless, screams suddenly came from the river. Everyone turned their heads and looked, and then their eyes were filled with horror. They saw that the people in the river were surrounded by a group of zombie fish. In a few breaths, they were eaten until only a few bare skeletons were left. Suddenly, everyone showed a vigilant look at the calm river surface. Qianxuan asked Kimoki, did the zombie fish take away Renu's injuries before? She remembered that they escaped from the water. No. Kimoki shook his head. We encountered mutant fish, not zombie fish. Qianxuan was suspicious. Not a single one. Kimoki nodded. Is there a clear distinction between mutant fish and zombie fish? Yuan interrupted. He was just saying it casually, but Qianxuan was thinking, it's not impossible. The relationship between mutant fish and zombie fish is like that between superpowers and zombies. Do you think zombies are your own kind? Yuan touched his chin. What do you mean? Just like superpowers and zombies, mutant fish and zombie fish should also be opposites, and the same should be true for animal zombies and mutant animals. Shasha smiled and said, in this case, it is also good news for us humans. Just when they were about to say something, Wuwan suddenly notified them to go into the cabin for a meeting. The people of the 8 major clans were on this ship, so this was considered a family meeting. After everyone sat down, Wuwan pondered for a while and said, I think you all know our current situation. Now I call you here to discuss with you where we are going. Is there really no way for us to go back? Zinshishi asked with red eyes. Hearing this, the eyes of most people present dimmed a little. Wuwan closed his eyes. There is no way back. His tone was firm, which cut off the hopes of everyone present, and also cut off his own luck. Qianxuan looked around the people present and asked, where are grandpa and grandma? Zhaolin frowned and said, they are old and some of them can't bear it, so they went to rest. As for what they couldn't bear, everyone knew it. Wuwan coughed. Okay, let's talk about business. Wans, tell me your thoughts first. Wuwan frowned and said. Wuwan did not refuse. What I mean is, we go to the shelter in S City. One reason is that Qian Fang is there and the old house is destroyed, so the clansmen outside should go to his side. The other reason is for safety reasons. The current situation is a little unclear, and I can only guess that these bugs came out of the meteorite. You know, meteorites are everywhere. Instead of fighting those bugs now and sacrificing the lives of a large number of soldiers, it is better to go to the shelter in S City first and then make other plans after we figure out the situation outside. Qianming said, Fifth uncle, what you said does make sense. But the capital has been breached. How can you be sure that S City is still safe and sound? If that's the case, we must go even more. Wu once tapped the table a few times. If it's true as you said, S-City can't protect itself, then Qianfang must be in danger, and we can't just ignore it. Hearing that Qianfang might be in danger, Ruan Ming's body stiffened, his expression full of tension and worry. Qian Yun pressed his temple. In that case, we have to go to the S-City shelter no matter what. That's not good. Qian Kang stroked his bangs. No matter how low-key we act, with more than 20,000 people, the higher-ups at the S-City shelter will definitely be highly alert to us. Qian Ming patted his shoulder. You have to think positively. After all, Qianfang is the mayor of S-City. Maybe he is in power now. If we go there, we can not only bring honor to him, but also get to eat and drink well. Although he said this, even he knew that his words did not have much credibility. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Falling into the River. After a brief family meeting, Qianxuan took a shower in the cabin and climbed into bed without caring about anything else. After a few days of fleeing, her body and mind were in a very exhausted state. She fell asleep almost as soon as she touched the pillow. Qianxuan thought that she would sleep enough, but the reality seemed not to be as she wished. Alert. In the middle of the night, a sharp scream suddenly sounded on the deck. What's going on? Qianxuan jumped out of the quilt with a start and shivered and shrank back as soon as she touched the cold air. I don't know, Shasha said vaguely while yawning. Because of the limited number of cabins, Qianxuan slept with Shasha, Lu Zhi, Lingling and Weiwei. Lingling and Weiwei slept in one bed, and the other slept in one bed. A little light lit up in the dark cabin, and everyone looked over and saw that Lu Zhi had lit a candle. Hurry up, it seems to be a human scream just now. Something may have happened outside. Lu Zhi put the candle high up and started to put on her clothes. Qianxuan was shocked. Are you sure? Although she asked this, she had already started to put on her clothes. A few minutes later, everyone was dressed and about to go out, but they saw the door of the cabin being slammed, and at the same time, Kimoki's voice came. Zuan, open the door. Qianxuan went forward to open the door and saw Kimoki, Zuangyuan, Qianzhao, Yizin, Chu Kuang and others standing outside the door. Kimoki and Zuangyuan looked at Qianxuan and Shasha respectively and saw that they were fine, and they couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Kimoki grabbed Qianxuan's hand. You follow me, don't run around. What happened? Qianxuan struggled a few times, but couldn't get away. Zombie fish attacked our ship. As he said, he had already pulled Qianxuan out of the cabin. Zuangyuan also pulled Shasha to follow behind, and the others followed behind to protect Lingling and Weiwei. What? Qianxuan couldn't believe it. Impossible. Shouldn't the zombie fish be in the water? Kimoki's voice was heavy, but they can jump out of the water. Could it be possible to jump onto the deck? Qianxuan murmured. Unexpectedly, Kimoki nodded. That's true. More than a dozen night patrol soldiers died on our ship. Moreover, zombie fish shot through the walls of several cabins, and there were many casualties in the cabins. Oh my god. Qianxuan was shocked. Then where are we going now? Lu Zhi asked. Let's go to the deck. It will be more dangerous to stay in the cabin. As Zuangyuan finished speaking, they had already walked out of the cabin. The deck was in chaos, crowded with people, and there were uneasy whispers everywhere. Kimoki frowned. Why are there so many people? Isn't this convenient for the zombie fish to attack? No way. It's more dangerous to stay in the cabin. Qianming appeared beside them at some point. As he was talking, lights appeared around him one after another, illuminating the situation on the deck. What is that? Qianxuan asked, pointing at the glowing long tubes of glass held in the hands of dozens of people. Qianming looked in the direction of her finger. It's a byproduct of Qianyu's research, called an energy lamp, which consumes not electricity, but brain cores or crystal cores. Qianxuan was surprised. He actually made a result. You know, when she gave him the information before, she didn't have much hope. Qianming nodded, and when she was about to say something, a very fast shadow shot towards Qianxuan. Qianxuan was startled and was about to dodge, but suddenly remembered that she was injured and could not use the phantom void step for the time being. Just when Qianxuan was about to avoid the vital parts of her body and resist it, Qimoki pulled her behind him, quickly drew out the tang sword he carried with him, and cut the shadow into 2 pieces with one knife, and it fell on the deck with 2 snap sounds. Qianxuan looked down and saw a zombie fish nearly half a meter long. That zombie fish seemed to be just the beginning. More and more zombie fish jumped out of the river and shot towards the people on the deck. For a moment, a faint smell of blood and rot spread on the deck. Qimoki grabbed Qianxuan with one hand and danced the tang sword with the other hand, protecting her tightly. Qianxuan could see clearly from behind. Every time he chopped down, a dark light would appear on the blade. He cut those zombie fish in half like cutting vegetables. Qianxuan guessed that he should have infused the energy he swallowed into the knife, which shows that his control over energy has reached a very precise level. The longer time passed, the stronger the smell of blood and rot became. Although Qimoki still did not let go of any zombie fish that shot at him, as the number of zombie fish increased, he began to be a little overwhelmed. Aki, please let me go, or you will get hurt. In a hurry, Qianxuan had forgotten the name Brother Qi that she had insisted on calling him, and subconsciously called him the affectionate Aki. Qimoki's eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he reluctantly let go of her hand, but he still patiently told her several times to stay with him and not run around. Qianxuan nodded. She was not a person who did not know the importance of the matter, so she would naturally not put herself in danger at this time. Seeing that she had no intention of perfunctory, Qimoki put his mind at ease and concentrated on dealing with the zombie fish. When the battle between everyone and the zombie fish lasted for more than 2 hours, it suddenly began to rain. At first it was a drizzle, but in less than half an hour, it had turned into a downpour, and the surface of the river also changed from the original calm to undulating. What's worse, everyone gradually discovered that hailstones as big as thumbs were mixed in the rain, which hurt and bruised their bodies. That was because everyone was wearing thicker clothes. If they hit their exposed faces and hands, they would definitely be torn apart. Looking at this situation where it rained all night, Qianxuan frowned tightly. Suddenly, the big ship shook violently. Qianxuan grabbed the railing quickly and avoided the same fate as some people who fell into the river by surprise. Oh no, those zombie fish have started to attack the bottom of the boat. Wu Wanheo's exasperated voice came from not far away. As he said that, Wu Wanheo and Qian Yu led a large group of people to run to the lower cabin. Among them, she also saw Zuan Qian's brother Zuenian. After a long time, the shaking of the boat began to slowly stop. Qianxuan looked up and saw that several medium-sized boats not far from them had been submerged by the river water for more than half of their hulls. The people on those boats were about to become the dead souls of those zombie fish. However, Qianxuan could only watch those boats being swallowed by the river water in her eyes, and she could do nothing. She had never felt so useless as she did at this moment. Within 5 days, her injuries would be healed, but these zombie fish had to attack their boats at this time. As soon as she thought of this, Qianxuan felt a little stupid. She actually expected the zombie fish to wait until her injuries were healed before attacking them. What else could she do if she was not stupid? However, she still felt unwilling. Even if she could only use an intermediate magic, it would be good. An intermediate defense magic. If she could hold on long enough, at least she could save the lives of more than a dozen people on the medium-sized boats. But the reality is, she couldn't even cast a primary magic, let alone an intermediate magic. Weakness is a sin. Once again, after losing her magic talent in her previous life, she once again had a deep understanding of this sentence. She thought how good it would be if her heart was harder. At least she could watch those ships sink without changing her expression, instead of crying like a weak person like now. She could imagine how ugly she looked. Just when she was immersed in sadness and reluctance, a familiar child's voice suddenly came to her ears. Afu, don't run around, come back soon. Qianxuan looked over, and who else could it be if it wasn't Yuan who was anxious and flushed in the heavy rain? Looking along his line of sight, Qianxuan was immediately frightened. I saw that Afu ran out from the cabin below at some point, wearing a bloated cotton coat, and rolling on the deck like a ball. Hearing Yuan's anxious call behind him, he smiled happily. Even his pink gums and newly grown millet teeth were exposed. Seeing the bustling scene outside, his eyes lit up, and he ran towards the flashing energy. Yuan followed anxiously, but because of her height, she was not as flexible as Afu, and was blocked by the soldiers several times. At this time, some people began to notice Afu, the baby who suddenly appeared, but everyone was tired of dealing with the endless zombies, and they were unable to spare any time for the time being. Buddha, please bless no zombie fish to attack Afu. Qianxuan's mind was in a mess, and she actually began to pray to the gods. As the saying goes, what you fear will come true. When Qianxuan was about to ask Kimoki to get Afu over, she saw a zombie fish shooting at the back of Afu's head. Qianxuan's mind was blank. When she reacted, she had already performed beyond her level. She ran out quickly and hugged Afu in her arms. Afu looked up and saw that it was her. He was so happy. Aunt. Play with Afu. He showed a toothless smile, and crystal saliva dripped down his chin. Play with your head. Wait, watch me beat your butt to pieces. Feeling the severe pain of the zombie fish piercing through her entire shoulder, Qianxuan's pale face was covered with cold sweat, but she cursed in her heart, thinking that if she was a step slower, Afu's head would be shot through. The fire in her heart was rising, and she wanted to beat this dead kid immediately. It seemed that the previous run had consumed her limited physical strength. At this moment, she felt weak all over and leaned on the railing, but she heard a click and the railing broke in the middle. Her body fell out of the boat uncontrollably. In the end, she only had time to throw Afu and her hand to the deck, and the whole person was swallowed up by the boundless river water. Chapter 124 Separation. Zhuangxun, Sister Zuan, Sister, Aunt. Yuan rolled several times on the deck without catching Afu. Seeing this, Yuan and others exclaimed. Kimoki was even more heartbroken. Without thinking, he ran forward and jumped into the river behind Qianxuan. Poison leopard, Brother Qi, boss, Brother Qi. Qianxuan's body sank straight to the bottom of the river due to falling from a height. After a while, when she felt that she could control her body a little, Qianxuan planned to swim out of the water quickly and find a way to get back to the boat. She didn't dare to delay. She still had injuries on her body. Not to mention whether the wounds would fester and become inflamed in the water. The zombie fish attracted by the smell of blood could kill her. Halfway through her hard swim, when she felt that she was a little powerless, a hand suddenly appeared and hugged her waist. Qianxuan's body suddenly froze, and her mind was filled with various stories about water ghosts she had read in the past. Qianxuan heaved a sigh of relief and her body slowly relaxed until her whole body was pulled into a familiar embrace. Kimoki, why did you come down too? She wanted to speak, but because of the river water filling her ears and nose, she could only turn her head and stare at him. As if he understood the doubt in Qianxuan's eyes, Kimoki pointed at her, then took her in his arms and swam to the surface of the river. His movements were simple, but Qianxuan understood what he meant. Did you jump down with her? For a moment, Qianxuan was not unmoved. After all, Kimoki would know what he would face after jumping into the river. The fate of those who jumped into the river during the day was still vivid in her mind. However, she still felt more entangled. If she was alone, she could completely hide in the inheritance realm before endangering her life, but the addition of Kimoki completely disrupted her plan. After all, she couldn't leave him outside, but the inheritance realm only accepted her entry. Just when Qianxuan was thinking about all kinds of things, Kimoki was about to float out of the river holding her. However, at this moment, the two felt the omen of danger. Almost at the same time, groups of zombie fish swam towards them. Seeing this, Kimoki hugged Qianxuan tightly and swam to the bottom of the river. Qianxuan didn't understand what he was going to do, but now she had no plan in her mind, so she could only rely on him. In the water, Kimoki's speed was not as fast as those zombie fish. It didn't take long for him to catch up. Although Qianxuan couldn't see him because he was holding her in front of him, she still smelled a hint of blood. But even though she knew that his back was injured, she couldn't help She looked up and saw Kimoki's expression was normal, as if the injured person was not him. The less she could see, the more Qianxuan worried about whether he was seriously injured, and tears flowed from her eyes in a hurry. Because they were in the water, Kimoki's attention was on escaping, and he didn't notice that the person in his arms was crying. I have become more and more useless recently. Feeling the tears in her eyes that were out of her control, Qianxuan thought with some self-mockery. At this point, Qianxuan could no longer deceive herself. Whether she still loved this man or not, she at least cared about him. Regardless of whether the two were still together or not, she always hoped that this man would be fine. She could not, and did not want this man to lose his life for her. From the past to now, this man had never let herself down. In the relationship, it was her who had always been unsteady, and it was she who was wavering. From the beginning to the end, he was the one who paid, and she just passively accepted it. This time, was he going to lose his life? Qianxuan shook her head. She didn't want that. The smell of blood on the tip of her nose became stronger and stronger. Qianxuan leaned over to look. Kimoki still had a blank expression on his face, but he had no intention of being discouraged or giving up. He was still swimming hard to the bottom of the river. Qianxuan closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was full of determination and resoluteness. This time, just this time, she would do something for him as a reward for his efforts for her. Qianxuan tried hard to recall the contents of the scroll that her teacher in her previous life had taken out from the ancient ruins. She went through it carefully in her mind several times. After making sure that there were no mistakes, she emptied her mind and gradually let her spirit enter a state of emptiness. Kimoki soon discovered that something was wrong with the person in his arms. He lowered his head and saw that Qianxuan's eyes were empty. Just as he was about to reach out and shake her, her mouth suddenly began to move. It seemed to be moving silently, but he heard an obscure language that he had never heard before, like a spell. Spell? Question mark? Kimoki was shocked. Zuan couldn't use magic at all because of her injury. He only knew about magic from the fantasy novels he had read before. Could it be a forbidden spell like the one mentioned in the book that required a price to be paid? He tried hard to recall that in the books he had read. It seemed that the price paid for all the forbidden spells was very high, either life or soul. Thinking of this, Kimoki's face turned completely pale, and his eyes were full of panic. He wanted to interrupt the spell from Qianxuan's mouth, but he retracted his hand halfway through. He remembered that there seemed to be a backlash. Kimoki was like an ant on a hot pot, extremely anxious, but he was helpless with Qianxuan's current situation. At this time, he even forgot about the zombie fish behind him, stopped swimming, and only focused on Qianxuan's situation. At the same time, he also ignored that when Qianxuan's spell was recited, the zombie fish only surrounded them not far away, watching and no longer attacking him. Listening to the spell from Qianxuan's mouth, which seemed to be a death song in his eyes, Kimoki's face became worse and worse, and finally there was a hint of despair. At this moment, Qianxuan's spell seemed to be finished, and a dazzling golden light burst out from her body, entangled with Kimoki. Kimoki looked grey and defeated, and did not struggle at all, just letting the golden light entangle him. Finally, before he passed out, he thought that it would be good to die with Zuan. At dawn, the heavy rain that had been falling all night had stopped, and the battle with the zombie fish was over. Wu Wanhao walked around the deck in a rage. After a while, he asked Shasha, "How is it? Did you find it?" Shasha's face was pale, and she shook her head in frustration. No. She had already overdrawn her supernatural powers, but she couldn't even find a shadow. Damn it. Wu Wanhao slapped the door of the cabin with a bang, but his eyes were red. Qianxuan. As he said that, Wu Wanhao, a grown man, sat on the ground and cried like a child. "What are you crying for?" Wu Wanli walked out of the cabin with a stern face. If you don't look at his equally red eyes and the bloodshot in his eyes, that sentence is still very powerful. Wu Wanhao ignored him and continued to cry sadly. Seeing this, Wu Wanli asked Zhaolin, who had just walked over from the stern, "How is it? Did those water-based supernaturals sense anything?" Wu Wanhao, who was standing by, also stopped crying for a while and listened to Zhaolin's answer. Xiaolin shook her head tiredly. No, I can't sense anything within a few meters. Hearing this, Wu Wanhao cried even more sadly. A trace of disappointment flashed in Wu Wanli's eyes, and he asked again, where is our Fu? Although he blamed him for running around and causing Qianxuan to get into trouble to save him, he was his grandson after all, so how could he not care about him? He was tired of crying and was coaxed to sleep by Xiao Zhu. Before, Qianxuan, who was always good-tempered, rarely got angry, and didn't listen to anyone's advice, and spanked his sons, but until his skin was torn. Yanzu, who usually doted on her son to the sky, rarely didn't protect Afu. What about mom? Before, Liu Yang fainted when she knew Qianxuan fell into the river. Xiaolin rubbed his brows. He woke up after I pinched his philtrum, but he couldn't stop crying and didn't want to eat. I persuaded him for a long time before he ate 2 bites. Where's dad? He's fine. He's willing to eat, but he doesn't talk much, and his face looks a little bad. Xiaolin said with a hint of joy in his eyes. By the way, dad said he didn't sense anything happen to Kimoki. Zhuangxun is with him, and he should protect Zhuangxun. I hope so, Wu Wanli said lightly. As a father, he doesn't trust any man besides him around his daughter. He even speculated that the other party would take advantage of his daughter's misfortune. As long as he thought about it, he couldn't settle down. There was chaos on the boat. Everyone tried their best to find Qianxuan and Kimoki who fell into the river, but it was in vain and nothing was found. After stopping for a long time, the boat had to start sailing. I don't know where Sister Xuan is now. Lu Zhi leaned against the railing at the stern and said with a sob. Lu Chen touched her head. It's okay. Brother Qi is here. He will protect Sister Xuan. Besides, they know we are going to the shelter in S City, and they will come to find us after they are out of danger. Why don't we wait for 2 more days? Even if Sister Xuan and the others escape the zombie fish, how can they get ashore without a boat? Yuan Shan complained, while leaning on the railing and watching the river surface getting farther and farther away. Chu Kuang, Ren Jiang and Ren Yu also stared at the river surface in the distance, where a fierce battle took place last night, hoping that Kimoki would emerge from the river in the next moment. There is no way. Shasha's eyes darkened. We can't wait. Nearly 5,000 of us have died in just one night. If we delay any further, the whole army may be wiped out. It would be risky to stop for half a day. Yuan Chang squatted on the deck weakly, and the others also looked unwilling. They all knew what Shasha said, but the 8 clans have always been protective of their own people, and would never abandon the safety of their clansmen. Although there was a reason for this incident, it was still like a fishbone stuck in their throats, neither going up nor down, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Will Zhuangxuan be alive? Shasha asked anxiously after a long time. Although she knew that the answer she got could not be taken as the final word, she still hoped to hear a positive answer from others. Yes. Zhuang Yuan hugged her. People from our 8 clans have never been defeated so easily. He told everyone this, and also told himself this. Chapter 125 Soul Contract. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the depths of Yangjiang River, groups of zombie fish gathered together. From the outside, you could vaguely see a trace of golden light. Kimoki opened his eyes in a daze, but found himself in a warm golden light. He blinked blankly, not knowing where he was for a moment. After a while, the scene before he fell into a coma appeared in his mind. He is not dead. No, where is Zhuangxuan? He turned his head to look for her, and when he saw the silver-haired woman floating opposite him with her eyes closed, his heart was slightly relieved. Then he suddenly thought of something and was startled. He hugged the person in his arms, put his trembling hand in front of her nose, and felt the slight breathing, and then he was completely relieved. Kimoki moved his hands and feet, which affected the wound on his back, and then he suddenly remembered their previous situation. Just as he wanted to observe the environment he was in, the golden light around him flickered, and then disappeared, as if it had never appeared. In an instant, the all-pervasive river water submerged the 2 of them, but this was not the most terrifying thing. Kimoki was horrified to find that they were now surrounded by dense zombie fish. Even though he was mature and courageous, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Kimoki hugged Qianxuan tightly, his brain working quickly, thinking about how to get out of the current predicament, only to feel that the scene in front of him turned, and they suddenly appeared in a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, birds singing and flowers blooming. He looked around and saw a towering castle not far away. What is this place? Kimoki looked confused and surprised. Suddenly, he had an idea and looked at Qianxuan in his arms. Qianxuan's long eyelashes were shaking gently like butterfly wings, and in a moment, she opened her misty eyes in Kimoki's expectation. Looking at the familiar scene in front of her, Qianxuan looked up at the person holding her and said in a daze, "Success." Her tone was full of disbelief. She didn't have much hope at first. After all, the content on the scroll had not been tested, and this was her first attempt. She thought that the ancient spell should require repeated tests before it could succeed, and she was desperate because the situation was too thrilling at the time. Even so, she didn't hold the idea of dying if she didn't succeed, but was determined to try her best. What success? Kimoki asked suspiciously. Could it be that Qianxuan knew where they were? Qianxuan's eyes narrowed into crescents, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. Soul contract. In this way, you can hide in the inheritance realm with me. Inheritance realm? Kimoki's eyes slightly raised, and his handsome face showed a bit of evil. Qianxuan didn't notice it, and smiled and said, "It's the place where we are. Originally, only I could come in, but now we have signed a soul contract, and you can come and go freely here in the future. Of course, the basement and warehouse can only be entered by her." Kimoki glanced at Qianxuan with a half smile. "So, in fact, you would not be in danger if you just hid here?" His tone contained a very hidden anger. "Yes." Qianxuan still complained recklessly. "Why did you suddenly jump down and scare me?" "Really?" Kimoki glanced at her lightly. "Of course." Before she finished speaking, Qianxuan's chin was lifted by Kimoki, and a hot kiss followed. His rough and hot tongue forcefully penetrated her lips and teeth, and entangled with her tongue. Later, Kimoki began to bite her lips with his teeth as a punishment. When he tasted a faint smell of blood between her lips and teeth, he stopped his movement suddenly and licked the wound on her lips that he had bitten with his tongue gently and carefully. After finally breathing in fresh air, Qianxuan immediately stretched out her hand and pushed him on the chest. "You are shameless." But she didn't have enough strength. Not only did she fail to push him away, but she stumbled and fell to the ground. Although it didn't hurt too much to fall on the grass, Qianxuan felt very aggrieved. "You bad guy, I'll let you bully me." As she said that, she pulled up the grass around her and threw it at Kimoki. Looking at Qianxuan, who was sitting on the ground and throwing a tantrum like a child, Kimoki's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia, and his face was helpless and helpless. "Okay, it's my fault. It's all my fault." Once upon a time, Qianxuan was also so willful and capricious in front of him like this. This was the first time since they met. Suddenly, a breeze blew, and Qianxuan shivered. She realized that her clothes were still wet. She looked up at Kimoki and said pitifully, "It's so cold." Kimoki quickly pulled her up, looked around and asked, "Where can I take a shower?" Qianxuan pointed to the valley not far away. "There is a hot spring there." Just as she was about to say that she could teleport there, she found that Kimoki had picked him up and ran. When she reacted, they had already reached the entrance of the valley. "Go in quickly." Kimoki pushed her. "By the way, do you have any replacement clothes?" Yes. Qianxuan waved her hand and ran into the valley impatiently. After soaking her body in the slightly hot spring, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly realized that she had just acted like a tantrum. Her face flushed immediately, and she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into immediately. So, she took a very slow bath, for fear that she would see Kimoki's mocking eyes when she got out. But no matter how much she dragged it out, 2 hours was already the limit. However, when she walked slowly to the valley in trance, her previous concerns were immediately thrown to the back of her mind. She ran to Kimoki in a rage and tugged at his clothes. "Why are you still wearing these wet clothes? Why don't you take a shower and change clothes?" "I don't know where else I can take a shower." In fact, he was just thinking about Qianxuan's behavior like a kitten just now, and he was lost in thought. When he came to his senses, he found that half an hour had passed. He thought about waiting for Qianxuan to come out and take a hot spring bath to get rid of the coldness on his body. Who would have thought that Qianxuan's bath would take so long? Thinking that it was her negligence, Qianxuan felt a little guilty and pushed him into the valley. You should also go in and soak in the hot spring. Kimoki did not refuse and followed suit. Seeing Kimoki go in, Qianxuan picked a relatively clean round stone and sat on it. She remembered Kimoki's kiss with a sense of punishment just now, frowned, and was very puzzled. Unlike Qianxuan, who was always slow to take a shower, Kimoki took a shower very quickly, finishing it in just 20 minutes. He quickly climbed up the boulder and sat next to Qianxuan. How are your injuries? Huh? Qianxuan was confused. The wound on your shoulder and the internal injuries before. It's been 3 days. They should be healed a little. 3 days. Qianxuan was startled and immediately began to check her body, then smiled and said, the internal injuries have improved a lot. I think they will be healed in 2 days. Thinking that she would recover her strength in just 2 days, Qianxuan, who had been fed up with the feeling of helplessness in the past 2 days, couldn't help but smile. After a pause, she continued, as for the injury on your shoulder, just drink some healing potion after you get out. By the way, what about the injury on your back? Hearing the concern in her words, Kimoki's eyes warmed. My injury is fine. I can use the time I swallowed before for myself. This degree of injury is not worth mentioning. By the way, why don't you drink the healing potion here, but go out to drink it? Qianxuan's eyes lit up. Can you use time to heal your injuries quickly? It was just an idea before. I didn't expect it to really succeed. Kimoki nodded and said, by the way, you haven't answered my question yet. Qianxuan pouted. That's great. As for the question you asked before, it's because, in the realm of inheritance, except for cultivation, the time of my body is still, and it will not recover until I get out. Kimoki nodded to show that he understood. By the way, what is the soul contract you mentioned before? Qianxuan blinked. It seems to be a contract connecting the soul. I don't quite understand. It seems. Kimoki was furious. You are not even sure what it is. How dare you use it casually? What if something goes wrong? What does it matter? There will be no punishment if it fails anyway. Qianxuan disagreed. If it were not for this, she would not dare to mess with such an ancient spell. Kimoki held his forehead, thinking that he was the biggest fool in the world for thinking about dying with Qianxuan before. After a long time, Qianxuan couldn't help but ask awkwardly, why did you bully me before? Bully? How did I bully you? Kimoki raised his eyebrows and asked knowingly. It's. Qianxuan hesitated. Why did you kiss me? The voice was as thin as a mosquito. Kimoki sighed and hugged her despite her resistance. Promise me that, no matter what happens in the future, you will live well, and don't give up hope of survival. Qianxuan was confused. When did I give up hope of survival? She has always cherished her life. Kimoki was speechless, and then asked slowly, then why didn't you hide here before? Did he really misunderstand? Qianxuan blurted out subconsciously, but you. She swallowed the rest of the words halfway through. For no reason, Kimoki understood what she didn't say. Is it because he is still outside? His heart softened incredibly in an instant. He didn't know how he suddenly understood her thoughts, but he had a vague guess in his heart. Kimoki hugged Qianxuan tighter. Are you confused? You know, you are now almost like an ordinary person without force. You should hide here immediately when you encounter danger. If it weren't for you at the time, I wouldn't have to passively defend myself. Although he was happy that she cared about him, he didn't want the same thing to happen again next time. What are you saying? One of my abilities is to devour everything indiscriminately, except me. Qianxuan was annoyed. You can't use this trick because I'm here. If she had known this, she would have hidden in the inheritance realm without hesitation. Kimoki gave her a look that said that's right. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.